Hey there, I'm Cyberchroma, and welcome back to another stream where I immediately noticed my camera is slightly down more than it was because in order to get the last stream, I messed with it when I was doing Rubik's Cube stuff. Hello, welcome. We are back here working on the Handyman with a Unicycle, where you may notice things look a bit different from the last stream where I was working on it. Well, okay, I've made some changes. You can see, look, some things are different. I set up an angle for a screenshot in my Discord, but also yeah, just the colors are different. I just basically right before I started the stream, I was like, just this area was like green and blue for the longest time. So yeah, just change it up. Just I don't know, look at different colors for once. I don't know. Anyway, so beyond random color changes, yeah, let me run you all through some of the improvements that have happened since last time. In short, woo! The camera, while not done, while still needing a lot of work, is better now, to a degree. It's no longer being super randomly, snappy, and, you know, you'd hit the ground and randomly the camera would whip around 180. And, it still needs work, it's not done, but it is so nice for it to be just better, more smooth, less snappy. And if I switch to controller real quick and get mouse out of here, yeah, it's all working pretty good. I also, with the player, you may notice that some slight graphical, very slight graphical changes. Like, it's still very placeholder model that, one day he'll be a real boy, actually look like a person. That day is not today. But I did do this. He actually looks like he's flying through the air, which was my intention for, roughly what I want that to look like when it's more polished, but I put in more of a quick placeholder thing. Have that over here in, oh, not there. In Blender. Find this guy. There he be. Look at him. I also got rid of his mustache. Which he's hiding a nice, cute smile underneath. Okay, bam and bam. Hold on. Not that. Wait, there we go. Basically just made, there's two of them, basically. There's the one that's standing up. Oh no, that's with mustache, that is meant to be gone. Ignore that. But, and then there's one, yeah, that him being like that. Basically the idea, as I said, when he's flying through the air, the unicycle follows the arc, and, he's just kind of hanging on for dear life. I thought, I like it as far as animation goes, gives it more personality for when you're flying through the air, and also, just, it works gameplay-wise. The wheel goes where the velocity is going. Makes it better to, you know, land on walls and stuff where you're going. It, you know, helps in that. Oh, well, okay. Moving mouse while doing this. Yeah, I might need to at some point do something that actually separates them. Like, it can only actually get input from one or the other at a given time. Right now, they're combined, but that's fine. I mean, usually I'm not going to be moving the mouse and a controller joystick at the same time, but anyway. But yeah, so, this still needs a lot of work, as is always the case. But it is a lot better than it was before, and that's fantastic. So, yeah, we can, you know, we can move, we can fly, and, because the camera is less janky now, I can actually kind of see where I'm going when I'm flying through the air, and actually, to some degree, aim for things. Even, like, if I'm going towards the camera, it, yeah. Like, it's a little bit more funky, actually. Oh, huh. Huh. Okay, I've just realized a thing that... Interesting. Something I didn't consider until just now with how some of the air input things get mapped. If I'm facing this way going off this ramp and I hold forward, I get more up. If as soon as I go off the ramp I hold back, I basically slam to the ground because that's how that is. If I'm going towards the screen, then it's reversed. If I'm holding back, then I'm going into the ground. If I'm holding forward, then I kind of get some height. That is not how that should be necessarily. Should be, you know, consistent, but that is something that we're not going to worry about right now. Yeah. Get more of the common cases of things just, you know, completely working first, I guess. So now, in terms of what we're going to be continuing with today, gotta figure out, there's a lot of little things. I gotta figure out what specifically I want to do. Some of what needs to be done is fixing bugs of things that are obviously more you know, not as smooth as things should be, and stuff like that. But then there's some parts of this where I need to better fine-tune what I want out of some aspects of the gameplay, because I want to make sure that with this whole physicsy flying through the air thing, this aerial movement, I want to make sure that it's consistent, it's work good for gameplay, and like that people playing the game other than me will be able to pull off whatever maneuvers I want them to be able to pull off. They shouldn't be, you know, weird, janky, funky things just to... Yeah, you gotta make sure that, yeah, I might have to do some fine-tuning on things like the gravity, the speed, and all that. Figure out how... Further fine-tune how I want aerial movement to work and all of that stuff. Yeah, but first, a thing to get started with, something I was in the middle of working on before I started, is just that over in our player state controller, so we have these different states that do things, depending if we're considered to be on the ground or midair. This underwater one is one we don't really use at the moment, but it helped to make that to then take some of that code and apply it to the midair stuff. Underwater is almost like permanent midair without gravity, so there's a lot of overlap with that. And then one that's not really written yet for if we're in cutscenes and we want to eventually have stuff that like disables input or whatever. I wanted to, so right now when we actually change these states, currently the only thing that actually changes them is either the player, they're either the Unity in editor man, I can set a start state if I want to test that. Also, actually this should not say underwater as the start state. Let's go midair, start one. Actually, on ground or something. I don't know. Anyway, the only thing that currently actually changes it through code is this, the player ground check. Is that louder than it should be? Hold on. Or is it? Nah, or maybe just particular things louder. Anyway, actually I'm gonna take this off. Okay, so hold on, let me take off those. Bam. Oh, also, actually, earlier today, I figured out a bug with some of my going from in-air to on-ground code that might have been responsible for more of my camera jank that I didn't realize until now. It's just that with the way that the code works with going from mid-air to on-ground with how some of this is set up, it was very common, and not always, but common, that when going from mid-air to touching the ground, the player would flip-flop between, like, frame of thinking that it's in mid-air, frame to thinking it's on the ground, another frame of thinking he's in mid-air, and then another frame where he thinks he's on the ground, and then stays thinking he's on the ground. So rather than just one flip, it was doing kind of a like, you know, more than it should for just reasons that, well, actually just had to shuffle around the order of these if-else statements, and then that fixed itself. So I don't know how much of my camera issues that was responsible for, but at least some of them, so I guess that's good. So what I wanted to do is that this bit changes our player state or whatever. Rather than just directly doing that, I want to instead make it an actual function that gets called on the player state controller. So it's like change state to player states dot on ground or whatever. And I want to do this so then I can better trigger special behaviors like when these changes happen, because right now I'm in kind of, you know, going around that issue, or like doing a lot of stuff that doesn't need to be done every frame, or if we're, you know, we're changing to being on ground like every frame or whatever. So yeah, it'll just be helpful. Anyway, so having this, I mean, at the end of this, we're gonna go current player state equals whatever thing that we wanted to change to. But then I might have a switch statement of like, hey, if the thing that we're switching into is one of these things, do something special. I mean, main thing right now is my testing, debug, the player that's like on the unicycle and the player that's in the air holding on for dear life. I temporarily just like threw that in here, so it's trying to happen every frame, which is very, you know, not good, but worked as a temporary thing. I mean, the player model thing being handled like this is very temporary. Eventually it'll be an animation, but this guy is not ready to be animated at all. He's just a bunch of Actually, what is he made? He's made a bunch of, like, is it a bunch of metaballs? Or no, individual vertices with, like, skinning modifiers or whatever. It's a whole... it works, but it's, you know, can't be so easily modified. And if I move things too close together, they, like, all merge together. It's very funky, but it like, worked to set up in a couple seconds for, a testing model rather than just having a big rectangle on top. Anyway, okay, so we're gonna get rid of this stuff here, get rid of this stuff here, rid of that stuff there. I think all the rest of that stuff, this is all things that should happen every frame, except for that, well, I calculate these calculated grounded things here and here, but not here, so I don't know if I might combine that in some other thing elsewhere, but for now, it's fine. And then in here, actually, well, in here, it's gonna just have the individual things here. Technically, this one should, yeah, copy the midair state. Anyways, just wanted to put this in here as like a small thing. This will eventually be very, very useful. I could even imagine like the camera, yeah, hooking up some camera code based on this. Right now, the camera code where we, it's changed quite a bit since where we left it off last stream. I've been busy. Well, actually, so funny thing, it looked one way. Towards the end of the last time we were working on this, we changed it, we're trying out a new thing, and then didn't finish it, it was all broken. I finished that up, and in finishing that up, I actually made it look very similar to how it was before I changed it, but it works, not significantly differently, but differently enough that it's the secret sauce that makes the camera a lot smoother. So short version is, well, first I'm gonna explain what I tried to do before, and then that'd be easier to lead into how it now actually works. So, well, to go even further back, basically the big if statement that, between, the big if statement between, like, this is what the camera does when we're on the ground, this is what the camera does when we're in midair, and underwater is also the same. And, you know, they just do two different sets of camera calculations. And going between them, though, was an issue because, you know, it would instantly snap from one to the other. And trying to lerp that in different ways was, you know, being tricky. Cutting to the chase, we basically found a way to lerp between them in a way that worked and was smooth and didn't break significant, you know, parts of how those cameras needed to work. What we initially tried to do was having both bits of camera code running at the same time. So even if you're in midair, some of the ground camera code is running, and even if you're on the ground, some of the midair camera code is running to basically be like, oh, hypothetically, if we were on the ground or midair, here's where the camera would want to be. And then if we know those two spots, then be like, based on whether we're on the ground or midair, lerp between those two spots, kind of like, well, watch it. Well, the other, like, common way that you use lerp. So, like, when we talk about using, like, a lerp function, linear interpolation, it's kind of like two main ways that it's used. Thing one is if what you're changing you put in as thing A, and then thing that it wants to become, it basically does the effect of smoothly making this become this value, so it kind of, as it gets closer, then it, like, slows down, is the effect that has. The second common way that I actually do over here is you have thing A, thing B, and then you have a percentage between 0 and 1. There's like the influence of how much of these two things to use. So, you know, thing A, thing B, if this is 0, it'll use entirely this. If it's 1, it'll use entirely this. If this is 0.5, it'll, like, basically average these. It'll, you know, be 50-50 of, like, halfway in between, and so on, right? So, and then similar thing-ish for the rotation here. But basically, we calculate the ground camera position, we calculate the mid-air camera position, and then we have this ground-to-air camera slider that if I, you know, put it between 0 and 1, it sort of takes the influence of those calculations with the camera. Now, slight modification to that is that trying to have, like, the air camera code run when the player's on the ground wasn't working so well, but even worse, when we're in midair, trying to have the ground camera code run was not wanting to work, because they require certain things. Like, when the ground camera code requires, like, knowing information about the ground that we're currently on, which doesn't, you know, apply if we're in midair, and I tried to have, like, oh, just use universal vector theta up, which works in some cases, but not just with how, you know, our player is that, you know, is extra complicated with the whole, you know, being able to be all sideways and, you know, being in midair and not facing straight up or whatever, right? So it had problems. So we did instead that, I wasn't sure if it was going to work, and then somehow it kind of did, is we just, so when we're on the ground, we, you know, calculate some stuff. It's like, oh, here is where the camera would want to be if it's on the ground. The second that we become in midair, we don't wipe this value. Oh, over here. Well, rotation and position, but just gonna focus on position to explain this. We just keep what this value was. So basically, it's like the last time that we were on the ground, this was what the position was. So just use that, and then now we're calculating the air position, and then lerp between those. Smoothly go from one to the other of those. Which means that this ground camera position is like left behind as the player goes through the air. But because we very quickly, you know, lerp out of it to then entirely using, the, you know, mid-air camera stuff. And then the second we hit the ground, mid-air camera does the same thing, where this mid-air camera position is like saved as the last thing that it was, and immediately the ground camera position starts calculating again of where it should be, and we smoothly go between them. Yeah, it just works nicely. It works well. And I have slightly different speeds that we actually, going from mid-air to ground, is slightly, it goes slightly faster than going from ground to in mid-air. It does do a kind of cool thing. If I put this a lot lower, and then let it compile and then go into the game. Camera sort of does this, where it kind of, you can see more of the camera kind of being left behind before it follows, which kind of looks cool in some circumstances. And I might still, you know, mess with the value, but yeah, I need to make sure that you can actually, like, there's a balance between looking cool and being functional. And there's some utility to be able to see where you're going faster. There's part of why the camera is how it is, with this whole, like, it switches to following behind the player, is, I'm still trying to figure out how exactly I want mid-air controls, and, like, if what I have now is along the lines of what I like, or if I'm eventually going to radically change it, but we'll see. But this whole, like, being behind the player, and you can kind of, like, lean, turn, sort of, to, you know, kind of change-ish where you're going. You can't angle up, though. That's the thing we had to turn off. You couldn't, like, you know, go down and back up and from the turning. You can only turn if it's not putting you up. You can turn towards the ground faster. But yeah, anyways. So that's a whole thing. Anyways, that's some camera stuff that I've improved. A bunch of other, like, little small things. Oh, I just realized I didn't finish a second ago when I was changing this player stick controller. Additional thing I meant to put in here was that, like, if we're already in the state that that we're trying to change into, then do nothing. So that changes. Like, the ground thing is going to every frame be like, hey, we're on the ground. And this thing's going to be like, cool, we're not doing anything about that. Current play state, current player state is equal to new state. Then just return. I also can do an extra thing that's not as necessary here. I could hypothetically do it going between midair and underwater, but I could also I could have some code that, like, can actually look at, this is the new state, this was the old state, and then have special extra things if we're specifically going between state A and B. Like, specifically going from on ground to underwater, if that's different from going from midair to underwater, I can hypothetically do extra stuff. I don't think I need to set that up right now. I do notice that, like, if we go from midair to underwater, this stuff doesn't need to change, but that's stuff I'm not too worried about right now, because that's also test stuff anyway, that there will need to be some animation changes when we go from in-ground to underwater, but we'll get to that. Which, in terms of this big test level that we're messing around with, that eventually I want to, you know, make more improvements to. That I put my random counter of the stream to, like, yeah, if I make big new modifications or additions to this test level, we might start doing some of that today, just to build more specific scenarios that I want to test out, making sure that the player is capable of doing certain things, or even stuff that the player isn't capable of doing. If I want to specifically define a wall that's from here to here, the player should not be able to reach that, or whatever. And that's a two-sided thing of, like, we figure out, like, what do I want to actually happen, like, deciding that kind of thing. Like, you know, a gap that's this far apart should be a gap the player's incapable of making, and then actually changing the physics and whatever to make that actually happen, and doing that to make all of our different test cases work. Yeah, it's gonna be complicated. Some parts of this, I have a better vision in mind for what specifically I want than others. You know, like specific exact speeds or whatever, you know, that's stuff we're going to continue to fine tune, or exactly how fast the player should fall and like even just stuff like this, like, so when we're on this surface and there's a wall like over there, do I want the player to be able to, well, not do that, is for one. Do I want the player to be able to, with enough fine tuning and physicsy, do I want them to be able to cross like to this side and now they're on this wall? Do I want like a 90-degree flip like that to be possible? And if so, how hard should it be? Should the physics be modified so that's more hard or impossible, or should the physics be modified so that's easier to do? I don't know. That's the things I gotta figure out and decide. And going from being on a wall like this to up there, hypothetically, do I want that? Well, I definitely want it to be possible. Do I want it to be, you know, how easy or hard should that be? And if a player is doing a common player thing of just holding forward, you know, how should that happen? Right now, if you hold forward, you kind of just go back in a loop. And should that be how that works? Or if you're holding forward, should you... Oh, wow. By stopping, it actually kind of... By stopping, should we, you know, kind of like... Or by holding forward, should we definitely, like, make it up here? And also not overshoot it, right? I don't know. If we're holding forward and hypothetically, you know... not that. Hold on. If we're holding forward and that effectively causes this behavior where I was trying to overshoot it, but like if we, you know, overshoot it, like how far should we go with it, all that? I don't know. One big thing that's missing from all of this player stuff that existed at one point and then was temporarily taken away, and not gonna be something we can just uncomment code and bring back, something we're gonna have to kind of like remake functional, is the fact that when you go downhill, you're supposed to go faster. You know, the whole momentum thing. Right now, a lot of the momentum code is kind of turned off as we were just figuring out all the midair things. Oh, also, these bumps used to be more of an issue, I'd say. They, with some of the camera smoothing that we did, look at how, like, it's less weird to go over these. The camera doesn't, like, I mean, when we're on like this, the camera, you know, becomes like this. Because there's smoothing to it, the camera doesn't immediately in one frame snap to this angle. It's great. It's so nice for the camera to be more functional. It still has ways to go, but it's, you know, gone leaps and bounds above where it started. Anyway. Oh, so even stuff like this, right? Like, if I fly off this, at, you know, whatever angles. Hold on. Just a second ago, I flew off at an angle that I almost hit the stairs over that way. I gotta, like, fine-tune... Like, to some degree, this is a very physicsy-based game. There's gonna be some amount of physicsy jank. I think that's unavoidable. But the question is more gonna be, how much do I want to allow? And, you know, what do I want to have to be a thing that's required for the player to be able to do? Such as, you know, if, as part of some level, you hypothetically had to go up some kind of ramp like this. And like, oh, I want to be on top of that. You know, launch off to the side like this and land on here. And like, is that a thing I want? Right now we are, and if I want that kind of thing, you know, fine-tune exact figurative jump heights and move speeds and all that kind of stuff. A lot of fine-tuning will be required for this. Also, right now, I'm aware that this is a thing. If I try to go down, oh, interesting that the zooming does that. This will not be a thing that's able to happen in the normal game, in theory, because thing we also still have to do at some point and have been really putting off is that this whole going on just anywhere that you can, anywhere your wheel can go, you can move. It's supposed to be speed dependent, right? If you stop moving, normal gravity should kick in and you should fall off down to that ground. Right now, it's just easier to test a lot of this stuff with that not being a thing. Although maybe sooner than later I should program it and then have it be an easy toggle I can turn on and off. But like right now it doesn't even exist. Although like just putting in universal gravity based on speed doesn't sound too bad. But I imagine that introducing problems that might be tricky to solve. Such as if we're on a wall like this and this gravity starts to, like, I stop moving, gravity kicks in and I start falling. How easy it is to like fall a little bit and then like, immediately re-stick onto the wall because I'm now falling with some speed. Like, I don't know how that should work. And Also with going down, making you go faster, trying to make that work while also making sure that loop-to-loops and going up walls is still possible is a thing. You know, gonna be tricky. As I've said, I don't just want to like universally apply gravity down at all times to, you know, have downhill momentum be a thing. Not necessarily anyway. I want that if you're going up, we're gonna cheat and you do not lose speed going up. Or even just like along walls or whatever. As long as you're moving, you don't really lose speed because of, you know, going uphill. But going downhill makes you gain more speed. Possibly to some maximum. Probably wouldn't be infinite if you're going downhill, hypothetically. But, roughly speaking, up, you don't lose speed. Down, you gain speed. So making those two things work together nicely. Like, in theory, it doesn't sound that crazy difficult. I just gotta, like, look at our velocity. And if we're on the ground and going downhill, add extra velocity, I guess. Like, yeah, that makes sense. One cool benefit of that'll be interesting is, when we're doing a loop-to-loop like this, I guess, like, well, you know, something flashy like this, the fastest thing to do would just be to cut through it. Unless there's, like, a little wall here, or, like, whatever actual gameplay type things I do. Such as, like, maybe there is, like, the loop isn't like this. There's, like, more, you know, it's a more corkscrew thing that you can't just go between, so you actually have to do the loop. Like, that could be a thing. But also, by doing the loop, if, you know, didn't lose any speed, but then going downhill, then I'm gaining a lot of speed, you know, then that could be a worthwhile thing to, well, like, maybe not for a loop as big as this, but maybe for, like, a tiny loop, doing a little, the idea that, like, there being, like, mini loops in the environment, and that's a thing that you can use to just get a little bit more speed, sounds conceptually neat, if that, like, the physics can work that way, or even, like, just a, you know, a hill like this, just, actually flying off this, which, this here is something that I gotta figure out is, a long time ago, I set up the, like, this goalpost thing when we were first, like, making, our new revised player or whatever, and I'm still, now with, like, the physics, you know, continuously changing or whatever, I got to figure out, what do I want the jump heights to be? Like, okay, so, okay, this isn't a true 3D platformer, you can't, as I said, there's no jump button, but you can indeed fly through the air, so the equivalent of jump heights or whatever, basically, yeah, like, if I fly off this, is, like, this current distance that I go, is that how far I should go from something like that? Then, you know, going down a hill like this, how much more that should launch me, you know, things I gotta figure out. Also, keeping in mind, like, you know, the ramifications that could have. I have to be careful that, like, if the player can gain a lot of speed and can, you know, go off a tiny ramp and launch really, really, really far, and also if they have a lot of mid-air control, I have to be careful of how that could disastrously break the game, and, you know, gain a bit of speed, go off a ramp, launch across half the level, unless I put up invisible walls, or make the levels absolutely massive, just to have them not be broken, and, you know, that, there's pros and cons to all the different decisions I could make with this kind of stuff. Also, yeah, right, as I said before, a lot of the momentum stuff is kind of gone right now. Is there still same direction momentum? A little bit, but I think it's toned down a lot. I want it to be a thing that, you know, the longer you're sort of moving without stopping, you start to gain more and more speed. Oh, also, and eventually we're gonna have hazards in here, right? That's a whole other thing. Oh, right, yes. I mean, let me turn on controller for more, you know, I can, you know, more fine-tuned, you know, movement or whatever. I should pretty much make sure that, like, any obstacle that I want to have is, like, doable with keyboard and mouse, but obviously, you know, you get more refined movement with controller, be able to move in all the directions. That's just a thing that you get. But if, so, well, this was just like a, you know, test of bumpy road, but hypothetically, this is like some hazard. It's like a minefield, and, you know, I had to navigate around it. Wow. I don't think I'd have stuff that's like this close together, but, I mean, hypothetically, you can go slow. Like, going slow is an option. You know, the trade-off of not getting hurt, but, where was I going with that? Oh, that, I gotta make sure that, oh, so right now, this is just like a playground of, it's just walls and walls, floors, and ceilings, and all that sort of stuff. A big part of what the game isn't just navigating environment, it's obstacles and hazards and all that. So we eventually throw some hazards in here, seeing you know, how well a lot of these environments work with hazards and what kind of situations I want to make sure that the player code is able to support, is able to handle, and that it's not super hard and complicated to get around certain hazards that should be easy or whatever, right? So like hypothetically, let's say if this is like a minefield, I want to like go around or whatever, and like if the player is too fast and the movement is too like touchy, then navigating around like you know tightly packed together close hazards could be a problem. They're too spaced apart, like that could be a problem. I gotta be careful with like, so I want the player to have momentum, but I also want the controls to be snappy, which right now they kind of are, except there's not, you know, enough momentum as much as there should be. Also, like, how the player should behave just going perfectly along straight ground versus the whole, you know, dealing with slopes and stuff and whatnot. You may notice also, actually, a thing that's, well, been a thing for a while, I think, is that I can go off a slight bump like this and not have the mid-air code freak out. There is how far the raycast happens that like determines how we're on the ground goes like a little bit past the wheel just to be extra safe with it. And that helps like on these bumpy walls. Like, well, this wasn't meant to be bumpy. It's just a random test thing. The model didn't isn't quite. I don't actually know why it's as bumpy as it is, and I tried to like have it not be, but. You know, oh well, I guess. It is kind of a test that, like, if you had a bumpy wall like this, just because you hit a small bump, you don't immediately, fall off the wall. I want to be more in the player's favor for sticking on surfaces. I don't want to go on a slight bump and fall off. If I want that to be the case, it should be a pretty significant, like, bump or, like, a ramp upside down kind of thing. Or, you hit a hazard, and so you spin out and then fall off the wall, that kind of a thing. So, like, having this, just that, like, you can go off a surface a little bit and still get kind of magnetized to it. Yeah, that's a thing I want to be in the player's favor. So that's a thing. Anyways, so I've been doing a lot of rambling. I guess I gotta figure out, like, okay, what do I want to do next? A lot of, like, little things I can do. Well, so, like, one thing is just that the last, like, while we've been mostly focusing on the camera. I mean, some of the stuff with getting mid-air character stuff to begin with, but we're doing a lot of like camera messing around with. I think even though the camera needs more work potentially, a lot of that is just in relation to like some of the jankiness with the camera will be improved as we improve with the player, I think. So we're gonna be transitioning a bit away from the camera for a bit now and focusing more on the player if we're able to, assuming that we don't change stuff with the player and then have the camera just completely break. Yeah, and then so there's stuff with like, things in midair, like the whole like walls and being on ceilings and all that we gotta fine tune, and then also just normal being on flat ground or slight bumpy ground that we gotta figure out improvement stuff for. And, this is the kind of thing that I gotta, make sure is good now, because once we start making real levels, it's gonna be a lot harder to change move speeds and jump heights at that point. It just, it just will be. So, I also haven't looked at the true player code in a while. A couple streams ago is when we made this like midair and underwater code. Do I want to make a quick like area off to the side that's meant to represent water, just to have somewhere for this underwater code to like exist? It's very low priority. I think my time would be better spent getting normal the player move stuff to work good and flawlessly and all that sort of stuff. Hypothetically, it'd be cool to get to the point where the player's more actually polished and actually has a model and animations and having the wheel actually spin again. Even just if we eventually have the character actually lean again, our very old player actually did lean when you moved. That might have some bits that make that tricky with how some of the camera code is dependent on what way the player is facing, but I might be able to. So it's like the player game object that on the left there that's doing the the main leaning for this. If I then have the child like unicycle pivot have extra lean for visual purposes, like that should be fine. That like the player code won't break from that. So like that might be a thing that I have, as long as the colliders and stuff all work with that. I did notice that when I have this mid-air model, the collider doesn't actually match this, but it's like close. Like if I have this is the collider with like the guy in the unicycle, his legs are sticking out. It's potentially fine, or but I could potentially modify it, or I could have a modified collider when it's in midair. That's stuff that's not as important at the moment, but we'll see. We'll get there. So, okay. So what are we doing? So I player movement. I haven't looked at this code properly in like a while, and there's lots of things that we commented out that I don't know how much I want to just like start over with on some of these commented out bits, or actually try to like salvage it if it's worth salvaging. Unsure. This this was some debug drawing to the screen stuff when I was testing things with the player's forward direction and like input redirection and that kind of stuff. That we're gonna, you know, keep there if I need some of it, but I'm not gonna delete it. But I'm not gonna comment it right now. I see lots of remnants of, you know, things that kind of used to be a thing with this, like air momentum bonus and current downhill bonus. See, that was partially a thing. Line to ground had this other rotation things that's now being used by this. I think it's, actually, before I just delete stuff blindly, this was a turn rotation from 2 rotation, transfer to up, ground normal. Yeah, this is a thing that turned us towards the ground that is now replaced by all this stuff. This I'm fine to delete. Yeah. Oh, this is the only other big bit of, on this air bonus. We don't use this anymore, right? At all. Oh, no, we do use it there. Yeah. But, well, the player midair thing doesn't use that. It has this bit of this potential, like, falling down time of, like, the longer we're in midair, gravity essentially gets stronger, which I don't know to what degree I want that, or if that's the way that I want to implement it. One thing that's happened with a lot of this player code is I've been, you know, taking some stuff with the, like, player rigid body things, and what am I trying to say? I've been doing a lot of manual physics that might be unnecessary, in just that I've been doing a lot of, like, I used to have a function that was manually applying drag or whatever, and I swapped that out for just using regular drag. Had to do some slight modifying to it, but it seems right now it's working fine enough. Now, I used to have, like, reasons for doing that with just stuff with how the player worked. Now that the player's changed more, especially with the mid-air code, and that those are more separated, I can have more different functionality when the player's on ground and mid-air. Could be a thing I can readdress and then find better actual solutions for. Oh, Vanberg, hi, hello, Gromy Domi, hello, hi, welcome to the stream. Hi. We are, yeah, we're working on my game, Handyman with the Unicycle, and it's going well. Made some modifications between last stream and now, and as you can see, well, graphically things are looking a bit different just because I changed the colors of my test environment just to spice things up a bit, just for fun. But yeah, the camera, again, all this still needs a lot of work, but camera's way less janky now. It's actually more smooth in how it transitions between the mid-air camera and the ground camera. Made another temporary model of, like, the player in that, like, flying through the air state, to better represent, well, it's still, like, a very, like, temporary test thing. It better represents what I eventually want it to be in a more polished thing. Yeah, and things are, yeah, it's going well, but still got lots and lots of stuff to improve with it. I was not sure how to solve the issue with transforming the control flow graph into a format I could use nicely for code generation. Oh. I was thinking maybe I need to remove edges and make more high-level node types. Oh, no. I mean, if that's something you think might work for your situation, then go for it, I guess. I haven't done anything with graphs in, like, a while, and, like, the only times I did was in very specific school settings. No, wait, no, I did that with my tag game at one point. We were making a very meticulous manual waypoint system just for fun. Instead of using Unity's built-in navmesh stuff, we did a very manual thing. I did technically use a graph for that, sort of. Well, yeah, it was a bunch of nodes that were connected by lines, and yeah, that's that. Technically, if this does not count to the same degree, but over in this scene, technically, as far as programming speak goes, this is a graph of a bunch of nodes, vertices that mean things, and edges in between that have information going on. Although this is entirely a planning conceptual thing. This is me just blocking out ideas, essentially, and then to be filled in with actual geometry and hazards later. That with how the player code has been changing, we'll have to see how this, you know, translates, but we'll get there. Hopefully. I might have to, like, depending on the move speed, I might have to take this whole thing and, like, scale it up or scale it down a bit or whatever. I'm hoping I'm not going to have to modify entire sections too much or have this whole thing like fall apart. This might actually be a decent testing ground of when I think the player is better in terms of move speed and whatever. Well, we can't really dump them in this environment, but if I very briefly just try to, like, in the most minimal way possible, connect these little islands, maybe just testing, just running around here, maybe. I don't know. That might be easier said than done, because some of these are meant to represent, like, entire rooms that are, like, angled or whatever, or... Yeah, this is the thing we'll get to. We'll see if I want to actually, like, change some of the things that I've written, but I kind of want to try to just go off of exactly what I wrote here in these different spots and just try to make it work. We'll see. Anyway, yeah. Where over here? Is this the one that we're in? Yeah. This is the old one where you can see there was like one slight change here, was it? Yeah, oh, that thing. But that was like a backup scene. It's not really necessary at the moment, but anyway. Because the graph created from assembly looks different from higher level representations. Oh no, weird. Funky. Yeah, funky. Well, I have to say there. I noticed there's like a little bit of, when I'm in midair, if I'm trying to turn, kind of, when I'm, yeah, there's something being a little bit jittery there when I turn it, but I'm less concerned with that. Just the general, like, this and this is being perfectly smooth, and that's, like, good enough for me for now, for a long while. For example, node A has a condition that lets it go to node B or node C. Node B then has an unconditional jump to node D, which means node B is connected to node D. But in the high-level representation, node E is the else statement, and node B is connected to node D, which is the code that executed after the else, but in the high-level representation that isn't really connected. Okay, I kind of get what you're saying. Well, it is connected, but when generating it in order, it's not. Yeah, so no be unconditional jump to D. D goes to D, is connected to D, higher representation, no D is an else, no B is connected to D. So, yeah, well, okay, that's... wouldn't C also be connected to D in that case? Wouldn't it be like, A can go to B or C, but then both of them would go to D, because D is like the final, like, it's outside the if statement, what happens, you know, after the whole if statement is done? Or, may have misunderstanding that. So that maybe remove the edge so that it's easier to just return early. Oh, once you hit the edge of the graph, then it... had to return out of it? That's your no, D is the code that's executed after the else. So D is after the else. That's like outside of the if statement, or is that like the code that is to do with jumping back once the if statement is done? Is that what you mean, possibly? Unsure. Right. Yeah, D is always executed. So instead of removing the one edge, would you want to... Oh, so I want to generate it last. Interesting. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So, okay, so what am I actually doing here? I'm just running around randomly. It is cool that just, I don't know. It's cool that my movement is more, well, still needing lots of tweaking, and hopefully we can, you know, get it to be better. It is cool just to have it be more functional in the first place. It is really getting there and will be cool. But, like, now... Like, rather than before, there was obvious things that were broken. It was like, obviously, you know, the camera jitters really weirdly. When I do this, the camera snaps funkily. So, like, had to smooth it out. Now where I'm at with, like, I'm essentially having to, you know, find the fun. Find, you know, the right combination of move speeds and gravity. And, you know, how far does going off a ramp take you? In terms of, like, how much momentum do you get from going down ramps and all that, and how far can that make you fly? I gotta find, like, what values feel the most fun, and also the most replicatable, easiest to pull off as a player to, you know, do certain things, like, you know, getting on this wall, and, I don't know, what shouldn't be allowed, kind of, and making sure the player can't just, like, launch across the map super easily and, you know, break levels, and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, so, I haven't looked at, I haven't gone that in-depth in all this player input code in a while, so I think that might be what I gotta do. I don't actually know what my focus is. Part of me wants to, like, just look at, like, so player is here. If I do nothing but hold forward, is that how much distance I should get off that ramp for, like, basically nothing before it? Do I want to... I had this, like, these, like, goalpost things kind of set up here from a while ago. Whether I... Actually, I think at one point I legitimately did want, like, going off this should only land, like, here. But then gradually over time, we've made the player, like, faster and faster. There's also that if I go off a ramp and I'm holding nothing versus if I go off a ramp and then am holding backwards. Well, okay, not like that, though. Like that. You know, the differences between those and how significant they should be or whatever if I'm holding sideways. That's a thing there. The fact that I could go off the ramp here and land way over there, like... I do think, yeah, moving to the side is kind of more... Yeah, that's the whole thing I still have to fine-tune. Like, how much mid-air control should there be? Should there be more? Should there be less? There's pros and cons to both of them. In platformers, it is nice to have mid-air control, because you can, like, you know, actually guide yourself on where you're going. It's cool to do stuff like that. On the other hand, if you have too much air control, it can break levels significantly and make them too easy. I've considered the idea of, like, effectively disabling input when you're in midair. You go, and in theory, like, that is the most consistent, but it, you know, having the least amount of control and maybe not, you know, landing where you want to end up. But, you know, going up all that angle and getting here, you know, makes sense. There's all, like, whether I want to, well, change how exactly I'm handling how I do input. Right now, it's kind of like, as far as looking at the screen, kind of, you know, you're leaning up, down, left, right. Better represented by if I set the player to thinking that they're... move them up and pretend that you're underwater, which is, as far as the code... okay, it's working. As far as the code concerned, being underwater is effectively being in midair without gravity, and it's slower. But currently, this is kind of what the midair code is like in terms of turning. It's just, well, it's a lot more cut down with being in air. Obviously, you can't do loop-de-loops. But yeah, hypothetically, this is how I want underwater to control. Well, we'll see if I end up making it faster or whatever. I think that's the thing. I have to wait until I make an actual proper, like, test environment with having some hazards and see, you know, how I want weaving around that stuff to work. Also, I think if I run into stuff, it kind of, yeah, it doesn't love that. That's a thing to figure out how I want that to behave. Oh, it'd be kind of cool if, like, if you hit a wall, if the player automatically, like, pushed off it and, like, not just, like, turned like that, but full on, like, 180, like, bounced off a wall in a way that's like them hitting it and, like, jumping off of it. That'd be kind of cool. That's a hypothetical, more polished thing, but, yeah, not super important at the moment. Oh, hold on, I guess it's, because when generating the code, I see the if statement, I reach the, I generate the code that's inside of it, then I reach the unconditional jump that leads to node D, but I shouldn't generate that code before generating node C, so I thought it was easier to have the if statement have all the edges, but I don't know. In any case, I need some kind of data let me know in which order to generate the code. And also I need to be aware that some of the jumps may not belong to a higher level structure in case some jumps may not belong to a higher level structure in case my algorithm fails and goes undetected. In that case, it also needs to be known. Maybe I could make the node type just be if end, because it's the end of the if, but I don't know, honestly, just need to figure out how to transition the data so that I can solve these issues. So one thing I just realized that I thought of with your whole if else thing is that you're only going to go inside of one block, right? But you're going to test the others. What if you had, like, so maybe I'm completely like I'm gonna be very way off, but just idea that I had that might be maybe relevant to your thing or might be missing the mark completely. Let's say you have your node A that's like the beginning of what you said. There's like defining that the if statement kind of exists, or well, actually, hold on. What did you say that node A was? Let's go. Hold on. Where was? You generate the code that's set to I see. Wait. Generate the code I see in the if statement. Yeah, it defines the condition is an if statement. Yeah. So what if you had, like, what if you split up the tests that, like, I don't know what you call, hold on, Let me find any if statement. The, like, test of whether to do the if statement is separated from the inside of what the block actually is. So somehow, like, you know, B is the test that's in the if statement. Let's say C is the test that's in an else if. D is the test that's in another, you know, else if. And then, you know, E is an else or something. Hold on. Oops. Hold on. And then if B is like, oh, you know, go inside the thing, then you have over here, what I guess, well, F, if I guess the letters aren't really symbolic of an order here. F, G, H, I guess I, and then I'm gonna put, you know, I guess J over here. Whoops. Hold on. I got those circles. Hold on. Getting there to my point. I thought I'd be able to draw this faster, but oh well. Oh, no, not that. That line is incorrect. Hold on. And then, and wah. What if it was something like this that was like, so defining that the if statement exists, this is your if, this is, that's like, you know, if this if is true, then it goes to this is the block inside, and then it goes to your end thing that, like, returns or whatever. And, you know, if this isn't true, then it goes to this, and this is the if-else testing or whatever. And if that's true, then this is the block inside that if-else, and then it goes to here. And if that's not true, it goes to this if-else, and then over here, well, I guess if it was an else, then it wouldn't need this necessarily. It would go maybe just straight to this, because an else doesn't have a test, but, like, yeah, I don't know if that helps at all, but, then, the expression, yeah, and then, F is always executed, yes, J is always in your case, yeah, so then J is, like, the returning out of that block or something. I don't know if anything like that, I could be completely wrong, I have no idea, no. The idea of separating the, if, the expressions and then what's in the block and doing that sequentially, I don't know if that would, work for doing that. I don't know. Thought I'd put that idea out there. Oh god, where is he gone? Oh no. Why is oh interesting that, well, yeah, that's not supposed to happen, but why is that happening? Turning the mid-air camera left and right is, you know, having that jitter. I'm not overly concerned. I mean, well, actually, let me just have a quick peek. If it's a quick thing, then it's gonna be this camera, and it's gonna be dealing with this stuff. This time's fixed delta time. Wait, didn't I have some stuff in an update function here? This is getting mouse input or right stick input, and this changes horizontal angle, but that shouldn't be affecting that much, or maybe it is actually, unsure. Let me just test something real quick. Not there, hold on. I'm supposed to put input more in an update function, but, let me just to test the thing real quick. In mid-air code, right before this gets applied, let me just dump this here and just, I want to see what happens. Hypothetically. It's slower because fixed update runs less often, I guess, but hypothetically, okay, that's, I don't want to run that in fixed update, though. There's probably a way to do that better, but for now, I'm not going to worry about it. I'll multiply stuff by time scale. It's more the horizontal thing there. I take the input and then I do something like that. I don't know. Okay, not my concern as much at the moment. We'll come back to it. It is technically functional, and it's not as, like, it's not that jittery. I want to focus more on the player at the moment, the player themselves, and more on the ground, and then right when we go in midair. Oh, I still have the underwater thing on. Let me turn that off. Anyways, what was I? Oh. Interesting. If we start, that's a whole. How was that? Oh, if we start in midair, what? Actually, don't know what did that necessarily. Actually, let me just test something. I'm curious. If I start in midair, in the midair state, this should behave properly, right? Kind of. We fall a little bit slow. I'm less concerned about that also. That's... If we start on the ground, then this should all fix itself. Like, it behaves properly, yeah. Anyway. Jitter click? Yeah. There does be an amount of jitter around here, always. Yeah, the goal is just how there be eventually less of it. Is this? Like that, it's fine. Anyway, it's alright. So, what am I trying to test? Okay, so, like, player input stuff like this. I don't know. I'm trying to, like, I don't know. The problem with this, I don't, like, I don't know what I want out of this exactly. Easier to define some other, thing. Obviously, well, that camera jitter or whatever. Easy solution there. I can see what I want of that is, to turn and have it not be jittery or whatever. With this, like, what exactly do I want jump height to be? And by default with, like, going at this ramp with no prior momentum, how far we can go with that, versus if we actually had a, running start and then, did it and hypothetically go a lot further. And then also, going down one of these and then launching off a ramp and all of that, like, out of all of that, then what should be our absolute maximum speed that we can launch? It's a whole thing. Yeah, I don't know. It's okay. Like, okay. What I should do to start is just like I haven't gone through all this movement code in a while, and we cut out a bunch of it and moved it over to here. And this is our midair code. It's nice. I can kind of treat them a bit separately. Yeah, I think I start by just having to quickly just go through, remind myself how a lot of this even worked in the first place because it's been a while since we touched it. A lot of these variables are also a bit messy and things might be cut out of here, put in other scripts, or like, this falling code, that's not as much relevant to the move script, more the midair stuff, but, okay, so we start by this applying custom drag thing that used to be doing manual drag, and I instead just change it to, change it to just, like, actually using proper rigid body drag. This does not, actually, none of this needs to run every frame. Technically, this should be running, this should be part of, like, the player state controller thing as something that runs once. Cleaning up some of that code, actually just making this less monstrous with stuff that doesn't happen would actually be beneficial, because if I'm going through this to have to try and read it and figure out what's even going on in the first place, that'd be, beneficial. So actually, is there any way to... Actually, how would I want to do this? Either I, from here, go like, if I have, do I ever visit the player's rigid body? I think the player ground, player ground is the model for that. That is not good naming there, but just to temporarily work with it, just go player, move is the thing I have, .instance, also player move should be like player ground at some point. A lot of things to be cleaned up and renamed, but like once things are more working. Player instance I have a reference to the RB there, which sure. Drag equal, I could go drag equals player move instance is it drag custom drag coefficient? That name is also more clunky than it needs to be now. The point I was getting at, either I could have this here and have it be as part of the change state stuff, or I could have some public function in here that's like switch to ground and then it does that. And which would I prefer? Saying it aloud, I think it actually would be better being in here, but like tucked away at the bottom. Yeah, would be the cleaner thing to have the player ground code actually handle the stuff related to it. So public void switch to ground or something. I don't know. And then this should actually, well, then I can just paste all these in here. That would be the best thing. Because also, I guess the less that I need a lot of this player stuff exposed might be the better. I mean, there's some things that are not, a bit of an inevitable that I need other scripts to reference unless I want to make a lot of public functions and getter, etc. nonsense, but oh well. Okay, now this can then just have instance dot what did I just call the function? Set to ground. Why are you? Oh, because you're not, this is a, no, wait, where are you? Switch to ground. That was it. You know, it helps if you type the right thing. And then likewise, I should make a switch to midair and a switch to underwater or whatever. Yeah, while I'm at this. Switch to midair, I guess. Oh, we're telling guys, hello, hi, welcome, welcome, and lerp, yes, can do. I see that. Funny when you redeem multiple things at once. It takes its time to get to having the next one go, but you know, oh well. Also, yeah, I can imagine this function, putting more stuff in it later. Like right now, it's just setting the drag stuff, but I could see expanding this to do a lot more, especially with animation stuff. Actually, I think of that far ahead. Yeah, no, this definitely is the better call. Okay, so we're gonna copy this, put it here. Oh, yeah. Blam, and switch to midair. But also, yeah, hello. Lurit, well, I edit stuff. Cool. Best of luck with that. Look, things are a little bit different now. Wow. I changed the colors just to like it's functionally the same. It's just, I don't know, switching things up a bit. But also, the player, compile errors, hold on, I was gonna show the things, that I can't do that, well, the code don't work. Did I not just put this function over here? I didn't save, you know, that's an important thing. Customer, oh, yeah, that works. And then the underwater one is also gonna have, blah, nope. Hold on, I will show things, and then, in a minute. Oh, this should have, yeah, swap that for that. Angular drag equals custom drag coefficient. Actually, things to the proper things. And then blang, and then blang, and then blang, and then, then you guys don't need to be here. Cool. And then this doesn't need to be here. That just simplifies regular stuff that's happening every frame on our player and all that a little bit. What is your problem that you're not referencing the right thing? And you know what I really should do? I've been putting this off. Let me actually rename this guy to player ground, because that's way more applicable than just player move. I like the warm toes better. Yeah, it's be funky. No, why? What? That, references broke somewhere. Somehow. I didn't think, wait, from what? From how? Oh, what? I thought renaming this was gonna be fine. Usually it is. Hold on, let me just back up. Will you let me undo? Oh, God. Hold on, back up. Undo that. Player move. Are you fine? You gonna be good? Yes. No. Why? Hold on. Why? I must ask. I didn't... Normally that doesn't break things like that. Please tell me you can just kind of like... no. Why are you doing this? How about don't? Okay, we're just gonna kind of... re-put in the... I have no idea what happened, why that happened, but okay. See, this is one thing that Adri addressed, that like the code currently requires some of these variables to be that massive. That shouldn't be the case at all. So that's things to readdress and see if I can get the same stuff working with numbers not being that massive. This and unicycle pivots there. I have no idea what just happened, but that's, I guess we can work with it. Cool. Oh, you're not... Oh, hold on. Gotta apply it to... yeah, a bunch of other stuff to apply. Why? Contains invalid script. Can you not? What happened? Why did all of that happen? Okay. Just roll with it. If I apply you and then on you, can you... we mean that you are... Okay, and then this, and then blam. Sure. Good job breaking the things. Yeah, I don't usually. Okay, so well, I did all that after having undone breaking the thing. So player move. Where it's here. If I rename you to player ground, then you should, like... It's gonna, like, think it break the reference because of this. But now if I manually go in and, I don't know, do it manually, maybe you'll be more fine with it. I now have to, like, well, then you right-click and rename, and it can usually save time. But if it's gonna... Usually it doesn't break stuff, but I don't know if... Anything to do with it being a public variable broke anything? Why are you... Wait, why do you still say that? What is going on? Oh, no, it didn't probably recompile. See, now I gotta replace so many. Fine. But I just search for this, and then we'll... Actually, I can do a search and replace. That's not so bad. I don't want to blind search and replace, because I could... gotta make sure I don't switch the wrong things. Oh, there's a lot of... Oh, so much code I haven't touched in a million years. Come on, with code I have touched, actually, recently. Okay, you good? You good now? Please be. Player fall respawn. Oh, that's what that was. Okay. Yeah. Anyways, if this wants to compile, not yet. Oh, it's not ready yet. I don't know why it didn't. I don't know. Okay, whatever. Well, okay. Why is there so many? Well, I know why there's so many because this is a big, complicated script that's used by a lot of things. Although a lot of what this is now 76. What do you mean? No. Wait. Wait, but why did a second... Why was I was... How come the search and replace didn't... I don't know what's going on. I don't know why everything's being, like, as broken as can be at the moment. Player, move, whole word, encapsulate, whatever, like that. I don't want to do a blind replace all. Like, I could try pressing replace all. I don't want to do that because, you know, breaking stuff. Okay, why is... These are what we're going to do real quick. Why... No, well, okay, I didn't mean to close all tabs there, but hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Okay, this and then this, and please just, there we go. It's replacing stuff inside of comments. I'm gonna hope that that's fine. Okay, well, so much for, like, a quick, like, oh, this thing I've been putting off to rename the thing. Okay, now are you probably... It's probably fine. I just want to, like, be glancing loosely at what's being replaced. I didn't think there would actually be this many. I forgot that a lot of this is our old player move code. I thought that it wouldn't rename a lot of this stuff. Or I thought a lot of this was referencing our player move old or whatever. Okay, you good? And now I just go through and save. Oh, missed that one. Save. Are we good now? Please? Just compile. What do you mean there's more? Why did it... What are you talking about? Okay, I might... I want to just, like, undo now and go back to things that work. I don't know what happened. But, like, okay. Okay, now... Are you good now? That was a lot. I don't understand why it keeps thinking that it's done, but then it's not done, and then... Oh, because this needs to save. Weird. Okay, you good? You calm down? Your reference? Whatever? I don't know. Okay, anyways, that aside, let's move on. Excuse me? Why? Nothing... I renamed a script. Well, now it's fixed itself? Why? Oh, I have an idea why. Oh, I have 0 drag until I hit the ground. Oh, I know what... Okay, I know what did that. It's fine. I know it did that. That's all good. Okay, that's not... That wasn't from the renaming at all. That was... I made what I thought was a tiny, insignificant change, and then that actually broke stuff, and then I renamed the thing, and then that... Yeah, unbroke. Okay. Close up with this, whatever, all that other stuff gone. Okay, what I wanted to do... That's player ground check, not player ground. Which are different things. There's even, like, this is the code that even deals with, like, going on walls and stuff. So it's not, like, ground, but it's, like, well, ground enough. Whatever, it's fine. It could be ground move, player move ground. It's a name, it's fine. What I changed, though, was this custom drag stuff. Is that was applying every frame when it didn't need to be. Now it's here, but it now doesn't run on start. So on start, actually, ooh, how would I... Sorry, not there. Actually, in ground check, this has the call to change state. I need to... How do I want to do this? I guess we're going to start in the ground state. Probably. I was about to say, just on start, I could call change state ground, but that doesn't, like... if we're already in the ground state, it's like, if we're changing state, we're already in, then, like, whatever. But if I have to start in the midair state, and then have it start calling it on ground state, maybe that would work. But I worry about that having weird first frame behavior. I'd rather start in the ground state and be proper in the ground state. Okay, for temporary thing, we're just gonna do this. And have it be fine. Probably. Maybe. We'll see. Anyways, that might mess up things also if I then as a temporary thing try to start in the like underwater state or something. Whatever, it's fine. Anyway, back to being working. I meant to, like, 10 minutes ago, be like, hey, look, this is what the game be looking like at the moment. Our flying through the air is doing things that it should be. And the player, actually, I made a new model, kind of, sort of. Why is F not working? Okay. This guy, look at him flying through the air, the happy little boy. He is without mustache now, but that's okay. You can actually see his smile, so, yeah. I didn't even change the face. Just behind that mustache was that smile the whole time. Anyway, but yeah, he's actually has an actual, like, flying through the air thing that's equally as temporary as him being not a real boy. But it's a better placeholder that communicates what I eventually want it to be, rather than him just being, like, randomly, like, sideways in midair. He's actually, the unicycle goes where the velocity goes, but then he is looking where he's going, kind of. Anyway, and it'll look extra cool when it's polished, in theory, hypothetically. Okay, so, okay, back to what I was actually doing, now that, everything broke and then we unbroke things. Our player code is... I'm going to go back through it and figure out what I'm doing in regards to momentum and stuff, because I don't know. The whole, like, I'll repeat again, like, yeah, I see the view count going up and down as people are coming in and leaving or whatever. Trying to figure out what I best want out of jump heights. I say in quotation marks, because usually when you talk about jump heights, like, in Mario, how high and far does he jump? We don't jump, but we have speed and we go off ramps. Technically, ramps of different angles. I've been exclusively using this. I think there's a 30-degree ramp. That's not 45. I think it's like 30 or something. Anyway, gotta make different ramps of different sizes and do testing with all that, hypothetically. But, deciding, like, okay, what should the player's speed be, basic moving around, and when you go off a ramp, how far should you be able to go? On one hand, flying fast and far is cool. On the other hand, being able to just fly across the map is not good for, not having broken levels. Or, not wanting to put, like, invisible walls everywhere, or... be able to have exterior levels at all, rather than only, like, interior things or whatever. Or even just, if I have interior levels, I don't want to be able to necessarily break it by, like, going around a corner and then, like, going somewhere I don't want you to be, and then just going up and around the whole level or something across the ceiling. You go along ceilings when I want you to go across ceilings. So I gotta, make sure that be all good. It is the case. I can't just, like, go up any wall. I gotta, like, have the speed to do so. And then also, as I've said many times, I'll say it again, if you aren't moving, you're gonna fall off the wall. Maybe I do make that sooner than later. That might make some testing easier to see what's possible and what isn't. I don't know. I kind of want to just focus on the pure, like, being on ground, moving forward, how far should that go, and then, backing up, making a thing maybe without the ramp, going forward, having some speed, how far do you go, and then going down a big old ramp into thing, building up a lot of speed, how far do you go? I kind of just want to focus on that stuff, but without breaking everything we've made so far. And some of that's going to be dealing with the ground code of the speed we have up until we get to being in midair, and some of that's going to be dealing with the midair code of how we... Oh, that's the old... This is the very old lean code. Actually, wait, do I still have... Hold on. Unimportant. I want to see if I can find... Ooh, hold on. We might grab a thing just for funsies. Where is, Player Lean Move Old 2. Love that name. Where is Spin Wheel Encounter Pedestals? Is that... Where is that buried exactly? Their test are done. Where was lean? No, this is the thing I was just in. Okay, I want to find something real quick. Oh, it was down there. I just didn't see it. If I steal these real quick and then go like this and then dump this way down here just as a test thing, and then I go, oh, you don't have, oh, well, hold on. Basically, I want to see if I can quickly make the wheels functional and have them actually spin while we're moving. It'd be cool conceptually. I was hoping I could just kind of copy, paste, and have it work. Turn speed, lean speed. Where is wheel radius is there. Is lean radius all I need? If I just dump that down there. Well, no, it's... Wait, wheel angle is a private variable. Here and... Where is it? Oh, there it is. Okay, turn angle is our old, like, that turning was an illusion. In a way. This flatten forward doesn't apply. Flatten forward, flatten velocity is gonna just be... I think just RB.velocity should work now. That things are different. We don't have moving platform stuff. So I don't know if just fall. Actually, well, I will actually just comment out this. Okay. Blah, and... Okay. RB.velocity, 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 wheel pivot. Okay. I can grab that. Where's wheel pivot? I thought this, okay, I'll be honest, I thought this would be faster. I was wrong. That's fine. I was gonna copy over the pedal turning as well. I guess I will skip on that. Well, actually, that only uses 2 things, so... Maybe not. Oh, what is great? Wait, why? This was different before. What happened here? Wait, hold on. Let me back up real quick. Did I copy something wrong? Flatten forward, don't normalize. Greater than 90. Oh, a random. There was a random. Oh, there was a random bracket in what I was copying. Whoops. Okay, hold on. Let me back up just enough to like. Where did I get that from? I copied it from here. Okay. From there into blah, 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 blah. Get the wheel pivot again. Okay, blarg, and then lean offset direction. That. Oh. This was the thing that we could move backwards. I do not care about that right now. This is also going to just... We're gonna not worry about that right now. If it's greater than 90, do blah. So we want this version of it. Yeah. And then the pedals. Real quick. Okay, bam! That shouldn't take that long, but it should be functional in theory. I'm not even gonna test it. We're just gonna put it in and go. Spin wheel, and then counter spin pedals. And this is only gonna run on the ground code. I don't know if it's functional for the air code. For the air code, I'd probably just have it be continually, like, it's not gonna, it doesn't need to spin while we're in midair, but having it just kind of, you know, if you turn a bike wheel a lot, then you let go and it kind of keeps spinning. That kind of behavior. Possibly. Anyway, I gotta quickly drag and drop some references. That should be fine to just wheel pivot, and under here should be pedal left and pedal right. Do I not have speeds for this? I guess I turned it based on a wheel radius. I don't know. I think it's probably 0.5. Let me just see. Does it by any chance work in? Wow, look at it go. Sort of. Probably. Wait, it's not. Is it fast enough? Like, is it going the speed that is the ground that we're on? Not 100% sure. Maybe. Anyway, this is kind of a cool little bit of just starting to get back some of that polish that used to exist. I think like it was code that was already written. It just had to be functional again. And the counter speed and the feet don't line up with the pedals. That's not happening anytime soon. So the player isn't actually animated. I'm just trying to see if does it look like it's spinning as fast as it's going? I think so. I'm not 100% sure, though. I almost feel like this pedal should be going faster for the speed that it's currently going at, but I'm not 100% sure. Let me just quickly have another look and make sure I actually put things in right. Oh, it's maybe affected by the radius. Is the radius, what's the radius? Is the radius actually 1? I don't remember how much, I don't have a frame of reference of how much that is in Unity units. If I put in a cube, I think a cube is 1. Oh, is it 0.5? 0.25? It might be 0.25. Let me try that. Oh, hold on. Yeah, that seems better. Okay, yeah. I want to say that that's better. Okay, cool. Anyways, tiny thing, super insignificant, but anyway, I don't know. Just well, I thought I could do it faster, but hey, it's done now. Cool. Let's delete that from before, and yeah. Anyway, I can also bring back like the random little bobble that Layer kind of does. I don't know. The wheel is, I don't know. It looks like we're actually moving rather than we're sliding across the floor. Also, I'm just trying to think and figure out what I'm doing for all this, because I still don't quite know exactly. Okay, so well, we get input stuff shouldn't change, right? I believe all of this I don't really need to look at unless, well, is there anything here that like I'm not using anymore? From this might be things that have changed, like this actually. Do I have a good reason why I calculate this new direction? I store it in look direction and use that differently rather than new direction being its own thing. Look direction is used with align to ground. Okay. Well, no, that is like used. Okay, I see why that's used and what that does. That's to do with us turning in the direction that we're going. Okay. Well, okay. I think that can be untouched for now. Guys, worry of this like bleeding over to like a next frame if I don't leave it like, well, no, I guess it would anyway. I'm just trying to see, like, so sometimes I look at code, I'm like, oh, this doesn't need to be this way, and then I change it, and then later on, I'm like, oh, that's why I wrote it that way. There was a reason. I'm trying to make sure I didn't have a good reason. And well, I mean, maybe even just the name. Do I stick with new direction or look direction? Input direction, better. Because it is more of the input direction than the look direction directly. So let's. Oh, that didn't name this something. Something like just input direction. Cool that it automatically put this in there. I think that's conceptually cool. Make this not a vector, like not a local variable here, and then. Well, okay, no, that's just that. Okay. Yeah, I don't know, tiny thing. A little bit less code, a little bit less to sift through all the time. Okay, the movement. Once we get the desired direction that we want to go, take force, times by speed, this same direction bonus. Is this, oh, the input thing. Is this still even working? I'm not 100% sure on that. I had a bool for whether we're going downhill, which is just if we're on ground and if our Y velocity is less than -1. Oh, I didn't have it. If it's exact 0, I guess a bit of a threshold on that, sure. I guess so. Current downhill bonus. Yeah. We're going downhill, then I do things. Oh, I calculated a bunch of stuff, and then this code used to use it, and I took it away and just had the base raw force that was here. Why do I currently... So desired direction is going to be that... Base speed. Why does this require me to have the base speed at 1500? I see that, and that seems excessive. And part of them using force mode acceleration rather than like the other one that is like velocity change or whatever. I'm sure I'm also probably taking something and multiplying it by oh right, this was my attempt at making the forces be more frame rate independent even for physics time. But it didn't seem to work though. So like I don't know if that's necessary. I might undo that. Like this. I'm just actually deciding whether I should or shouldn't. In normal update, you would do this kind of thing. The physics frame rate isn't meant to go down. But even like I don't even know if it's applied properly. Let's try going without it for now, so I can have those the numbers be smaller, and we're gonna hope that it doesn't bite me later. Okay, do I have any other of these around? I have one here. That's for the aligned to ground stuff. What is this? I also magic number there. That's great. Fixed delta time is right now. The physics time step is 75 frames a second. 1 divided by 75. About that much times 10 roughly to put in what should conceivably be about the same thing. 0.13. That's not exactly. Let's go 0.2. 0.1. Let's 0.15. In there, and then like maybe I'll make this a variable at some point. I should. I'll get there. This gravity amount, we're also gonna just kind of take that away. And then blah 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 blah. Yeah, that should be able to just have those forces be significantly less. And then over here, okay. So before I try to re-add this downhill bonus stuff, I should or the same direction bonus or whatever. Oh, fix that first. Now these numbers should be able to be just better. So like times 0.13 should be roughly 2,000 is still a lot. I feel like that's not going to be correct. Times, which is what my concern was of that. Like I initially put this in to try to. Sorry, was it 0.13 or was it 0.13? 0.13. Oh. I see. So that make this more 200. Okay, those are, I guess, more reasonable numbers. Right, multiply I think becomes 125. Was there's the number I put in a second ago. This would have been that it was 10 times. Well, I guess 0. Yep, going down. Wow. Yeah, we're just gonna try that. Okay. Things roughly the same. I don't go up as high as I used to. Interesting. How do I... Okay, that seems like a problem. In that, you see how I barely gain any height? And I go so far forward? That shouldn't happen, I don't think. I think that I should gain more height and gravity should be stronger. To be more of a... kind of a... Here, rather than a... kind of a thing, I think. So, how do I manipulate the physics to get that to happen? I probably should figure out some of that before I introduce all this again and make it a bajillion times more complicated, right? That would make sense. Where's the... I should pull out the player mid-air code because some of that's responsible. And yeah, I'm gonna commit to... I initially put in this time.fixed delta time stuff to, as I said, try to make physics time step more... frame rate independent or whatever, but it shouldn't necessarily need that because it's a fixed time step to begin with. And two, I don't think that this is actually doing this to begin with, because if I do manually change the physics time step, I've seen the physics seed stuff change anyway. So if it's not working, I shouldn't have that there to begin with, make it extra complicated. Roughly, what was 5 times 0.013? That many, okay. I might change that further. We'll see. Any other those around? I'm not going to worry about the underwater code at the moment. It's fine. We good? Or things being more the same? Okay. Which is expected. Okay. So what I should be doing is upping gravity in the air, right? And I don't know if I should be doing that to do this extra fall time or whatever. Unsure. Okay, so... deciding. Well, that was... Yeah, 2% that, whatever. Okay. Oh, right. I forgot that this has a whole... This... used to be, this used to matter of, like, I had 2 separate multipliers. Right now it doesn't, because they're just multiplied together. It might as well just be one thing anyway. If I eventually put back in things that make them be separated. That had to do with specifically increasing the fall time, like adding this stuff together, but it's fine. Okay. Mid-air code is... Actually, let me comment on some of the... What's also going to help me mess with some of that is commenting out some of these public variables that are long past used. What can I... Because they're public, they don't, like, gray out. What's actually being used? You're being used. Camera's being used somewhere. Is it? No, is it not? Alright. Sure. Do that bit of cleanup. Okay. Well, I guess I can actually go off of these. Whoa, it's never used. Wow. Where is... Oh, this is... Well... By... Yeah, because this stuff is now used by the, Well, you try to be used here. Or... Oh, right. Wait, why do you... Hold on. This means different things now in the context of when the player and the mid-air code was together. Now it's separated, so this function being here makes less sense. But even when the player's like on the wall, we have an amount of gravity that's effectively making them stick to the ground and stick to the walls that they're on. So this should more represent like stick to surface. Eventually, it'll be tied to our speed and stuff. I think I'm fine getting rid of this stuff for now. Do that. Okay. Yep. Yep. And then these bonuses, they might eventually be back in. Let's see. I can get rid of that. Fall speed multiplier. Get rid of that. I call this a gravity multiplier. This is more. It's like it is gravity when we're on the ground, but it's more. Well, I will need, if we're sitting still on flat ground, it is effectively a gravity multiplier. Whatever, I won't change it just yet. That's, we're more about that when we worry about the actual sticking to ground and stuff. Anyway, I can get rid of this. I'm gonna get rid of this. I'm gonna get rid of this, just simplify things. What else of this can I get rid of that I'm not using? These, and get rid of the word coefficient. Actually, before I do that, I should see what they actually are. What are you called? Or, I mean, what were your values? So 0.1 and 5 is apparently what I went with. In fact, I'm gonna put those in here just because it just saves me time later if I rename things again or whatever. Okay, custom drag. It's not even custom drag at this point. I'm just using. We'll go mid-air drag, and then mid-air angular drag. Because we have different drag values when we're on the ground versus in midair. That's whoa. I wasn't done yet. Something like that. And then over here we also have a drag value that is somewhere. This one. What are you? You're like 0.1, right? Or no, you're like 10 or something, maybe? You just let me scroll down after you recompile, please. 1, 2, 10. Okay. Rename. Ground drag, and this was like 10 as a default. Okay. Blah. Oh, this whole. Oh wait, is this stuff? This stuff still isn't placed, right? No. Wait, why do you? Are you in comments? No. And actually, I don't know if this is a thing that I want to bring back. We used to have it that when you went in midair, there was like a brief period of time where you couldn't really steer, so you were going in the direction that we wanted you to go, and then slowly it sort of ran out and allowed you to steer in midair. And I don't know whether I want that or not. I'm still unsure about how I want to handle midair movement and how free, flexible it should be, and then there's a difference between saying it and then actually, you know, coding it. Anyways, oh, we are... Whoa, well, that's not good. Oh, no. Why? What did I clean up that made this? Some of those variables that I, you know, Actually, you know, what would have made broken that specifically? It's pure ground code. So that physics that I read that I changed numbers in, is it gonna be aligned to ground? Is it this? Is it too low or too high? It looked maybe too low if I put a 0 in that. Or it looked too high, I think, so I'm making it lower, possibly. Yeah. Oh, please fix yourself. Oh. Oh, wait. Wait, why can't we turn... Wait, that affects that? Okay. Not what I thought would happen. Let me throw a 1 in there. Actually, that should instantly snap. That's, like, too high, but... Let's see what happens. No, wait, it's... Why? Wait, what happened? Why is that of all things? I don't know. Yeah, that's not good. Something I should have, you know, tested before making all those small changes. Oh, no. Wah. Wah. And turning on slopes like that is still fine. I don't know how I'm going so much faster than I was previously. Wait, so I'm turning... Yeah, this is turning so much slower for then... I mean, it's kind of cool, but it's also not at all what we want. It's neat to see it do that. Oh, it's gravity. The gravity is what's the problem, right? Because it's I'm being pushed into whatever surface I'm on. Yeah, is that it? Player. Round gravity. That was not... Let's just throw it all the way down to like 2. Yeah, that's what it was. Okay. So that, in combination with that one number that I changed, is this good? We're so much faster than we were. That's its own issue. At our base speed without any additional momentum. I think that I want to go back to it being like 1.5 or whatever. I'm going to make more variables, but also it's like there's already too many. I mean, this visual stuff should maybe be on its own game object, but it does use some stuff from the player. I don't know. It also shouldn't run when we're in midair, but then the state controller could control calling that. But oh well, it's fine. Okay, base speed down to like 20 or something. Yes, perfect. Obviously, that's exactly what we want. There we go. Actually, I'm curious of how far we can fly with this. I didn't think we would still basically clear the goalposts there. I don't even know if that's actually is the goalpost that I want of how far we should be able to fly. But the fact that we're moving that slow and still able to go that far is a problem in and of itself. So you know what? While the move speed is that low, now seems like a good time to mess more with the midair code. Well, more just the variables, I think, of the speeds and stuff. Something like that, and... Where's... Oh, we took out the other multiplier thing. If I just up gravity by, like, a lot, is that gonna do what I want? It seems like it's going to lower the speed and increase gravity. Does that... well, okay. Going this slow is... It's unrealistic. And that was also that I'm holding up. That's, with the way that midair movement is affecting that. Do I want to turn off midair movement for now? No, right? I don't think so. Well, let me just temporarily. Actually, it might help some parts of what I'm testing here to get, like, the... Without any influence of input. Now, usually you're going to be in midair pressing buttons, but just to kind of see the clear arc without input. And seeing roughly what it is. It's like that. And then if I bump up the speed back to normal numbers. Oh, that's too high. Let's not have it be that high. So this should be our, again, like, this is our, as I'm right in front of a ramp, immediately going into a ramp, this should be our, basically our slowest going off of a ramp that is this steep. I guess I could have different ramps that are different steepnesses or whatever. So, in theory, we, actually, well, hold on, I don't know, like 75 or something. Go a bit faster, but then increase gravity. What happens if, let me just, I don't know. Not that gravity. This gravity. Well, there's the two things. There's the forward speed is one thing, and the gravity is the other thing. Unsure. Unsure. Okay, this does feel slower, but, like, we're gonna bring back the momentum stuff, in theory, and then it will be not this slow. Okay, that looks like that. That looks nice-ish. I think I want more... that might be too much gravity being doubled like that. Why? Wait. I feel like that should have affected us a lot more. Why did it seem to not? It looks like we eventually... We kind of... It's like we take too long to, like, really start falling. I mean, yeah, that's how acceleration works. We're accelerating towards the ground, but I'd almost like if we started off... I don't know, if we... Could I, like, start with a higher acceleration that then becomes less? Or hit some maximum? I'm unsure. Unsure. I don't know. And also, I just have to get used to just, like, from how the buttons were before, and they be different now. Or all the variables. Gotta get used to different physics to begin with, but... Like, this is too slow. Let's... Did I change any... All of these numbers I changed outside of play mode, I think. Let's go with that for now, and then bring back the things that are going to allow me to actually move faster and see how that kind of affects things. So, before the downhill bonus thing, I want to bring back... Where's this... When do I apply the same direction bonus that used to be a thing? It's here. Oh, this is where I applied... Oh, this had a ground check in it that's no longer necessary. So in theory, you know, this code only runs if we're on the ground. If air is not equal to 0, why do I do that way? I'm sure I had a reason. Hold on, wait, if it... Oh, no, oh, this, if we're not on the ground. Oh, wait. What? Oh, wait, no, I apply the same direction. Oh, sorry, no. This is code that's only when we're in midair. Unless I end up putting this... Unless this ends up being involved in the midair code at some point. Let me just, I don't know, dump it over... here as a temporary thing. Oh, boy, yeah. Fix yourself. Then I can just get rid of it here because it doesn't matter for the stuff over here. And we're going to get rid of this as well. Wait, so wait a minute. How long? Wait, the same direction bonus is happening, but it's not at all noticeable. It's different than the downhill bonus. Why? And when? Oh, this is... Well, so this is a multiplier. Basically, it has this build-up rate of 0.1 and eventually gets to us moving double our speed was the idea. So I guess with how things are scaling differently now, I guess that's different. I don't know. Let's do that. I don't know if that might be too much or not enough. So, okay. As you can see, we start off slow and then build up speed. This is not how I want that to feel. Oh, and even like if we do go in circles, it does still kind of count, which is, I mean, I forgot about that being, hypothetically, it seems kind of interesting, the idea of like, oh, I'm in a small area, I need to like, oh, controller, I want to test with you. It's easier to go in circles with controller. Of course, now it has not to connect, whatever. If we're in a small area that doesn't have a lot of space, I'm like, I need to go up this ramp and clear this big gap. Doing like a move where, yeah, purposely go in circles a bit and then go with speed, that conceptually sounds kind of cool as like a move. Also, this be connected. I mean, as long as it didn't take that long. But the idea of like, oh, go fast, but just, almost the equivalent of a spin dash, but a spin in circle and then go. I mean, well, if I were to do that, I don't know if I'd leave that up to just the inherent same direction bonus that currently exists, or if I would have that be its own custom, like specifically coded mechanic to, I don't know, be more fine-tuned or whatever. I don't know. I don't know like how much I'd actually want such a thing, but just hypothetically, like, oh, hey, that hypothetically could be a thing, I guess. Anyways, sorry, these numbers I was not happy with. Let me continue to mess with them. We need to start... Well, I guess start faster is what I'm wanting to say. Start faster, and then how high this can totally build up. Try to make it build up faster, but to a lower maximum. Because our full max speed should not be, you know, too obscenely high. Also, this is our... Oh, yeah, see, like, this is too fast. This is our hypothetical speed on flat ground. There's also that, like, going downhill, we should be going even faster on top of that. And, you know, going from downhill to then going forward past that, like, you know, that speed will linger, right? Okay, so... First of all, this should be, I guess, well, I don't know, like... Let's, I guess, put this back at 2 for a second, just to... So, hypothetically, like, whoa, look, dodge some hazards. Like, in this, thing, I can fine-tune all day, and I don't know. Hard to find exactly what things should be. To some degree, I think it might potentially be easier once we have, you know, a sense of an actual level. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, isn't... My ability to quickly, like, be one way and turn another way. It's, yeah, sometimes I can turn quick and other times not. I kind of want it turning around to be snappy. There's some code that is an attempt at doing that doesn't seem to fully work exactly how it should. Okay. So, I'm just messing around with this, just kind of seeing how it feels. If I keep going in one direction, get this max speed... Is this a fine, hypothetical, on-ground, unassisted by anything else speed? Right? Because in theory, again, as I said, like, you use the environment to go faster and also be weaving around hazards. You're not going to just be going in a straight line like this for a long time. To some degree, not having a max speed that's so ludicrously large, like, you don't have the time to dodge hazards, you know, could be important. Be able to, you know, not die such things. There's still that this is a thing that, like, I still... Am I told to, like, slowing up slower than I'd like? Speeding up slower than I'd like. Sorry, 100 at 1, 2. Maybe 3, oh, maybe 3. Oh, and this was 1. I want to get a better sense of... let me print some values real quick to kind of see how much this is building up. Wait, you start at 1 is your minimum, and then you could take to be 1 times the speed. Yeah, that's let me just print some values of same direction bonus. Actually, we're gonna print down here. And then, you know, this is only a thing if you are going without stopping, right? When you, in theory, if you're stopping to hit hazards, if you're slightly turning to dodge hazards, that's different, right? If you have to, you know, stop to get around something or get hit or whatever, then this is, you know, gone, hypothetically. Oh, hold on, I'll collapse. Let's not do that. So I can see you got 1, and that's about how long you take to get to 3. Okay. Is that what I want? I mean, very quickly, as soon as you're moving, it's going up. I just don't know if I want it to, like, almost initially climb faster, and then as it gets to its top, it climbs slower, rather than just base adding to it. But I don't know if I should be overcomplicating my code like that, or if there's, you know, better ways to get the results I want in simpler ways. Especially considering I'm going to be, you know, continuing to complicate with everything else that's going to need to go on top of, you know, all of this. Whoa, 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 whoa. The bottom line is it needs to, you know, work, be functional, do what level design stuff I want to be able to happen, and not be so broken that you can launch across a level, but also not being too slow that it's all sluggish. There's, like, a lot of different little cases that we need it to work with. But I almost need, like, a happy starting point to design those, yeah, those points. So, like, this, though, I still feel like that, for just being right in front of a ramp, not moving, and then immediately going off it, I feel like that's further than I would like. But if I don't have actually over here I have a ramp to build speed to. You know, then that, like, that's really far. Is that how far I want you to be able to go on a ramp like that? With no other assistant, like whatever speed boost or going downhill or a larger ramp, different angles of ramps or whatever. I think we're gonna increase gravity more. Let me actually a little bit increase the just like the sticking to ground gravity, and then like because that I think to some degree there is a downwards force acting on us that then transitions to the proper gravity force of it being in midair. Like that affects things a little bit. Let me just see. Yeah, how high do I need to turn up gravity to like slam into the ground from here? It feels like. Why are we, like, it's like we're hovering and then sinking like a rock. I feel like, I don't know, to be, with the gravity this high, to be sinking like a rock faster. And I'm actually not sure why other, or actually, is it because of something I've done here specifically? We just, you take the magnitude of physics, gravity, or whatever. Well, actually, I don't know why I bother with that necessarily, but oh well. Time of gravity multiplier times, oh, I do take in a fall, wait. Am I actually using this at the moment? Where are you? Oh, player ground check is doing this. Right, okay. I forgot about that. That's what's doing that. Okay. That is what's making it so that more gravity the longer that we're in midair. So actually increasing that goes up, but then lowering the gravity multiplier might actually do what I want to instead. And that code handles that because that's the code that handles the fact that we're in midair. Actually, it doesn't need to anymore now that I think about it. Because we specifically, well, separated the midair code, it could just actually be here now. Oh, there's this code that when we hit the ground, it resets it. Oh, that's why I did some of that. Well, even despite that, I think I'd still rather midair.instance dot have falling time be a thing there. I think it actually used to be like this, and then I switched it to being managed here, but I'm changing my mind again, and I decided I'd rather it be managed by the midair thing, being a public variable over here. Oh, wait, no. Wait. Oh. Sorry. Wait. Or no. I want, I think I want a separate thing and how... Ooh, actually. Hold on. Okay, fall time. This, and then, I didn't get rid of the this being... Here... And I will add equal like that or whatever. My only thing is if I add a multiplier here, is it not the same as if I just multiplied it at the end of there? Is that not how math works there? This is why at one point I had a the falling time multiplier. Maybe I can try to do something different with it. We'll try to have it go twice as fast. Instead of, so this times, oops. Oh, hold on. Do I want it maybe be exponential? Like, just to try something real quick, just to, oops, times equals, not falling time multiplier. So like times equal, not times equal 2 every frame. Well, but it's gonna start at 0. Actually, no. Well, I mean, I can have it start at 1 and then increase on top of that. Well, okay, hold on. Let me try this. Let me try equaling 1 and then multiplying off that. I don't know if this is gonna work the way that I want it to, but it's something we're gonna try. We'll see how it goes. So this falling time is then not a good name for it, rather than being an actual like tracking the seconds that we've been in midair. It's not that. Oh, sorry. Did I actually put it back in over here? Yeah, just being multiplied by there again. It could also, I could add, it could be a thing that adds onto this, hypothetically. Don't know. We'll see. Okay, there we go. Well, I mean, that's not good exactly, but we are slamming to the ground because that is rocketing up. So now I'm curious to see that behavior with a low gravity multiplier. I'm just curious what that's going to do. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Even though I think that 1.1, that's still going to be... That's funky. Still go from being so floaty to then being so falling. If I go off of like actual large ramp here. Yeah, see, like that's not, that right there is not exactly what we want. Why is like getting the arc that I want being so difficult? I mean, what we're trying to do is more of a cartoony physics thing rather than a, you know, realistic physics thing. So that's, you know, part of why. I could have special things that if our velocity is greater than 1 when we're in midair, then like extra multipliers happen on top of that or something. But then that feels like it's more gonna like, well, yeah, stop us from able to get a lot of height. Like, I want to be able to get height if we're like going straight up. But I want to fall faster. Well, I don't know. Hard to even articulate exactly what I want, I guess. Just how it's looking is not currently how I want it to be, and I'm unsure of how to get it what I want to be. Let's go back to this just actually being an adding thing. Well, plus equals time dot fixed delta time or whatever. And then this as a multiplier, what to add on to it. But I don't think that's gonna do what I want either. Unless I only, like, I'm just wondering if I want to be applying, oh wow, that's not gonna, hold on. Yeah, extra multipliers based on whether we're, our velocity is, you know, going up or down. I don't know. I don't know. Just that doesn't seem like exactly what I want. I don't know how to get to exactly what I want, but also testing going off here. Because it is potentially a problem if we're falling like a rock too much, right? I can see that. I don't know if I should be having some maximum falling speed as well. That is possibly something I might want. Wait, oh, that, roughly making the goalpost. Oh, right, but again, it's different if I'm moving versus not moving. Versus if I, you know, get some speed and then go off this. Yeah, I guess. Oh, yeah, I read that I had turned off the air movement. That's why I'm not... Yeah, so that is, you know, without any extra influence. Is that more what I want? I'm unsure. Can I, like... yeah, I can make this... Whoa, 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 kind of. Hold on. This is a... Maybe with some slight alterations, but, like, something like this is a thing I want to be able to conceptually do is... You know, well, also having with it the whole, moving... If you run at speed, you fall. That being a part of it. Also, just having to get used to it just being different from how it was, you know, earlier this stream. That just in general. I think I might increase the base speed a little bit more. It's currently like 80. No, it's 100. 120, and then lower the build-up rate a little bit to account for that. And then you know what? I'm gonna lower it even more, but then make the maximum a lot, I guess. So hypothetically, if you are going without stopping for a long time, you eventually be going very, very fast. Hypothetically, it could, you know, when you're dealing with like hazards and stuff, it being something that's not exactly likely. Okay. Oh, this was. Oh, the variables be different. Put this back to like maybe 100 and oh no, what did I have it at before? I don't know. I'm just gonna make it some random stuff for a minute. Yeah. I don't know. It's a nice solid maybe. Is this base speed might be too slow still. I did just increase it, but I might increase it more. Well, it also feels slower because I lowered the build-up rate, so even that, like, little bit of movement, how long until we're actually, you know, moving properly. I don't want the player to feel sluggish. I just want external things to be able to affect the player's speed in a way that feels significant. And have us not be going too fast at all times that can't dodge anything. Whoa. Oh, you know, like, oh. If I'm going too fast, can I not make this loop? Oh, no. Oh, that's a bit... maybe a problem. I mean, the loop itself, the geometry of it is a little bit funky anyway, but... Oh, the camera's being a bit... If I go too fast, is it turning slower being a problem there? Oh, no, that might be something I have to address at some point. Not right now, though. Like, maybe. Fine for now. If I go right at this wall... Oh. Why do I not go... Oh, well... Camera's hitting off that to some degree. Let me go over to this one. If I'm going at it directly with nothing behind me... Huh. How do I end up not going straight up exactly? That's a problem. Going down is fine. Actually, what is turning that? I'm actually not sure what's doing that random, like, jolt. If I go slow, it's fine. So, it's more if the camera gets all the time it needs to actually, like, turn around. Actually, yeah, I don't know why, Oh! Well, it's because the turn is so quick, and the turning for the slope is... Actually, wait, I just realized that, Yeah, no, actually, the turn for the slope is very slow now. It's actually almost too slow. I think I actually need to speed that up. But yeah, that's gonna... yeah, I think that's what's gonna fix that to some degree. Not the player turning for slope, the camera turning for slope. That's over. Don't have the camera code open right now. Let me go grab that. Yeah. This thing big and complicated. Where is ground code, mid-air code? It's not that. Where is the that affects slopes? Actually, wait. Hold on. Let me two things real quick. Just looking at the actual player, how fast the player itself rotates. Yeah, that's as fast as it needs to be. Where is the bit that turns that was what follows the player? The correction smoothing. Even this shouldn't necessarily say horizontal anymore. That's also a thing I gotta fix up at some point. Get rid of that. Let's put both of those together. This is the zooming. It zooms out. Rotation there. No, it wouldn't be that. Where is the part that does that? It's not this. Oh, it's this. Slope smoothing. Slope smoothing is... Where is that? Also don't need that. Where does it be? Am I blind? I'm not seeing it. It's around here. So there it is. I need this to go up. So what? 4? Just... Okay. If it's too high, that has some problems. But I should basically be able to, like, go straight at this and be going straight up. That's not it yet. Okay. Good enough. Maybe. And just making sure that this is still how I want it to be. Yeah, and then over here. This, like, bumpy minefield kind of thing over here. Just deciding if, like... when it turns slower, this was nicer, potentially. Although, like, jagged bumps like this, I don't know if they'd be that common. Like, you think if there's a bump, it would be more... like smooth and just being flat to straight. Like this is kind of a steep angle when you first get onto it. Okay, how about doing this loop? Is it better? Ah, well, sort of, maybe. I mean, you can hypothetically. I don't have to be holding the controller all the way forward. I can be holding back a little bit. Oh, I just realized that the movement speed is affecting this. That, like, you know, if I lower the speed, that's going to affect, you know, the faster we go, the faster the player is sideways. I didn't put those 2 and 2 together. That's gonna affect that. Like even this, if I go at it fast enough, I do kind of launch off of it a bit, which I don't know if I necessarily want to be. But again, this is like I don't know how good of an example this is. That it is kind of yeah, more from flat to being on an angle than it perhaps should be. But I don't know. Anyway, I still don't know. There's a lot to fine tune. That's hard to like do later, right? Because once we start building actual levels that work off of all this, it's then, if we change the movement speed, it has the potential to break everything, which I'm worried about. But in trying to make an actual level, then, in theory, it might be a lot easier to decide what exact values should be, like what actually feels right, especially in the context of actually having hazards and stuff. So maybe I'd like take that as it is. Let's try to get the ground, the like downhill. If I can just be a matter of uncommenting this and having the downhill bonus thing work as it should. And I guess that we're gonna have to adjust values someplace, somewhere. Where are you? Actually, I'm also gonna one additional change. I'm gonna boost the player's base speed a little bit more, and then make the direction build up even more smaller. Oh, this is massive. Oh, I want to see that this just explodes. So going up shouldn't do nothing. I'm gonna launch towards the ground, aren't I? Yes. Oh no. Yeah, that's not supposed to happen. Well, we got downhill speed. I have no idea what this should even be now with the numbers being different. How about this? Wah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So obviously, not quite that exactly. Is just 10 like enough? So going up, we cheat. If we go uphill, we don't lose any speed. Often in games, if you go downhill, you will, if you go uphill, you'll lose speed. If you go downhill, you'll gain speed. We're doing just half of that for, for funsies. I don't know how noticeable it should be necessarily, but I feel like this is a pretty steep, continuous ramp that I feel like I should notice it a bit. But now, like, there's this and the continuous movement speed thing. Like, that's gonna affect stuff. How about going down this? I feel like there will also be more of a sense of movement when the player's actually, like, leaning more the direction that they're going. That's purely a graphical thing, but just still, I think it will help a bit. Possibly. Going down. Yeah, that's fast. Well, that's already fast, and I worry about making this faster. Still, yeah, there's definitely still some jankiness to it. I think that I want... Well, yeah, going down this should... I feel like I should be noticing more speed up for going down a ramp like that. But it should probably have some maximum, right? In theory. Base speed, where, not that, where are you? Downhill bonus, this, make you 50 or something. I definitely noticed that. But now I launch all the way over there, right? Like on one hand, it's like, yeah, it's cool to have this much, to have the speed. Although, actually, the way it, like, goes down, the fact that I can take that and then go this way, is maybe a little bit not exactly how that should be, but... I'm trying not to be too harsh on if you turn direction, it just kills all your speed. If you do a slow turn like that, in theory, that should, you should keep the speed. But I guess doing a quick turn like this, you probably should lose some. Okay, 50 is probably too much. Let's go 25. But then I'm also going to increase gravity a little. Now that we have, like, more sources of us gaining more speed, increase the gravity a bit. Increase this fall time multiplier thing as well. And now we're just having a lot more systems that are having to work together with each other. It's getting, also tricky to just make sure that they are all working correctly. So that's how far we can launch with that. If you, like, go off here. Whoa. That. Don't love that we bounced off of that, pretty much. Can I aim for the... Whoa. Oh, right. Wait. Oh, yes. Going downhill from this is gonna... Like, there's the degree to which... Oh! Alright. Fine. Fine, Unity. You win. I don't know what I did that made it crash there, but okay. Be that way. Alright. Get another chance to look at the code. I don't know what I'm doing. So the actual code that deals with the current downhill bonus, why is it multiplied by 0.99? Oh, that's how I like have it go down. I have that if we decide we're going downhill based on this, and even maybe I make this just a little bit, yeah, going more downhill for this to be significant. Then we take the angle between the ground and vector theta up minus 90. Okay, I'm gonna trust that I had reasons for that. Downhill percent is 1 minus downhill divided by 90. Yeah, current downhill bonus plus equals downhill momentum bonus times downhill percent. Yeah, the more we're going down, the fast we go. Should I don't know, put some amount of like, so like the speed we're gaining going down a 10-degree slope versus the speed we're gaining going down a 90-degree slope. Should I make like the steeper it is? Well, you'd think. Oh, okay. You think the steeper it is, the more speed that you get. Like, sure. But it feels like how much speed you're getting from 90 degrees is like too much. Yet how much you're getting from like the like 45-degree one is like too little. So do I like lerp this somehow, or like the closer this is to 90, the less that you add? This is just the multiplier on this. This is the percent of how steep that we are. Unsure. If I just divide this by a flat value, that'd be the same as just halving that. Adding to it. But basically, you add to it, or what, I had to do it here, but then every frame I'm slowly making it go down. That's why I can like whip around and it like goes away. Oh, I never... If same direction bonus stops, then downhill bonus should also cancel out. Yeah, that 100% is the case. Should be the case. Actually, this cancels out to 0. This also doesn't have a maximum. It maybe should. But I'm not too worried about like making a bunch of variables for all these different maximums of different things just yet. I want to like deal with like the more in-between cases first for a bit until I feel like it's, I don't know, the middle cases are working, and then decide like, okay, this is what the maximum should be. I don't know. I'm unsure. Anyway, so from here, yeah, that we go fast, and then slowly goes away. Can I, if I go from here, yeah, this seems like it doesn't, when the same speed thing redirects, yeah, the downhill bonus seems like it goes away more. So it feels like, I feel like this should be, well, actually, is the speed fine, maybe? And this is too fast, though, right? That's way too fast. So somehow so I think the 90 degree needs to be less, but like the rough 45-ish. Or maybe that was a 30 degree, I don't know. Needs to be less. So go downhill that, and then we have the threshold of the 5 or whatever. So if we're going like along a wall, it doesn't apply as much. Because otherwise, I do have to then be careful about, well, the idea that if I am wanting to cheat, and like if you're going uphill you don't lose speed, but downhill you gain speed. Doing this means I'm just going faster and faster. Both from the same direction bonus and the down, like I'm applying the down and the up, which I don't actually have a good... With the other logic that I want to have, I don't have a good way of stopping this. Other than that, like, this downhill, that is, like, you know, the steepest the slope can be, for you to be getting the speed, shouldn't be giving you that much speed that fast. That's thing number 1. So, you know, let's do that. So how do I guess from, well, okay, so, this gives us a percent, 1 minus, so downhill... The angle that can be between 0 and 90, divided by 90, that makes a percent. I go 1 minus it. That if we're... Wait, why do I do this the other way around? Why is it the 1 minus? Because then if this is 90, divided by 90 is 1. 1 minus 1, 1 minus 1 is 0. Oh, wait, is this... Maybe this negative 90 actually isn't working how I think it is. I don't know why I have that, but... Hold on, this is after the absolute. I trust that that's how I indeed want that. Let me just double check that this angle is working how I think that it is. 1? How is it 1? That's... Oh, no, sorry, that's the other... That's the same speed bonus. Yep. That's, other thing. That is printing. Let's try that. Okay. Wait, what? Oh, it only bothers calculating if we're going downhill, if our velocity is negative. That makes sense. So 0... Oh! Wait, no, yeah, wait. Oh, sorry, I know why. It's a multiply between 0 and 1 because this is multiplying. It's not adding 1. No, yeah. It's do the downhill bonus times... Actually, wait. No, the angle is 0, so then, the 0 divided by the 90, 1 minus... Yeah, that's why that exists. Okay, yeah. Makes sense. So then if we're, like, flat, then it's a full, like, 90. Okay. So I want to, hypothetically, what part of this do I want to mess with? The percent thing. I want to somehow go... This percent equals... What's the best way I want to do this? So... 0 is we're on flat ground. That I want to boost. And... I need to, like, I don't know, mess around with Desmos to just, like, better visualize what I actually... Oh, Desmos... Or... I'm trying to think of, like, what... some amount of multiplying or some amount of... like, a function. Like, somehow I can use a... Like, a... log function or a... Just quadratic type thing that would help me out here. Like, okay, so like, bam. You know, we currently have this. I want, sorry, I said I wanted, sorry, 0 is being on flat ground. 1 is being on a basically vertical thing. I want 90 degree to mean less. And for 0 to mean more. So essentially, I just kind of want to make it a logarithm thing. Yeah, so... But, like, that sounds expensive. Oh, no, right, a logarithm is there. I mean, technically, if I want to... Well, not like that, exactly. Hold on. Something like that? But a logarithm sounds, you know, expensive. That, if I flipped around the percent... When I'm dealing with the angle... before I do the -1, if I instead, whoa. You know, x squared be looking like, where's 1? A 1 be there. That, but like, something like, no, not like that at all. Where's 1? 1 is here. Well, I mean, that's not gonna... No, this needs to have that be at 0, otherwise it's gonna, go back up, which is not what I want. And... Or do I effectively just want to take this and, you know, have a multiplier in front of it? But then it doesn't hit 1. So, multiply it by itself and then do... Well, yeah, I guess that makes sense. Well, actually, is it actually just as simple as... it's going to be messy to have a double, like, divide by 90, but if I just take this... If this works, I'll put this in a combined variable thing. Or I could actually divide by multiplying 90 to get it there, but if I did that, gotta go over to here. Is it gonna do what I want or the opposite? Still fast. There, I can, keep multiplying it to get a. Oh wait, no, I didn't put the. Hold on, I missed a step. I didn't put the 0.5. Square it, and then oops. Yeah. Blah. And then putting more brackets than I need just to make sure that this is working how I intend it to be. Something along those lines. That's not affected. Hold on, I'm gonna go to where this actually matters. That's faster but less fast, right? And then... But then... Whoa, oh, oh yeah, I forgot the whole, it waits for, yeah, my velocity has to be, down has to be, like 5 or less. So, well, that might have to, might raise that up then, or something, I don't know. Because if we're going down a very thin slope, we have to go going down a thin slope for a while to actually get speed. I'm just deciding if this, is this? Okay, so that's a lot, but it's also like, wait, too much. Do I now take this and make it even lower? Is this doing the behavior that I want it to? Is it, 0 is being on flat ground, 90, well, no, that's, sorry, wait. 0, let me just, yeah, that's doing that. Oh boy. That's doing that. That's also fast. Sorry, am I doing this right or am I doing this wildly wrong? Oh, when did I do that? Did that not really not mess with anything? Okay. So downhill angle, hold on, it's... I said, what did I say that the, or angle divided by 90, percent, so the percent is 0, we're not gaining any speed. The percent being 0, 1 minus, it needs to be 1 minus 1, meaning this thing being 90. Oh, I've stopped this from even becoming the full 1%. No, well, that makes sense. Kind of. We're never getting to the full amount of the downhill bonus, which seems not what I want. Well, definitely doing some of this math wrong. All right, how's it looking so far? Kinda, yeah, that's too much, obviously. But now they seem more similar. But I didn't want it to be a flat value of, if we're going down at all, I'll be adding blah amount of speed. Where is now, not there, that value that I have that is messing with that stuff. Mana bonus, throw you to like 10 now. That might be too low. Let's find out. I think that's too low. And that feels about right. What is it? 10. Where'd he go? Yeah, this. So, 15 maybe? Maybe just enough? Unsure. Okay, now that'd be very speedy. Which, yeah, okay. Interesting. And that's that combined with, okay, so my lower, how is, that 0 seem not what I wanted, but 15 possibly is. It's combined with the same direction bonus stuff. Also, yeah, oh, wow, yeah, doing this loop is somehow being a bit harder than it should be. Separate problems potentially be readdressed. That partially related to, well, if we move faster, I've just realized, if we move faster, the I might tie that to how fast the slope thing turns, because the faster we move, we need it to turn faster, and that might solve that partially, maybe. I can hope. Okay. So I'm gonna also, I guess I'm gonna lower it a little bit, like 13, which seems weird, but 15 seems slightly too much. Maybe. But then I also gotta account for, hold on, we do have space here. If I, a little bit of that, getting that momentum and then going down, yeah. Now that's so like far that I don't know if that's an issue or not. Unsure. I mean, like, I think what we have is better than before. It's more, we have the momentum stuff, like that's good. I gotta get used to it existing again, though. It is what I wanted. I potentially need to build more level stuff. We haven't touched that counter at all. I went into this thinking I might be making more level things. Didn't quite go that way, but oh well. We'll get there. Just, I guess, let me roll around in what I currently have. Oh, I haven't turned back on the midair input stuff. But I'm, like, almost deciding, like, is it better without it? Like, I mean, the launching through there is more consistent. Or maybe I tone it down. Like, you can, turn the tiniest bit, but, like, not as much as it was before. Because not, being able to, like, fly off somewhere and 180 in midair and then, break my levels that way might be good. Maybe things that are good to have. How hard is it from here to get up on top of this? If I'm just holding forward. I went on a bit of an angle, but yeah, good, I guess. If I'm slowing down a bit and kind of roughly go over the edge, yeah, that works. If I want to be like, oh, I want to land on that thing. Is it hard? Well, I mean, I won't be able to aim, but if I just have to, like, go off and hope, yeah. Oh, I might also, maybe I put in a maximum amount of gravity, clamp that, so it's like, you can only fall so fast. Might be good, but have it be pretty high. Terminal velocity is the word. Yeah, okay, let me go. Public float up. Is gonna equal what? I'm gonna have it be a positive value here, but negative or whatever. Let's say, I don't know, 20 or something. I don't know if that's gonna be applicable at all. Just put a number and then we'll come back to it. Oh, this air momentum bonus is less needed than it was before. Before, like, well, mainly because the drag was different. I need to have this extra air momentum bonus stuff. I think this might be less necessary now. So, that's a thing. I might also... Actually, we'll get back to it in a second. We'll do one thing at a time. Terminal velocity. Where is this falling bit? Adjusted gravity. Yeah, we're going to clamp it between here. So, adjusted gravity equals... Hey, well, not between 0 and 1, but clamp it between 0 and... this. Do I actually... Wait, doesn't have... One overload is just not have a thing there, and it just knows that it's... Or, what is your overload? Oh, just floating it. Fine, fair enough. I mean, I guess 0 is fine. It's always gonna have... Wait, no, if I... Wait. We're going up. Wait, no, sorry. It's gonna be, yeah, negative, the gravity multiplier, falling time. Yeah, so it's never gonna be negative. Never mind. I was thinking going up, and then that might be a problem, but no. Well, we're going, no matter what we're doing, gravity is be going down. Okay. Sorry, this is the bit that's negative. Negative terminal velocity there. Actually, do I have to... I'm gonna have to put, well, swap the order of this. Biome and 0. Yeah. Let's try that again. Not just be floating upwards. Wait, no, why are we still doing that? What? Clamp it between... I'm sorry. Wait, this is gonna be a negative thing, positive thing, positive thing. I variable over here. What do you? Where are you? At like 20 or whatever. So positive 20, but then being flipped here to be negative 20. Why is it not? What? Hold on. Let me just. I'll put this here real quick. and go, yeah, you are 2,000. Oh, well, really? Okay, so it's clamping it, the 2,000. Oh, 20, wait. Oh, no, I take this magnitude, so it's positive, plus positive thing, positive thing. Oh, no, I know, I flip it afterwards. I was gonna, yeah, because it's negative magnitude out there. Yeah, okay, no, I had it right the first time. It's... Oh, shoot! This is still here. I meant to get rid of this. Well, this is gonna throw off some calculations. Whoops. Wait, did I know what? Yeah, okay, whoops. That, meant to not be there. That's, yeah, our gravity stuff is gonna be thrown off from that. That's great. Or maybe it'll be miraculously better now. That looks like we're just floating. I think that the terminal velocity is gonna be blamed for that because it was like 2,000 or whatever, right? Shouldn't have that much mid-air time. Although, I do notice that, like... So my problem before with having too much air time was with the turning mid-air, you could, like, cross the level, kind of. With less mid-air control, you can do a slow arc and have that not be a game-breaking thing, necessarily. That's interesting. Still want more gravity. Shouldn't this be... Oh, no, this is... The problem isn't this now. The problem is the terminal velocity. Actually, let me temporarily go back to making... Actually, I don't know if it's gonna... Oh, the handle being infinity, probably, but... Yeah. Oh, yeah, okay, now we're fine. Let me, yeah, put the terminal velocity back as being, not worrying about it, essentially, right now. Oh, yeah, we're slamming into the ground. Yep, and then now we will put this, two numbers that perhaps make sense. I'll show 1 and 0.1 just as test things. Oh, now we're back to being floaty. Okay. Which thing do I want to increase more? The gravity or the falling time? How do I just see what happens if I let the falling time be what's going up a lot? 5 is probably too much, if I had to guess. Oh my god, wait, that was great, I think. Maybe I might lower it a little bit, but that was actually... Huh. Take that, and then, I don't know what kind of numbers you're spitting out. Put that to, like, that as a test thing. Actually, we're gonna go... Let's try 4 and, like, 1.5 or something. Just a fiddle. And then... Well... Hold on. Actually, let me, just to test things. If I build some speed and go at this, how... yeah, it matters kind of how high I'm actually going. If the... Yeah, I might need to lower some of these just for the sake of being able to go higher. So 2, 5, and 3. And I'll come back to the terminal velocity bit. Okay. Up we go. That seems actually pretty good, I think. How is going off ramps like this? That's like that, I guess that... You know, actually that's about... I think that's kind of what I want, huh? Interesting how there's that changing gravity stuff. Making things kind of fall into place better. Fascinating. We do apply a bit of gravity when we're on the ground. While I'm messing with stuff... Actually, before I go any further... Let me, to keep all these changes I've made when I go to play mode, I copy the component, and then I go out, and then I paste values, and now it's gonna basically have what I had. Actually, before I go any further, I'm curious if the terminal velocity is actually being reached, so let me just print adjusted gravity there before we clamp it, so I can see what it's... Get a sense of what numbers it's actually spitting out. Okay. Up. Oh, it's not even, like, hitting the 500. I kind of want, like, this falling distance from falling up the top of this probably makes sense that we hit our velocity. If I just fall off it directly, we hit to, like, 128. Interesting. Or maybe 200 is fine, then. If it, like, this is looking pretty fine. Yeah. What happens if I set it to, like, 100? Is that, like, noticeable? How much of a cannonball are we still? That felt like a little bit more like soft of a landing, which I guess makes sense. Interesting. I kind of like if you fall like that hard, like landing really hard. I don't know. I kind of like how that feels, I think. Well, we'll see if we have, you know, like larger drops than this. It is possible. So 150, I guess. So it kicks in a little bit, but not that much. And I'm sure that we will throttle that and we'll mess around with it more. Yeah, okay. That's interesting. And okay, 150 it was. 150. Not 15, 150. Interesting. Okay, this is going like this is kind of being rough kind of earlier. Just a lot of being funky with how it's working together. It's kind of getting back to a better state now, I think. Which is good. I want to bring back the input, and I think I want to try having it be more minuscule. Now, which things are gonna... Yep. So I do two things here. This, like, I turn the player a bit, and then this is, like, redirecting their velocity when I turn them. So if I do that, where are the variables that mess with this, and why can't I... Oh, turn speed and velocity, turn speed, it's them. Okay. So let me just try actually turning them down a lot more. Okay, turn speed and turn try it like 20 and 0.5 or something just to see. So now having the mid-air control again. Interesting. For a gap like that, it's barely noticeable. For this, okay, it's actually barely noticeable. Maybe too much. Put the. I'm a little curious of if I put the turn speed up a lot, but the velocity turn speed is down. I'm just curious of the behavior that's gonna have. Ooh, that's interesting. We like turn, but the velocity doesn't redirect quite as much. That looks interesting. It's not the behavior I want, but it's fascinating. Yeah, that royally messes with us in midair. Interesting. Yeah, no. That will mess with our ground. How we just like bounced off that ground there. So this go back to being 1 and velocity turn speed 30 or something like that. See, I don't know the best balance of those. Yeah, interesting. Okay. Yeah. If I go like, whoa, I can kind of choose to turn at the ground faster. It's effectively like what I get. So yeah, there's like, it doesn't feel like my inputs are launching me across the map anymore, and like that's good, I guess. I can just let go of buttons while I'm in midair. I don't think people are going to necessarily do that. You're going to kind of hold in the direction that you're going to some degree. One thing I'm unsure of, whether I want to like how fine-tuned air movement should be. If I'm up here and I see that down there exists, do I want to be able to perfectly like launch off with enough speed and actually like aim and like land there? But if I can do that, then that's hypothetically a problem. What if the turns I forget the behavior if the turn speed is tiny but the velocity turn speed is a lot. Let me just double check what that does. Luzga, hello, hi, hello. Yeah, I was speaking like 2 days ago at the Handyman game because the mechanics are fresh. Haha. Sorry about the guy got busy. Oh, good. Yeah, hello, welcome to the stream. We're working on this game and it is going interestingly. We are like the last couple streams we've been mainly dealing with a lot of like camera issues, and there are still tons like there's still lots of jankiness that we're working out, but in this stream we've been that's what upgrading that's what increasing the velocity turn speed a lot does. Oh, that's a problem. Anyway, we've been messing around a lot with a lot of the variables with the player and with like momentum and different like speeds and all that, and you know how the player controls in midair and messing around with a bunch of different things. Wait, what? Did you fix the horizontal climb bug? There's been a lot of bugs, that have been fixed, and a lot more that are that are waiting to be discovered. There's a whole lot of little things. A lot of things have been like redone and changed and all that. But to some degree, yeah, in the last couple of days, I have fixed quite a few different bugs. So that's, you know, pretty good. No, okay, yeah. High velocity turn speed is not a thing I want there. Nice. Thank you. Thank you. So, yeah, in this stream, we've been, like, messing a lot with, like, the player speed, and we turned off a lot of, the player has some, like, momentum mechanics. We turned off a lot of that before when we were just messing with trying to get it to not be broken, and we've been slowly turning on a lot of that stuff again and making it actually work again. And, yeah, it is a thing. Right now, I'm messing with how much mid-air control I want the player to have and the pros and cons of that. There's, like... So, to some degree, by not having a lot of mid-air control, it's more consistent of if I launch off with speed, then I'm landing in particular places. The more mid-air control I give the player, the more that you can launch off somewhere and turn way over here and, like, fly across the map. And I want to be, you know, careful of not having that be a thing. Yeah, I have a cool, funky way that the camera is when you're midair, where you're kind of like, the camera goes behind the player and is falling like that, and that's pretty cool. Midair control, yeah, that is what we're attempting to, well, not just that, but that's one of many things that we're fiddling with. And right now, I'm just kind of, yeah, going around my test level and kind of, both getting used to my new, like, move speeds and all that, and, I mean, I'm kind of over that doesn't, give you turn options while you're, flying on a car. I know that. I know the realistic thing is obviously no movement. It is a pros and cons thing, right? Like, by having mid-air movement, like, oh, you know, I'm about to miss a platform, let me, you know, turn so that I hit it. But the cons, in my game, because my player moves so fast, more mid-air movement can be potentially a problem of just, yeah, the whole launching across the map thing if I'm not careful. And, over at Desgo, hi, hello! Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yeah, we are here working on Handyman with a Unicycle, and it is going interestingly. The beginning of the stream, I'd say, was a bit rough with just trying to get things to behave properly. But now things are going a bit better, I think. Well, mainly we're doing a lot of just messing around with a lot of our public variables of just move speeds and different bits of momentum and all that. I get, well, Deb's doing, it's a fun mechanic. Yeah. And it's like, you know, different games require different things and whatnot. But, yeah, this launching through the air has been turning out really well, especially with the whole sticking to things. Now, as I've said before, I'll say again, eventually the idea is you're not going to be able to stick to stuff like this. It's if you have speed, you stick. If you stop moving, you fall, like what you'd kind of expect to happen. Right now, we have not coded the falling off bits yet because it's easier for me, the developer, to test stuff when I can stop and look around. Well, eventually, so I want to have that, you know, sticking to walls and roofs to be based on, like, speed, but I also want to have, like, magnet walls be a thing that, like, if you're on this special kind of magnet wall, then this behavior happens where you actually just stick to it. I want to have both conceptually, because, you know, it'd just be a cool thing to have. What sounds like a just individually on its own, a cool potential, level, obstacle, hazard thing to have. If I can get over here. If we're on this upside down bit, imagine it like there's, like, little squares of magnetism. So you're like here and I'm sticking, and then you move over to here and you can't stop from, like, you know, point A to point B, otherwise you'll fall. But then also having hazards, so, like, you know, big swinging hammer or whatever, and I gotta, like, oh, time it and go, and once I'm going I can't stop, kind of a thing. Like, stuff like that could be cool potential hazard. It's gonna be, you know, so much better once this whole test area actually has, you know, more obstacles and gameplay things in it. Or even just, you know, when we move beyond this to this test level to actual real level, which, like, given how things are going right now, might be closer than I thought it was gonna be. Given that, like, well, we have, like, you know, camera on the side kind of, you know, is working, into flying through the air. As of, like, literally only as of today, this going from on the ground to in midair wasn't, you know, very broken, where you go to midair and the camera would randomly, like, 180, you'd land and the camera would, like, yeah, just whip around in weird ways. Only earlier today I finally kind of, you know, fixed that, and the camera properly, smoothly transitions between the between, you know, the ground camera and the air camera having different stuff. Mechanics. Permission for a joke? Go for it. Yeah. We also, like, not super important, but it is code that exists. If I go to... Is this going to function? Hold on. Yeah. No. Oh! Wait. No, I need to, I think it'd be in that mode from, start. We technically have, no, what? Wait, why are you not working? Oh, these variables are bad. Hold on, or, we, technically the player has an underwater mode. We made that first, well, not for, well, only a couple streams ago, because the underwater stuff and the midair stuff share a lot, so I thought it was easier to make this where, you know, not worry about like gravity essentially, and use this to then as a blueprint to make the better midair code. So that ended up being a thing that happened. These variables, hold on. These should match, I believe. Now that we've changed some of the physics stuff around. Turn speed 0.5. I don't know about that one. All right, here we're gonna try it. There's not a proper transition between them at the moment, but oh no, why is it? Oh, interesting how physics. Why physics do physics things? Oh, because if I do this combined with a little bit of this, now you turn. No, hold on. I'm actually not sure. This was, you know, kind of thing was working earlier. Not a super important thing, all things considered. But I kind of thought it would be working. And it's not. I just gotta make this super high. Oh, now I'm extra confused. I thought it was just, like, trying to turn, like, small amounts. Oh, no, it's this. There we go. Yeah, there's code that's supposed to do that. That isn't because I'm changing it via, like, editor stuff. Okay, there we go. So, well, oh, this case still isn't. Oh, God, it's... Okay, I don't know. I don't have answers as to why everything's oh, God. Yeah, I don't have answers for why this is behaving the way it is, but just, like, it's fine. This was working, and then we recently changed a lot of the physicsy stuff, and I didn't care to... I didn't look into this underwater stuff. It's supposed to just work like the midair code, but without gravity. If I just switch to this, will it... Well, I don't know. Whatever. Anyway. We'll go back to that. We're a game called Anywhere the Unicycle. It's just a student project. Sour Chroma 2022. Oh, yeah. That is indeed true. I worked on 3D model for half a year, in case you... Oh, I was joking. It will be fine. So, in my defense, one, the game is so very vastly different than when it was a school project. Two... I stopped working on this game for many, many months, and then even when I was kind of getting back into it, it was like, oh, once a week I'd touch it a little bit. So, like, yes, technically I've been working on this since 2022, but not really because I've been doing a lot of other things and I left this to rot for quite a while. It's hypothetically. Also, just recently, we, you know, as of like December, we broke down the player and have been building them back up to have all this physicsy stuff. Project is done. The school project from eons ago is, and got 100% on it, so like it did all that it needed to do. Did it have this guy? No, the thing I submitted for that didn't have this placeholder guy. It was like, it had the unicycle, but it had just like a rectangle that represented the player. Because it didn't need to be like a finished thing. It's just a proof of concept thing, like worked well enough for that. It did have a test level and a tutorial with amazing voice lines by me, but, yeah. Okay, so this isn't super important, like, this underwater thing that doesn't matter that much compared to everything else. I'd like to fix it real quick, just to, have it not be broken. So, okay, first things is that, well, these variables that aren't actually currently being used, whoops, oh no, you're used there. This should, I renamed this in the other files. It's just, underwater drag and blah. What? No. Hold on. And oops. Underwater angular drag is the thing. Okay, underwater. I ought to build something in the actual, this test level that actually is like a water zone to like go into it properly, to actually transition into it, but haven't done that yet. I'd like to be able to just, this is something that only affects me testing stuff. I'd like to be able to start in the underwater state and have the game work. Yeah, okay, no, okay, I have a sloppy solution, but it'll work. I just kind of do this. In start, oops. Do this. Which, these are copied, but this has this bit at the beginning that wouldn't work here. And, yeah, no, it's fine. Unless I had some special starting state. What if I did? No, that wouldn't work. No, I'd rather not. Just that, based on whatever the starting thing is, do the correct things, and then you'll start running this. That might be enough to fix it. It's a little, like, there are ways around it. I probably, like, might combine stuff into other functions, whatever. But just first, I just want this to work. So these should definitely match, though, I believe. Mid-air drag should match. Oops. For now, they should match, and then they might be tweaked slightly. If they always were gonna 100% match, then I would make them be the same. You know, combine the variables, but they should start being the same, and then I might change them afterwards. Oh, God, okay. Well, so that's not how that's supposed to work, but it's a start. Ignore the janky camera stuff. Why is it this way? Why is... Oh, I think I know what this is missing. Over here. The joke that well, the joke is that Power World is not far enough away, is not far from what you designed. Yeah. Eventually we'll do actual proper more 3D modeling stuff. I'm just way more concerned about the coding and it actually being functional and whatnot. Also, I'm just more of a programmer than a modeling person, but I have made some cool 3D models. I haven't used Blender in a while, that I'm gonna be rusty with it again, but, you know, oh well, I guess. We'll figure that out when we get there. But, well, I know the dark side of game development. I know games... yeah, okay. Oh, and I have a really important question. Ooh. Could you give me an explanation about what is, datum plane? In case you know the concept. So, because, like, a lot of my programming knowledge is self-taught, there is a chance that I might know what this thing is, but might not recognize the word. I recognize the word datum and the word plane, but a datum plane specifically, I don't immediately know what that is. I'm Googling it. I see a picture of a thing that I don't immediately recognize. Oh, it's like a plane. It's like a normal datum plane. Oh, wait. A datum established on an external surface of a target. Use a flat surface of a datum to follow. Like, what? It's as a reference for a part where a reference does not exist. Oh, okay. No, I think I think I conceptually know what that means. Datums are theoretical exact point axis lines that planes or combination thereof that are derived from datum features. Okay. So, it's like a theoretical plane meant to define something that doesn't exist. Is that the kind of idea? So, in my game, I'm hypothetically using such things. Where's my... Oh, because Unity crashed it. Yeah, it didn't... yeah, okay. When the player is along the ground, I project the player movement from the camera, like in the direction of the camera, along the ground, along the plane that represented by the ground normal. So that's I guess a real plane that exists that is along the ground, or something like that. Where I would use a hypothetical one would be like when when the player's in midair and I project the input based on like their velocity or something. I don't know. Yeah, or it's well, players did find like 10 bugs on a week. Oh no. Yeah, it's more of the 3D design. I think it's like creating a new plane that is not like XY plane, XZ plane. It's a plane that can be tilted. Yeah, ground equals XY. Yeah. Oh, so wait. Oh, is a datum plane any plane that's not an exact, like, you know, along the axis is. I thought that, like, or my understanding was that it was a theoretical plane, but maybe I'm wrong on that. In that, like, if I'm... Oh, this is not an example. I just go back to starting on ground. Ooh. That's fine. We're going to ignore that. If I'm here and I'm like, oh, project, you know, whatever onto the ground. That ground normal, I don't know if I'm getting it. Well, I guess, I don't know what defines what's theoretical and what's not. I don't know. I think that's it. Fair enough, I guess. Sure. Hey, yeah, pretending to be honest. Hello, welcome back. Hope your editing stuff is going well. And yes, I can drink away. Staying hydrated and all that. Like a plane that is aligned with something, but not the usual planes. Okay. Interesting. Sure, yeah. Neato. So I definitely doing a lot of stuff with that, with all this physicsy nonsense. I'm looking forward to when we get back to, like, aspects of this game that aren't me just dealing with a lot of physics and more pure logic stuff with, like, our whole objective system and beating levels and, like, hazard stuff and handling that, like, damaging the player. I look forward when we get back to, like, that kind of coding, but it'll be easier conceptually, but, you know, we'll see. Until we get to, like, more, like, the polished stages of that and how those things will need to interact with the player. That's going to affect player physics and whatnot, but I'm the one who chose to make a very physicsy game. Is my problem to do with. Put specifically on myself. But it'll be very cool when it's all working. I'm visually done with that first Skyrim video that I had to redo. Whoa, very, very cool. Congratulations. Woo! Maybe useful if you get into maybe useful if you get into 3D design really hard. So I use that concept. I just didn't know that that was what that was called. I very frequently am, mainly with, very commonly with input things. Like right here, I'm, well, sort of, well, actually that's not a great example. Well, more, well, no, I guess not here with this relative torque thing. Hypothetically, kind of, it's done a little bit here, but not as specifically. Around here, project on plane. I take the camera's forward direction and I project it onto the ground normal. Is like well, because you can well, in this it's like you can pass in a vector 3 that is a plane normal. Basically, you know, the vector that's perpendicular to a plane, that can be how you, that can be all you need to define a plane, kind of, sort of. Unless you want to give that plane a forward direction, I guess, but that doesn't always, it's not necessary always, I guess. I don't know. Anyway. But I'm speaking with somebody that does understand Quaternions. I barely understand Quaternions. I don't actually know specifically. So it's like a Quaternion is 4 numbers. I don't know off the top of my, I know 4 numbers, X, Y, Z, W. Actually, I don't know if the W is first. I think it's X, Y, Z, W for some reason, not W, X, Y, Z, but whatever. I know that the 4 numbers that go between 0 and 1 that can represent any rotation. I couldn't immediately tell you what, like, each letter specifically does for a rotation, other than they do things. Yeah, that's one of the 3 basic planes, X, Y, X, Z, X, Y. Oh, so this ground normal isn't, so this is not, like, okay. Ground isn't maybe the best word, right? Because, so for my game, if I'm on a slope, this is the ground that I'm on. So I'm projecting it to this floor that I'm currently on. That isn't necessarily flat, universal floor. It's also, when I go upside down, it's projecting onto that. Like, I don't know. The surface that the player is touching, I'm calling the ground, even if it's upside down. Which, yeah, maybe that could have a better name, but it works for me. Oh, yeah. And then there's also an extra weird thing of just, when I'm in midair, just so that vector doesn't break, then it becomes universal up, or, like, you know, universal flat ground, if I try to call that when I'm in midair, just so it doesn't, like, error or whatever, but I don't think many things do. Some stuff used to, but yeah, not much anymore. Anyways, what was I doing? I was going to fix my water code I changed some of the stuff with the midair code. Let me actually, just put these side by side, and should these just, deciding how much of this I actually might want to just copy directly. Deciding Actually, wait. So why do I just get... So I get, that's that's this bit. What is this pit for? That doing stuff. I'm deciding whether I want to just copy this directly. I'm trying to remember why I wouldn't. What might be the issue with doing this? I'm sure there's going to be something. We're just going to... variables that I'm not at the rename here, but yeah. And yes, I know that I'm aware that you're not exactly supposed to just be copying and pasting code like this. If okay, you're not taking any of the fall code whatsoever, hypothetically. You know, I should be potentially, you know, combining these, but I don't know right yet that I am going to be actually. These are going to end off. I don't think that these are going to end up being exactly the same code. Just for now, as a base, it happens to be that way. So you're going to be that, and you're going to be this. We actually made the underwater one first, and then copied it to the mid-air one, changed it a bunch, and now I'm taking some of those changes back. Velocity, turn speed is that. We're gonna steal it. Still got to figure out exactly what I need those numbers to be, but we'll get there. That's game mechanics. Yep. Okay, bam and bam. Okay. I don't know, ignoring that initial whatever. That, like, shouldn't... In the real game, that won't necessarily be a problem, because I think in the real game, you'll start on the ground and then, like... Yeah, you'll always... The player will start on the ground at the beginning of the game, going from, like, main menu into game, and then, like, the player persists forever. So... Because we have a hub world that you transition between. Loading screens, the player does not get destroyed. So the player is universal from the start of the game to the end. Is a singleton, in a way, there's kind of like the traditional way that one does a singleton design pattern. My player doesn't exactly copy that, but it's like close enough. Usually when you have a singleton, it's like, you have double of... As soon as a second thing exists, you're like, no, I'm the original, and then you destroy that thing. So there can only be one. In my case, I kind of never spawned another one. There's only one player, and a second one, like, doesn't get to the point of being spawned to then be deleted. It never gets spawned in the first place. There is only one always. They're like, singleton-ish? I guess you could still call that a singleton, possibly, maybe, but I don't know. Sorry, what was I testing? Underwater stuff. I didn't even, let me go put this back to this. Okay. Supposed to turn and be going, like, perfectly in the direction that we're going, and I don't know why that's not actually happening. And more specifically, why it used to happen and, like, what stopped this specifically. So this is the turn speed, but we're supposed to, like, redirect that way. If I up this would be bad, because then we're actually being pushed in those directions. What happened? Hold on, let me... Oh, this is the bit that, that is necessary, I think. Except I'm going to put this after the move forward thing. Turn, move forward, align with velocity. Actually, we're going to align to velocity first, but after the turn, I think. I don't know if that matters that much, but as soon as someone maybe in 10 seconds. No, I know what happens with test code. I'll say that I'm going to improve it at some point, and then never will. Why is this being this way? Oh, because this should be a lot higher now. I don't know. That might be too high. Huh. Weird. Why is the way that input's going being bad? Down should be going up. Oh, because you have extra things, this bit. Hold on, I need to, like, look back at the code before I blindly copied stuff in. I just take this, I normalize it, I add torque. Is that really all I did? I think... Was it just because the underwater speed was slower before? I don't know. Anyway, we'll put that back in. Take out this. And I'm starting to think that, hold on, if I actually just set this to 1 and then ignore this, I might actually have more behavior that I want properly, like, more replicate what we had before. Not exactly. Why am I not turning at all? Well, yeah. Okay, fine. We'll bring that back. And put this at like 0.5. Weird. Just weird things be happening. Oh, okay, there we go. Sort of. Like, it was so much more polished before. Oh, what? Oh, it's from me moving the mouse. Turning the camera. Turning the camera in this has some issues still. Technically, it's working. It's just not exactly... It was smoother before. And now that might be more a matter of just correcting the numbers as they should be. Ignore that. Okay, we're gonna... Okay, let me just quickly turn off the mouse turning while I'm trying to mess with stuff in the inspector. That makes it more annoying. We do have a thing that, like, turns off, you know, hides the mouse when we're in the game, but I have that turned off as well because, you know, easier to debug things. So I want... What do I want these at now? Is the angular drag actually too high? Is that part of what's going on? Before it, like, had reason to be higher? Oh. Getting there? Getting there. I also got Pharaoh. Like, there's two things. There's, like, one, conceptually, like, getting it to look, like... functionally getting it to be smoother, because, like, obviously how it is now is not ideal. But once I got it to be smooth, deciding, like, how fast do I want the swimming speed to even be compared to, turn speed? Or that. How fast do I want swimming speed to be compared to just, like, on-ground move speed? And, how comparable they should be is a whole thing. Okay, can I turn back towards the land? Here, let me just... Hey, look, we're here. Don't worry about it. Okay, so that's not... what if I just... If I have this velocity turn speed too high, it can have problems with this. Wait, why is that not enough, though? Hold on. We're underneath the ground. It's fine. I think lower... this speed up the drag. The whole, like, 1. And get back to the center. I want to be able to turn, like, you know, fast. But I actually don't know why these numbers are not allowing that to happen the degree that I want to. Even that? What? Really? So, like, I kind of get why a little bit, but also why? Funky. I mean, this should not be this. Okay. If I do a little bit like this, then, like, okay. Hypothetically, kind of. Also, you know, pretend that we're underwater. Obviously, we're not actually underwater right now. You know, pretend that that's the case. Oh, wrong thing. And... don't be too fast. I've also considered, like, having a thing that if you hit a wall, like, straight on, it, like, 180s you. Unless you, like, kind of, like, to spring off of it or whatever. Could be a thing, but not sure on that. Oh, 15. That's too high. Hold on. It's extra weird that this was, like, it was working better a lot before, and I don't remember exactly, like, how that looked compared to this and why that one just seemed better. I mean, it feels like when I turn that the turning's kind of fighting me is thing number one. Oh, I just undid all the variable changes, but that's okay. So, could it? So, okay, just look at how it was before again. Before I changed a bunch. This was just just adding torque, and that was fine. I go back to this. But now adding just torque is not fine. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold on. Hold your horses there. Okay. Bring back the Unity, please. Unity? You be compiling or something? Yep, you are. Alright, when Unity decides to. Still have not actually made additions to my test level. I thought that I was going to do that. You know, whoops. Well. Oh, well. Well, maybe after this, then I'll yeah, set up some better test scenario things in mid-test level. Why is Unity being completely frozen? If it could, like, not do that, please. Is it actually just completely frozen? But I have things to save. If it doesn't, it's not even like, why? All right, we're gonna just task manager close it. Don't mind me, and hopefully it's fine. Blah, and weird. Why are you? No, why are you? Why? Stop. Okay. Well, let's try that again. Yeah, don't know why that's. Don't know where the funkiness is. Why that be doing all that? But oh well. Okay. While I'm waiting, what I was gonna try to do is if I turn down the angular velocity. Okay. So actually, well, okay. Oh! Oh, I see what the issue is. Oh, this is backwards from how I want it to be. This aligned to velocity, it's aligning our rotation to our, based on what our velocity is. I want to align our velocity based on what our rotation is for the underwater code as opposed to midair code. Backwards. Oops. Yeah, oops. Okay, so, yeah, these need to, like, swap. Or do they? If I just stop doing this and, well, okay, this is gonna be based on this. This is gonna be partly a speed thing. If I, right, yeah, so like I'm turning this way, but I'm not going that way. I want to turn slower, but then effectively just be immediately going in that direction. So, how can I quickly, best way of doing that is gonna be to just, well, let me just go, rb.velocity equals, you're not normally great to directly set velocity, but, sometimes it's okay to break the rules. Actually, in the direction that we're oh, that's just transform, that's rb.forward, transform.forward. Just do that directly, and that's it. Which, is that not what really not what I had here before? I guess not. Back, what are you trying to break now? Things with me underwater code. Why? Wait, what's... Sorry, did I not save it? Did? Oh, this isn't being called. Yeah, okay, that would do it. Okay. With that being there, this velocity turn thing shouldn't be a thing anymore, I think. There we go. Well... Oh, sorry, no. Because the way that the player is facing for the wheel to be facing where they're going, technically this is negative transform.up is their forward direction when they're in midair. Yeah. I thought this would be a quick fix. But, you know, oh well. Will you ever add anything to the new test level additions? Better not tell you. Yeah, it's a mystery. I'm gonna possibly... I gotta figure out what to add. But this weird, like, test level, like, I don't know, indecisive on what even to add, what specific stuff is worth testing as opposed to, you know, starting to build the first real level that's gonna have its whole own thing. And, well, for now, we're also, like, gonna be building, like, you know, making a lot of, as you see, like, random, like, movement-related things, but whether I also want to build some things that actually have, like, hazards in them or whatever. Or, like, actually, like, bump, or, more complicated landscape, like a thing like this that has actual, like, holes cut out of it, and if, like, that's something I want to do, but, like, I don't want to spend too much time modeling stuff specifically for this test area because, you know, save it for the save that development time for the real levels, hypothetically. But you know, I want things to work here and now. Yeah, we'll get there. Okay, what if I want to put this to 0? Turn speed 10 might be too much. Let's see. Okay, that's why are we so slow? Why are we so slow with the forward speed? Wait, since when did midair have a forward speed? Does it use that? Hold on. It doesn't. Yeah, because you shouldn't have one. Well, I considered before of whether or not it needed one. It definitely does not now. Check please. Oh wait, don't worry so much. I realize how much money the Bethesda make. Bugs, they're so funny. So yeah, I mean, we're having a physics-y based game. Yeah, bugs can be humorous when physics be jank, but also, you know, if they're so bad that it's frustrating and you can't beat levels, then, you know, obviously that should be a problem. Alright, 100. Nope, I said 100. Faster. Why did setting that to 100 do nothing? Excuse me? What? I do this, I get that, but I do it after, so I thought it'd be fine. I'm getting some speed now. I mean, like, well, I guess if it works, it works. Now we're turning too fast, I think. That's gonna be turn speed, I don't know, down to 2. That's a bit too slow, maybe? Unless I gotta decide, like, how sensitive do I want turning to be? But, okay, this is more... Okay, this is... Okay, I think now we're more back to, like, it behaving properly. Pretending that we're underwater. We're still just, like, flying around all this. But, okay, that's... Let me go to, like, 4. Yeah, okay. 1,000 it is. Okay, 1,004. And get rid of the... Actually, I'm curious to... This behavior that we had with, like, a velocity turn speed of a bit. It kind of, that kind of means that, so it's going to sort of be pushing us in the direction we turn a little bit. Well, actually, sorry, 1 is not going to do anything. Hold on. No, I don't think I want that. I see the player being, like, pushed to the side and then turning. No. Okay, so we're going to not have that. Player ever... Where is it? This thing is gonna go, which means the code that has to do with it, i.e. all that. Did I get the right things? This one, and this one's gonna go. Okay. And, wow, wait, I might have got rid of something I didn't mean to. Oh, wait. Oh, wait, wait, why is this the same thing? Oh, because this is, this, okay, yeah, no, this has no reason to be there. I see. Cool. Good. And then in theory, this can go. Should this have any kind of lerping stuff? No, I don't think it should. All right. Try that again. Whew. No, I mean, 3, 4, 5, asking for permission to land. Oh yeah, that's. Yeah. I also at some point will need better, like, we'll need to have code that actually transitions between being underwater and mid-air. But I don't even know how common underwater stuff is going to be in this game. But I mean, I made it, so I'm going to use it. And making it was beneficial for figuring out how in-air stuff should work. So it was, yeah. Speaking of Bethesda, were you watching when I was trying to talk to that dragon and he was just flying in circles way up in the sky? I don't think so. I've seen occasional, like, dropping in some of your Skyrim streams or whatever, although usually, like, you know, well, like, working on my stuff or, like, working or whatever, having to, like, go away and come back very frequently. You know, I mean, notice I don't chat that much because I'm usually just busy with a bajillion other things, but, yeah, this, that's, yeah, not good. Dragon too afraid to fight you. I don't actually have that much familiarity with late game Skyrim stuff. I know that there's dragons. There's one in the opening bit, and all of that. And at some point, I think the first one you kill, then you get like, is that when you get the yell thing, the Fusroda thing? That's a meme thing, possibly, maybe. Yeah, I was like starting a dialogue, I guess, and he was trying to fly. He was just going in circles, going higher and higher. He wasn't just there, he was just slowly leaving. Oh no. Yeah, alright, fair enough. Well, now I am the circling dragon. No, I don't know. Okay, are the numbers as I wanted them to be, hopefully? Okay, this is fine. That's good. Now, so like, yeah, that minor thing, not super important, but like while we're thinking about it, I thought I'd fix it now. Okay, back to like normal on ground stuff. So, I don't know how much I care to fix that. Well, okay, if I start with the midair thing, and it's actually being in midair. Actually, I don't know why it flips around like that. Well, so, the camera is currently starting not where the player is. And then it's having to, like, try to figure itself out. Because I dragged the player up and I didn't, like, move the camera or whatever. You know, hypothetically, that affect that. Actually, I'm curious if I do this. Then do you figure yourself out? Not exactly, but I don't know. Less of a important actual issue, I think. I'd put the player back on the floor where they belong. That's, yeah. Go in the game and have it be fine. You know, thing we'll kind of worry about later. Oh, I turned off right stick movement. Yep, okay, that's fine. Or camera turning. Anyways, okay, so next. In terms of player moving around, am I fine with that? I'm still, like, uncertain about a lot of things with, like, is this default move speed what I want? Is the buildup of speed good? Is, you know, everything working? One thing I think I need to do at some point is, the smoothing on turning, the camera turning with slopes, I think needs to be made, you know, go up the faster that we're going a little bit, because it's somewhat responsible for if the camera doesn't turn fast enough, it messes with our movement. Oh, I can't turn the vertical stuff back down. Yeah, wow. See, I can't stay in this, although we do go obscenely fast just trying to. Oh no. Yeah, okay, that's the next thing we're gonna do real quick. Is, with a midair, go back over there. Camera follow. The slope smoothing. Can it be as simple as if I just go this times that times, I have a reference to the player B, dot velocity dot magnitude. There should probably be some kind of extra multipliers on that. I just want to see as a bare thing. Oh, right, because no, as soon as we start moving it all, it needs, okay, that if I'm just doing bare minimum that, I would need to like lower the slope smoothing by a lot to make up for it. So that might be too much. Let me just see. More from the side, if I could just let's go this way. Oh, I mean, okay, okay, it's like obviously now it's too low. Wait, why was the mid-air camera? Oh, the mid-air camera doesn't use that stuff. Yeah, okay, well. The faster I go in here, will it eventually... No, hold on. If I set this to... What did I set it to? 0.1, yeah, too low. Put it to, like, 2. In theory... No, I bet you that freaks out still. If I set this high enough, like 10, it should, like, instant snap always. If it's doing that... Okay, let me correct the vertical angle. It's stuck at like a -20. What's that? 10. Be normal. And I try to like stay in this tube. Yeah, I can't. I mean, because I just keep going faster and faster. I can't go in a straight line being that fast. And I don't know if I would call that a problem or not. Part of that, I think, is related to, like, this camera behavior that it, you know, this turning behavior that, like, all 3D platformers have, and is a thing that I want to have. If I hypothetically turned it off temporarily and then did a little of this and a little bit of that. Oh, wait, I didn't turn it off? Wait. What did I turn off just now? Horizontal correction speed. That's that one. Oh, turn horizontal speed. That was if I had mouse movement turn on, it would be deal with that. Okay. And then if I then turn this to this and this, or no, face this direction. I'd have to face it perfectly. Hold on. I'm just curious if I'm perfectly facing it. Can I now with turning off enough stuff? Well, okay, that's gonna be hard to. Yeah. Can I stay in this thing, or am I gonna get flung out no matter what? Okay, I was able to be in there for longer, and then launch across. Oh no. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, like, so there's some things that I want to allow or prevent that are like realistic scenarios, or common scenarios at the very least. This, okay, well, to one degree, one thing we're maybe going too fast. That part of this might be that I need to actually put upper limits on the like same. Oh, there is already one in the same speed direction, but on the like the going down modifier thing, whatever I called it. And there's like one other thing I need to limit, I think. It could just be max speed in general, but I'm not sure. Unsure. Here, let me test real quick. The big loop. If I go in the big loop, do I have the same issue? Ignore the, yeah, because I turned off the, like, the snapping thing is like almost instant. Ugh. It's like, okay, yeah, this ain't great, but part of that is attributed to how fast we're going. So, like, yeah. But the idea that, like, speedrun strat, do a bunch of loops and then launch yourself on the side and cross the level, you know, that's not something I want to be a thing that's allowed to happen, hypothetically. Okay, we're gonna put this back how it was when it was more working. And it might be a thing that we more revisit later. Although, I should, yeah, okay, thing I'm putting off that I should do sooner than later is, at the very least, where are you? Over here. Where's the, like, my ground input thing? Oh, this arrow momentum bonus. I think I'm fine, actually. I am fine getting rid of that, I believe. Come back to that stuff. Where is... where I use this bonus. It needs to be clamped in the same way that this is to have some maximum value. Plus equals this. Just stick in one of these. Just trying not to, like, flood the inspector with too many bajillion public variables. So, max downhill bonus. And how much is that gonna be? I don't know. Current standard, current that. No, where is the maximum things? They are. Where are you? I'm looking. This. No, that's how. That's like the build-up rate like this. Max is a different one. I guess I'll start with it being the same thing, I guess. Max downhill bonus. Okay. Okay. In we go. I don't know if that's gonna be enough, or if I'm gonna immediately be like, it's immediately a problem. I should be testing actually what values this thing is spitting out in the first place before it tries to get clamped. Print current direction downhill bonus. Yeah, bam and bam. And if 5 is already too low, then not over there on the player over here. Where are you? This max downhill bonus, I don't know, 20 or something. What values are you actually spitting out? So only when I go downhill I'll see it printing out stuff. Oh, it's immediately going to 30 from that. Okay, yeah, okay, it needs to be a lot higher. Fair enough. I should be testing with no, whoa. I didn't undo. I set this to like 0.1. What were you a second ago? I'm gonna hope that reverting this to you were 2. I'm gonna hope that that's where you're supposed to be. Seems like it. Okay. That tiny bit of being on ground, what, 11, 22, 31? Okay, yeah, that's... oh, interesting that I can kind of do that, sort of. Alright, let's try this again. How high are you going? 32, because you can't get higher because I'm clamping you. Okay. Where are you? Not there. That's the wrong place. let's make it infinity real quick, just to like see what behavior, what it's getting to. Oh, okay. So that's 800. Oh no. I mean, I guess if that's hold on. No. The clamp thing is more to stop like going in just like loop infinitely. Yeah, no, that's okay. That's I think fine. Let's I guess go 1,000. Not as like I didn't think I'd be going that high, but okay. We'll see if I regret that or not. Okay, so with that, I should be able to go in here and probably still fly out. I don't know if I'll fly out before. No, let's go big one, I guess. Will I fly out before I reach the maximum? Oh, right. There's also... actually, I might want to clamp it a bit lower because there's... Oh, wait. What the heck's happening with... What? Why... Wait. Why was that breaking so much? Why... Oh, because... Hold on. Me not having... the turn back on the right stick movement. I'll get there. Yeah, it's the fast... Okay. So, like, this is being multiplied by the same direction bonus, which is its own issue. Maybe I don't put that at 1,000 as a max. Maybe, like, 500 or something like that. I don't know. Okay, let me just, from here, just kind of, yeah, you do go fast, and, like, part of that is because of the same direction bonus. There's also thinking ahead of, like, strategies that can be a thing. The fact that having this wall here, and I need to, like, if I need to go behind me, it is potentially legitimately faster to first go up this, to then go down it, and then speed. It's like, do I want that to be how that works? I don't know. It's a consequence of that, as I said. When you go uphill, I don't want, you're not losing speed. I want you to be able to keep going up. And when you're going downhill, you gain speed. But maybe I don't know, maybe you're getting too much speed going downhill up. Could be a thing. I could decrease the downhill speed, but increase the, even just the base speed or same direction stuff. I don't know. There's a lot of little things, but I think a lot of that was going to be easier to fine-tune in the context of a so-called real level. But I need to build a real level based on what I think's the numbers are gonna be and how it's gonna work. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Anyways, so okay, let's actually, well, with that, I said I was gonna try to build some stuff around here to test other scenarios other than what we currently got, if I can. At least, you know, put that counter up a little bit. Okay, so like, okay, now I gotta figure out what I want to build. So part of this, I'm just gonna copy and paste some of this around. Some of it, I might actually have to, you know, make some new block things with Blender. Actually, well, okay, first thing I kind of want to do, if I can even do this. I remember, making this loop was, well, trying to put it together super fast was kind of a problem. I kind of want to make a corkscrew type thing. Let me just find, not you, this. Can I just duplicate you and perhaps like easily stretch it out into a big old corkscrew type thing? So this looks like this because making this was difficult. Can it just be a matter of when I go to make like actual level stuff, I will try harder with a lot of these models. That's the plan. Okay, that's not working as much as I wanted to. I don't know the best way I can like. Yeah, no, that's not. Do I just start over and try to do some kind of... I want to make this with, like, a curve. I'm going to... If I want to, you know, have regular, like, loops and stuff, I'm going to need a better consistent way of making them. Actually, I'm going to use the path. I prefer them for making paths. If I do... this isn't going to have, like... the like turn stuff that I want out of it probably. Let me just, we'll start with this and then go like, actually, ooh, can I get away with like, hold on, maybe, well, I mean, this isn't a loop-to-loop, but like, could I get away with just making one of these? Actually, you know what? As a separate, unrelated thing, I kind of want to test a shape like this. So while I have this, maybe I'll just, whoa, not like that. This, and then like, well, not that. hold on, this, so then, like, able to, yeah, go in there and then kind of shoot out, going in and up and around. That sounds cool. Pretending that the floor here is going to be the floor of the test arena. So, move it up. With something like this, I don't know if I need to make some actual, like, better, like, entrance-y thing, or, like, flatten the bottom here to, like, get in it. Maybe. Or actually purposely letting it be slightly in the floor so that it just intersects with the test level floor might be good enough. So take this. Oh yeah, Blender changed this recently, and that's not exactly ideal. I should solidify it. Where's solidify? And do it on the outside. Before I go any further, or whatever. Let's just go over here real quick and see what that's already currently looking like. Oh, right. Massive. Really? Compared to the loop, that was... Yeah, I guess, okay. I mean... No, I don't want to test it with something that big. This was not the plan. Oh, no. Oh, no. Problem of not having reference things. Well... I was going to try... that. It's now thicker than I meant for it to be, but oh well. That is still massive. I was expecting something that was the height of this to go in and whip up and around. Before I go any further, just out of curiosity, I'm just gonna just test it being as big as it is. Have you generating colliders? Yeah. Because I copied the loop thing to make it, I got the import settings that I want. Oh, you're not on the environment layer, so I'm not gonna... camera ain't gonna do camera things. I was gonna whip it around. I am not gonna mark off new level additions just yet. Yeah, not until it's like textured or something. You're not gonna have, if I try to like put this material on you, you're not gonna have anything good. Oh. Okay, you're surprising me. Alright, if I'd have to actually do some amount of building UVs, but alright. I'll take default stuff. So I can do this, and I should be testing. Let me do two things. One, let me turn back on mouse input. Two, let's try that again. I have to care about like where it actually is for how long it takes me to go back to it if I don't want to move the player around. So, I mean, there's that being a thing. Is that fun? That's a fun game mechanic. I was wondering how much vision do I have in the tube is one thing, and two... Oh, there's that. Launching at the ground. That is very tall. It's bigger than I wanted it to be, and it's thinner than I wanted it to be. You know what? This isn't the thing I wanted to... Yeah, but, you know, we'll have that as its own thing off to the side, and I'm going to duplicate it again to make the thing I actually wanted to make. Well, I was going to make a corkscrew thing, so now there's, like, multiple things on the agenda. I didn't name you... Fine. I will be, you know, proper about things in real test level. Oh, I'll rename some of this stuff after, possibly. Okay. Or in real, like, actual demo level that we're gonna be making eventually. Why is... Oh, wait. Or, that's the solidify. Yep, okay. And have you... smaller, but... like that or something. Okay. Bam. And then this environment, and then 180, and then yeah, I think that's more what I'm just thinking. Materials. Just put that on there. Come out here. I should put the player actually over here, but something, I don't know. This kind of idea of being able to kind of like wah and launch out. I don't love that you can't. What? If I did the thing I mentioned I might do where, like, the faster you're going, the camera turns faster, then it would be at this angle as you fly out, and you'd actually see where you're potentially going. But the idea of, like, going up, and then also being along the, like, purposely be along the ground, going up the top, be a thing. Not here, wrong place. Close you. So close you, this. How about launching, like, up and out? How does that feel? I gotta care about, like, so going in and holding up, I'm gonna be on the opposite side of here. Possibly. What happens if I, like, I don't know, make a big snake thing? And then, like, launch out up. Like that. We'll make more things than just pipes. I don't know how frequently we're going to have just full-on pipes like this, but just while we're testing things. So just holding up is kind of... where am I? How did I get to the bottom? Oh, no. So, you know, in theory, in an actual, like, thing, it's actually textured and you can see stuff. Or if this is, like, glass or whatever, you wouldn't get lost on the inside. Oh, wow. I can pretend I meant for that to point exactly here. That's great. Now, the problem with this, though, like, part of my problem with the, well, yeah, that physics can be not inconsistent if I make the physics inconsistent. And also that mid-air movement. It's hard for me if I want to have the player launch out of something like this and land somewhere specific, unless I define a big open area for them to land in. So, like, you know, something like this, I don't know how, even this if I'm just holding up, that, right, because I'm hitting the upside down of the thing. Yeah. So, like, yeah, complicated physics, fine-tuning, blah. Oh, somehow I fell. This might also, okay, well, I guess the other part of this is that, as I said, I currently don't have the thing set up where, if you go low on speed, then you fall off. If I did, it would be easier for me to tell what's up and what's down, because I would be falling in those directions. But currently I'm not, so, yeah. Anyways, I can put that as 2, I guess. You know what? Yeah, I guess that's a thing. I wanted to make a corkscrew like this, like a slow, long, flat loop that goes way over to the side. Making that seems trickier, though. Trying to think of how I could, like, cheat this by, like, making this, but then, like, applying it and then deleting some of it or something. But that wouldn't be as, like, flat where I'd want it to be. I don't know. Sure. Yeah, I'll come back to that or something. Okay, what, do I want to try, actually, the thing I keep saying will be a thing, and I keep saying I'm not doing just yet. Do I perhaps want to actually make, when you slow down, you fall off of surfaces? Because that is something that, you know, is a bit of a crucial thing, even just for testing some of this stuff. Can at least try to put together a basic version of it, and then I'm sure it'll have tons of issues. So, align to ground, move. So, stick to surface basically needs to stop happening. Or, I mean, the basic thing is putting it in a big ol' if statement of, like, if, I don't need to flatten the velocity against the thing that we're on, probably not. RB dot velocity dot magnitude, is greater than... Yeah, I want it to be pretty forgiving. So I'll just even say 1. For now. But, like, I can imagine some problems this, just this might have. I'll probably, that min threshold should probably also be a variable. I can see some problems that that's going to have, and I have ideas for potential solutions to them. So if I'm going up here and then I stop. Oh. Right. Sorry, put this in a big old else. Like, if we're not applying that gravity, we need to be applying regular gravity. I'm going to try having the same force, but just applying it in, where? I thought, vector 3 dot up. So, you know, universal down. So, well, just vector 3 dot down. And, but I can see this having potential problems with, like, falling and then immediately, like, re-sticking to a wall on the way down. I don't know if that's going to have issues, but if I stop. So we're falling a little bit. We're not, you know, falling up. Let me just test real quick. If I go, like, whoa. Yeah, why is... Yeah, I think the camera slope thing is being a little bit off. If I'm like this, I should fall off. Not like that. That's just... It needs to be just higher. Okay, hold on. So, first, variables for... oh, this air momentum time thing isn't used. And this air input delay is also not used anymore. Those can go. Right. Yeah. Anyway, public float low velocity threshold equals 1 or something, and then public float fall low velocity fall multiplier. This will also have the effect of, if we're on like small slopes, we will slowly roll down them, and I guess that's a thing. So this, it should be a lot, kind of, but so we might just be on a thing and then falling down, but that might not work, because then we're just gonna be rolling down the wall. What I'm thinking I might need to do is apply force away from the wall that we're on to like push us off it, which I'm hoping doesn't look too like unnatural. Oh, I didn't set variables to good things. Also, put this, just dump that in there. Player. Over here. So like, let's make it a lot to start, just to kind of see that it's working. So even if I stop on like this, I should. That's not a lot. Does it really need to be even higher than that? Whoa, I wasn't done yet. Let me go back up. What? Why is it so little? Did I? Oh, because I made the variable and I didn't put it in. Who knew that that was a requirement to make things work? That's gonna be the threshold one is here instead of gravity multiplier. I mean, do I want both? Nah. Just fall. So this isn't even really a gravity multiplier anymore. I will maybe change that variable in a minute once this is actually working. Oh god, yeah, that's okay. 1,000's working. Let me test that more thoroughly. Even with it at 1,000, it couldn't take us all the way down the wall. See that? Yeah, that I think I need to apply even just a tiny bit of force away from the wall. Let me just do that now. So, do I can add forces together, right? So like add, well, actually negative transform dot up of us being on the ground, or no, just transform dot up times some like away from wall multiplier. Okay. What do I call, just shooting off the wall, falling off wall, push off multiplier or something, and that's gonna be like 2. I feel like it shouldn't be that much. Oops. Oh, I want this at like 110. Yeah. Okay. Something like. Where are you? Over here. Bam. Let's see if this does what I wish for it to do. So that we have that kind of. I don't love how the way that the player kind of like snaps around like that. I mean, it makes sense kind of, but also. Excuse me? Is it? Oh, wait, don't I take this force and then make it negative? No, wait. Okay, I should test this in isolation. Test this bit that we are pushing off the wall, because it looked like that bit wasn't doing what it was supposed to. Okay, it is, but that's, see, that's too slow. Okay, so even 2 was not enough. Or is... Oh, I just realized that the force that's pushing us off the wall is gonna, oh no. The force that's pushing us off the wall is gonna be a problem for the, you know, like the thing that makes us stick to the wall. If we're pushed away fast enough that then we go back above that threshold. Ah, I didn't think about that. Should I just make it like a 1 frame propel off the wall kind of thing? No, because if we're on ground like this, that's not going to work. It's going to... It needs to like... I guess I might need to, under necessity, up the threshold. I want it to be pretty forgiving. Where is it? Well, okay, let me lower these so I can actually look at what I'm actually wanting to change. And some of this should definitely, like this whole visuals thing probably should be separated into a different script. But, you know, we'll get there. even like this this falling code is kind of, if it can be in isolation enough, like these two things could be separated, and then have the state controller call all of that if we're on the ground. Gravity multiplier, low fall multiplier, that. So a push off multiplier, like, let's raise it, and then also just raise the low velocity threshold a bit and see what happens. Oh, right, we're all, I didn't think about pushing off of ground. Right, well, right now we only have, do I put in a check of the angle of the surface that we're on? Yeah, let me just real quick before I go fast enough. And it's not applying, and then I come off here, and then it's still coming off so slow though. I was waiting more of a, but like it can't happen always. And it can't happen when we're on flat ground. Yeah, well, in theory, these should like cancel each other out to some degree. If we're, like, these will be pointing this opposite direction. So like, as long as the low gravity fall multiplier is higher than the low velocity fall off, there's a random L in there. And it might be fine. Okay, this is, yeah, I suspected it would be trickier than I thought, but it's being tricky for reasons I didn't think of. Why it would be, you know, tricky. Like, okay, something like, so here we're not being pushed off. So like, go over here, and then, yeah. See, that's not, the point of the push off is to, like, put us in the falling state as fast as possible. And just changing us, like, manually changing us to the in-air state isn't good enough. Especially if we're on flat ground. Dang, okay. You know, whoops. Here, let me just, as a test, may just try it to try a different thing. That might just work better for me. Is RB dot, or, do once, well, okay, hold on, well, keep this as it was, and then sort of copy it to change it. Do a big old push force. With just the push-off multiplier. Just get us off that wall as fast as possible, but only do it if, we are basically on the ground. But then what would that mean? We're on like a 45-degree slope. So would I only do it if we're on like, what, like an 80-degree slope and above? Otherwise, then we just kick in just the gravity multiplier to like roll us down the slope? The, like, threshold of, yeah, doing that is, yeah, it's gonna be funkier than I thought it would be. Okay. So, okay, where, I don't wanna, RB dot, like, I don't wanna, greater than the threshold, then do that. Otherwise, if, like, vector 3 dot angle between, how about, like, the ground normal and transform dot up? Where's our, player ground check dot instance dot, ground normal? Compare that to just transform dot up. If the angle between those things is, oh, sorry, no, never mind. Sorry, no, these will be equal. Not the ground. Vector 3 dot up is what I meant. Vector 3 dot up and transform dot up. If that is greater than 80 degrees, let's say, then apply this one big push force, which I don't know if that's gonna be what I don't know. They're gonna look how we want it to. Oh, why is it applying now anyway? What was that? Is it weird first frame funkiness? I don't know. Well, let me just do this again, just to... Wait, what? Now it's not happening? Okay. Go up here, and then, yeah. I mean, kinda. I guess. So that was actually too much. If that worked, In theory, I go off here and then... Yeah, so like, okay, well, let me see if I can work with that and have it be tiny enough. Like, it just needs enough to kind of just give us a little, like, push off the wall so we don't immediately stick to it. Then, you know, maybe I can, yeah, work with it. Oh, right. If I'm moving, then, you know, that's a problem. I mean, even that I'd call too much. Okay, cool. So it's kind of, the lower I can get it is kind of the better. And low velocity threshold, the lower that the fall multiplier needs to be, they push us off, then like the lower the low velocity threshold can be, then that's good. Seeing that is like too much. I just need a little boop to not be on the wall anymore. It's working, but not. Yeah, I'm fine to make it lower. The lower I can get away with, the better, I think. Really? Wait, am I changing the right variable? I might not be changing the right thing. What are you? Oh, you're using push off multiplier. Like, oh, okay. Try that at 1. I don't know if I want to use the so the fall multiplier is pushing straight off the wall. I don't know if I want an additional, like, push slightly off the wall and slightly down to kickstart like that we're falling. Now that looks almost like we almost fall off like too slow, that it's almost unnatural. There is so one additional thing that we do that maybe a separate thing I can hook into that'll make this easier is when we're wanting to stick to walls, we send out a raycast that kind of goes a bit beyond the player. To like help, like if we separate from the wall slightly, we can still like re-stick to it. When we're going fast. I could make the raycast distance to decide that if they're on the ground, just lower that as well. That we don't need to push off the wall as much to fully go into the midair state. Yeah, I guess that seems like a thing that would be good. So that's gonna be this number here, right? Yeah, I go to hole 1. Okay, so how about we do that then? How do I want to, this number needs to, let me go, private, float, hit, ground check distance equals 1 to start with, and then when we, the change state code can, like, have stuff, in here in a minute. Well, no, sorry, no, that change state is not gonna, no, sorry, that doesn't apply here. Never mind. I can out here go if in our this is ground code. No, not as ground. If RB, do I have it referenced to the rigid body? The player ground does. That's fine. I'll just take that. Dot velocity dot magnitude is greater than. Well, I guess we'll just use the same threshold. Is greater than player ground dot instance dot low velocity threshold. Then this thing equals 1. Else brackets funky. It's fine. Otherwise, then do equals 0.1. That might be too small, but I guess we want it to be really small. 0, like not checking at all. I think that could get me into trouble. But, you know, we'll see. Okay, let's see what that does. I think so. It still feels like we're... Okay, camera's not good for this test I was hoping to do just now. We should already be in the false state at that point, I think. Oh, I'm a fool. I don't want to put it in this one. This is the one that looks, basically, if we fail to, like, look in the direction of the wheel and find a wall, then we do a second cast that goes straight at the floor, because we sort of prioritize it, like, in case we're kind of sideways and we happen to hit ground, we make sure that we angle towards it anyway. That's just a important check to not cause problems. Okay, we did go to the ground state. But now I worry that we're not... I feel like then we should be shooting off the wall more. How does it seem like we're shooting off the wall less? Oh, because before it was like every frame that we're too low, it was shooting us off, I guess. So now if I up this to like 5 or something. Kinda. I feel like we're going straight off the wall and not enough down. So let me try this with like 3 and then bring back in the calculation over here. Actually, maybe I will up this a little bit so we actually will go slightly more off the wall. Because being like immediate down and like kind of hugging the wall on the way down, I don't love. Going off of it a little bit, I think, is beneficial. So doing this amount with the gravity bit in there as well to also give us a push down more. But then this can be a lot lower because it's an impulse. We're gonna try such things and see if it helps. So, and then, well, it's just 1 and 3, but I want the force off the wall, I think, to be more than the force down, I think. Let's see. Okay, that's not what's supposed to happen. Why is that happening that way? Like, okay, if I make this 0, then it's not going to use that part, in theory. Excuse me? Now that's actually almost looking good on its own. Why would the... Sorry, was the fall multiplier using the right things in the right direction? It takes gravity and that and times vector theta down. The like... Those got a little bit messed up. That's fine, I guess. Let me try... making it more and maybe making this a little bit more and just seeing what happens. Low velocity threshold being 10. I don't know if that's also currently an issue or not. Why is that happening that way? I don't know. I just raise these even more just to, again, see what happens. Oh, is it making us barely cross the 10 limit? Is that what's happening? If I do this and then like 0.1 or something? Cross my low velocity threshold to kickstart this whole thing. If I up this to like 20 and then put this to 1. Yeah, I think we're barely hitting it. Oh, I just realized that this multiplier isn't just 1. It's taking the gravity magnitude, which it maybe shouldn't be. Yeah, I'm gonna not actually. Yeah. It's going to just use its own thing. So now that reduced it by 10. So, okay, no, that makes complete sense as to why it was making it over 10 very easily. Okay, so now we have that. Now let me mess with the variables just a little bit more. Now let me lower this. And, yeah, keep that at 2. Okay, that feels more natural, I think. Like, it's... I don't love the way that the camera flips around like that, but it's fine-ish. If I do this, then... Yeah, that feels more natural. Just to fall off. That doesn't feel like we're being pushed away, and we're not accidentally sticking to the wall on the way down. Cool. So now, real quick, the threshold of... I said it starts kicking in at, like, 80 degrees. Do I notice it in, like, a problematic way? Ooh, is this... Do I just have it be full 90? If we're like this and we stop, I could apply a bit of gravity to like angle us down the slope. And maybe it is only at a full 90 do I actually fully be like, hey, get off. Here's what I'm gonna go else and then do something like the thing that's in here as an acceleration, not using the low fall one, or not using the push off thing, just straight downwards apply. We'll see if I can get away with the same variable. This is 80, maybe like 85 or something. I don't know. Being on like a 90-degree wall, being on like 89-degree wall and still being able to like sit still on it might not be good. Okay, yeah, there we go. That little bit of is because of the way the geometry is not exactly smooth, even though it looks like it. That's not as much of a problem, I think. Okay. There we go. Okay, and then this I should be rolling down. So cool. That's good. Is this the speed I want to be rolling down this? Would I rather, if my hands are off the controller, Would I rather be rolling faster? So, like, pros and cons. Pros like, oh, hey, you know, we're on a thing with wheels. That's, you know, gravity sucking us downwards. That seems potentially good. But also, if I'm on a slight uneven slope and there's, like, a hazard, and then I roll, like, stop moving and immediately roll into it, that might not be preferable. So I think maybe I want it a little bit faster, but not that much. Which then means that those... do I have a new variable for it? Because I don't want to increase this mess with the other one. I'm just deciding what I can, what if I just use, what is gravity multiplier right now? Gravity multiplier is 2, also 2. Well, how about I just add them together? That might not be how I want to do that, but let's just see if it happens to conveniently be what I want it to be. Okay, that I think is a bit better. I guess, yeah, as I said, I don't think I want it to be too fast, but just enough that's like, yeah, gravity exists. And over here, then, without forcing you into bad things, I guess. But then, like, and then also, to be frank, like, in this game, you're not going to be sitting still that much anyways. It's just that, like, you know, when you occasionally are, it feels more natural. And this kicking you off, then, yeah, hey, you slowed down, then, yeah. So now I could also maybe fine-tune more the actual, like, okay, how slow should kick you off? I think if you get hit by a hazard, it should automatically... If you get hit by a hazard, it does auto-freeze you, so you'll fall off. Anyway, but, if you get hit by an hazard and spin off, that'll kick you out. But I mean, basically, I stopped pressing buttons. That happens pretty fast. If I, start like, you know, I'm going like low on the controller, like, yeah. I think I want to be pretty forgiving, as I said. Yeah. Just deciding if I want it to be even less than it currently is. Can I get away with less without breaking the other bits? If I put this down to like 5, will it do the weird like push-pull thing? Yes, a little bit. It's like right at the threshold of doing that. Let's try 8 or something. Was it doing it? Maybe just a little bit. We're falling off the wall like slightly less, I think. Yeah, I can go. Right, the same direction bonus picks up fast. Okay. I think there's like a tiny bit of jitter from us being sucked back in for like a frame. So I guess we go with 10. I hope that it's fine. If I really wanted to, I could look at our kind of flattened velocity. Our velocity against the wall has to be lower than like whatever. That would give me more wiggle room. But I think maybe it's fine for now. Okay, cool. We have that functionality. So if I go up in, like, here, we're like, oh, I can barely tell what way's up. Then easy way of, like, up is where the gravity goes. And falling up there isn't too bad. Okay. That makes that easier to comprehend. So, cool, I suppose. And whoa, where is anything? And yeah, down I go. But then, of course, if you're going down, then... well, that's maybe a problem. One thing that I want to mess with, I'm not sure, is where is it? This gravity, this is no longer a gravity. Actually, I should change it now. Well, actually, wait, this is gonna mess with the other thing. Well, I guess it may be fine. Change this. This is more stick to wall, wall stick multiplier is more what this is. Whatever, it's fine. Okay. Wall stick multiplier, and it was 2. And I'm gonna increase it to like 4. I'm curious of, would I prefer, you know, if I'm going fast, like just more, yeah, sticking stuff. That might cause problems with going up some ramps. I think I'm sticking to that more, huh? Than like launching across it. Huh, maybe. Whoa. I want to say that helps. When you go fast, it stops, potentially. And this is... Yeah, okay. So make sure that launching off ramps is indeed doing as it should. I'm going off stuff like this. If it's, like, too high and I try to go off a ramp and, like, it's like, nope, you're not doing that. Not here, not today. Okay, I think that's good. So now, here's a thing to now, like, test of that. I no longer have, oh, I didn't, I probably should put, variable behind, a debug variable for me to, like, turn it back to how it was. That would be, you know, helpful. But now I can, to some degree, test, like, now a more real player experience that I can't just, like, go on a wall like this and stop. I'll fall off it. Still probably, yeah, it looks like it might still need a little bit of fine-tuning, but it's better and more how it should be. And I do have the possibility, as I said before, to, like, make magnet walls as their thing that then just actually uses whatever variable. I guess I will make it, yeah, so, no, wait, something like falling, I guess, public bool debug stick to walls. And I will change it to, like, not being debug if I make, like, actual magnet walls once we actually make such a thing. And it's not happening right now. Do worry about that, and then I'd actually make, like, an actual, you know, some visual thing that makes a wall look distinct to be that. Okay, debug stick to walls. Where does that need to apply? It's going to be over here. So, else if debug stick to walls and blah. If debug stick to walls is off, I'm fine doing this, slightly rolling down slopes, I think. And then I'm also going to need to, there's the thing in here that I was just using with it for. So, this and player ground dot instance dot debug stick to walls. If all that stuff is true, oh wait, and sorry, well this has to be and that's not true. Wait, no, no, I'm putting like in here actually. Else if only change it if you get here and debug to walls is false. I guess, I don't know, yeah. It's probably fine. Okay. Bam, and yeah. Okay. So, oh wait, I didn't even, like, test it. Debug stick to walls. If we want to stick to walls always, and I do this, and then, oh, wait. Hold on, easier test on this one, maybe? It didn't work. Why? So, no, that's false there. Did I have it the other way around here? If debug stick to walls is true. Oh, if it's false, don't stick to walls and all this stuff. Okay, it was the other way around. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Alright, try that again. Yeah. Well, that kind of, hold on. Try that again. Over here. Bam. Oh, it's gonna, right, no, yes, hold on, okay, actually, we're just gonna put it here, too, well, okay, whatever, I just realized that this being in an else, if this doesn't apply, like, oh, if that doesn't apply, that'll be fine, fine, we'll turn it off, whatever, okay, so, yeah, this, hey, look, we have it as it was before, and if I turn you off, yeah, you know, funny thing, if we do eventually have magnet surfaces, even if it's on an angle, I think I would want to perfectly stick to it, so having that be off when we're on, even on, like, ground or whatever is still a thing that I want, technically. Hey, the wheel is also turning, because it just turns based on our velocity and nothing else, so. Cool. Awesome. All right, that is more functionality, thing I've been putting off for a while that I guess is there. And, like, it was funky to set up, but I'm glad that we got to a place in the end that looks, you know, pretty fine. Yeah. So, cool. Mechanics and stuff. Woo. I guess, one thing I wanted to just quickly test if it looks fine is if I go onto a wall like this going super slow, do I randomly just fling off in a way that looks unnatural? I'm having to apply more force to, like, get onto the wall in the first place. I slowly creep up onto it. Again, also, like, rare scenarios. Oh, I'm holding up. Oh, what? Okay, hold on. It's holding up and not, didn't have the speed to get up onto it. Something like... The gravity is beating me. Okay. Well. Okay, so, well, I mean, good, I guess, that, like, if I'm going so slow, I can't even get onto the wall. And then from there, that's pretty steep anyway. Yeah, okay, I think I'm fine with that. Cool. Get more functionality. Still, like, there definitely is some funky things in and around here, but it's better. It's slowly getting better. This is feeling more like a functional player, rather than a completely broken player that has a million and one things to still get to be working. This feels like a more functional player that just has some problems to fine-tune, which is, you know, a good, very good step in the right direction. And, like, if this was, like, so, like, when we get to making some, like, you know, more the things to interact with, we have a lot of things to interact with. We gotta get them back to being functional. When we, worry more about that, you know, I could be more willing to, like, make a hazard or obstacle or whatever and be like, okay, it's, like, working good enough and we can move on to the next things. But the player is just extra funky, where, like, you know, once we start making actual levels, then, like, changing anything about the player's physics could have drastic, dire consequences. I wonder if we're gonna find ourselves in a situation where we make the submarine level and then, oh, do we make this faster at some point? I'm fine with that speed. I think we did make it slightly faster with the, yeah, when we up the wall stick multiplier, because that's affecting this. Yeah, I'm fine with that speed as well. That's, yep, cool. And if I'm not fine with it, then I can end up giving it its own, like, variable, but whatever. What was I saying? I wonder if we're gonna find ourselves in a scenario where we make the, submarine level and then, end up having to, like, you know, then we, like, have good, proper, like, gameplay to test, and then from that, then we fine-tune the physics, let things break, and then kind of remake the, not completely remake the level, hopefully, but, like, do a substantial overhaul of just moving things around in the level to make all the distances work again. That would suck, and, you know, ideally we, you know, get it right first try, but might be a little bit unavoidable, and, like, having that test would be beneficial to just properly test things in a so-called real scenario when we have all the other mechanics. Again, the whole, like, there's one thing to just go around this glorified skate park, a whole other thing to actually have the gameplay of the repairing rides, the dodging cool hazards, and things that actually move. But yeah, we'll get there. Did I change any variables? I'm gonna hope that I didn't. What next are we doing then? I kind of wanted to try and make more of this stuff, but I don't know what I immediately want to make that, like, won't take a while to make. I don't have a good workflow for how I want to make, like, a corkscrew kind of thing. I think I might just make one thing I should do. That might be if I want to just, you know, complete this, you know, have this Tesla will be, you know, better. Oh, this ramp 4x6x2. I went to that level of doing that, huh? All right, cool. Me. I want to make a couple ramps. It's like, you know, not like every angle, but make like 10 degrees, 30, 45, 80 or something. Maybe we just do that real quick. Test this over here. Here, let me rename these actual loops. Well, what do I call you? Just curly tube long. And the other one could be curly tube short or something. Curly tube short. That's better names. This ramp thing, I don't know. Yeah, I gotta figure out also, like, when I go to make real levels, what my, you know, properly, you know, fine tuning my sort of naming convention with all this stuff and having it be proper and how I want to be that all that to be. Is this actually is this 30 degrees or something? Is that looks like it could be roughly 30 to 1? Well, I don't need things that are exact angles necessarily, but more just like thin, you know, small ramp. Wait, so this is well, I mean, okay, yeah, 6x4, and then you're roughly too high. Kind of. I guess that's... Oh, I have you slightly in the... Or that's where the 2 comes from. Okay. That'd be by 1. Actually, that would be... Technically, it would be this. If I want to just do that, I suppose. I don't need... This box thing underneath is purely decorational, but also, like, why not? Yeah, it's gonna be that by 1. And... Save as... I also gotta, to some degree, figure out, well, where are you, actually, wait, hold on. Keep the name that you think you have, so that you'll stay, have the same inboard sitting stuff, and then rename it from in here, so I don't have to change any of that. Okay, so, I mean, I should have, like, I guess we'll just go over here. Oh, yeah, I made eventually, well, this was a thing I wanted to test, like, if we actually make, like, springs or whatever, the idea of being up along one wall, and then springing off, and then laying on this wall, and then springing off onto that wall. That was a hypothetical thing to test at some point. I guess I'd have, like, a row of ramps or whatever. Oh, hey, it's another thing, add to the total or whatever, something like that. 90, are you the right way around? Yeah. I'm gonna make these and then texture them all at once. I'll grab another one of this just to have them together or something. Oh, this one doesn't have the random box thing. Oh no, it's flawed. No, player, you're in the way. Player, I want... Not you. But what's behind you? Put you over here. Did I... Oh, why is that way? Whatever, it's fine. I don't need to care as much with the organization of this test level, but for real level, I probably will want to, otherwise it'll be a pain to clean up later, I imagine. Okay, do something like that, and then make other ramp that will just make... We'll just have, like, short, medium, tall, I guess. And that's probably fine enough for our purposes. Yeah, like as much as I want to, you know, like, well, make all these individual scenarios to test with levels, there will be a point where we want to more test with, like, we have the planning stuff in place to, oh, wrong way around, to make a test level, the whole submarine thing was supposed to be the first real level of the demo of this game. That I expect will probably take the longest, just like, because, you know, we're making all the mechanics to get there to have it working and stuff. But, you know, we'll get there. But, like, that would be a good scenario to, like, you know, properly test everything, including, like, all the gameplay and stuff, like, together, rather than all this that's, like, isolated little things. I mean, having the idea of having a test level thing like this is kind of cool, because, you know, some games have those. Also, I put these in the wrong order. Let me just fix that. Then give you the materials. Let me just grab material that this thing has, blam, and then kind of go a little bit like that, and glad I don't have to set up UV stuff on you guys. I don't know if I should be using, like, Pro Builder for some of this planning stuff, but oh well. Oh, these ramps are not going to be marked on the environment layer, so they're not going to work properly. Most things I'm going to be putting in are going to be on the environment layer, so I'm almost like to set that as the default. But nah. Okay, we got that ramp. That looks like it works. It's functional. That we thought it would. And then tiny little ramp. Yeah. I mean, this is the thing I potentially like. This then, like, when I get to the point of really wanting to fine tune it, working properly. This is this. Well, okay. Part of why. Okay, this looks a little bit like snappily weird because the way that the character's not, like, animated properly. It looks like it, you know, immediately, you know, he snaps 180 because he does. I'd like to think that once this has a proper person and, like, proper animations, that will look more fine. We actually have a bit of a smooth transition. Just like, you know, the camera being more of a problem until it had a smoother transition. Cool going off, yeah, more steep ramp, and it works. And we go pretty far, and I don't feel like I'm completely launching across the entire map. So, you know, that's good. To one degree, like, to some degree, you know, cool to do that. To the other degree, can be, you know, an issue. To, you know, break levels, or I have to design levels to be super massive to account for how it could break massively. Is this my max speed on the ground? I think that makes sense. Yeah. Because, well, then there also will be other things, in theory, to assist in you gaining more speed, such as, you know, speed boosts, more, you know, going downhill, and, you know, just different stuff like that. Yeah. We'll see. I gotta figure, oh, whoa, oh, hey, why that? What? Why do you think that that's necessary? I mean, that's not good. What is any of that? This is not an 85-degree angle. What is doing that? Excuse me? I'm sorry. What do you think you're doing there? Oh, player, is this... Why? Why was able to drag you up so high? What is any of this? You think you're on the ground? Why am I able to do this? And wait, why are you not... The sticking code turns off. Oh, wait. Oh, because I have... Wait, the debug stick to walls is on. Oh, when debug stick to walls is on, it still tries to do these cases. Right. If debug stick to walls is on, then this should run 100% of the time. Or stick to walls. That actually, I guess, would work. Actually, then I don't need this in any of these places, I guess. This can go back to being else. Then that'll be called L-base. Okay, so that was an issue with my debug code not working. Good to, you know, catch that. So now that I was worried there, like it just seemed like a very strange bug to be happening. Okay, that makes more sense. Cool. Did that mess at all with my, you know, with these tests? Woo. Seems fine. Seems fine, possibly. Woo. Even a small ramp like that can, you know, launch us quite a bit. We're doing a lot of testing on, like, flat ground. I don't know if I to some degree should be, you know, testing on more big old blocks. Oh, I added, like, what, two ramps? I made one and copied another, but I counted as an addition. So we have, like, this thing here. If I want to actually test, like, I don't know, making a jump that's not a ramp, that looks something like this, but, like... Well, actually, I'm curious of... You know, as a thing to test, can I make that gap? Is that a thing I can make at high enough speeds? I don't get caught. I'd like to think that, like, so some of the funky, like, we go into, like, the air code for a second, which makes sense, but when it happens more smoothly later on, I'd like to think it'll kind of happen and correct itself before it, you know, won't be this snappy. Oh, hey, our head can hit that. That's interesting. What happens if I do this? What happens if it's really close and I fall down there? Can I even? That's good, I guess. I guess that's fine behavior. Like, in theory, you know, this shouldn't happen. Oh. I don't know about that one. So, like, in theory, this shouldn't happen. So, like, I shouldn't design a level like this. I'm not the most concerned about this. The player isn't, like, flying off into infinity, so I guess that's okay. I can live with that. Yeah. Now to test other just things. And this is a new thing, whatever, blah, blah, blah. I don't know, want to test, like, going from high place to low place with it not actually being a ramp, it just being a straight ledge. Yeah. Not quite. I should turn off the, for this testing, I should turn off the sticking to walls thing. So it's one for you, sir. It indeed is. So, yeah. We made a lot of progress, I think. I'm happy with the progress that we made today. Even like the progress I made before I started the stream. Yeah, very, very good. So, yeah, I'll probably end things off soon-ish. I like how that went from 0 for most of the streams. You're just putting the bare minimum to get up to, like, 6. I'm hopefully gonna, you know, keep working at improving stuff between streams. Hopefully I find the time to do so. And Yeah, I gotta start, like, now that I kind of, see the light at the end of the tunnel of this player actually getting closer to being kind of complete. I don't know what my criteria is gonna be on how complete the player needs to be for me to, what all needs to be done for me to decide to actually, officially, properly start, making that submarine level. Like, on one hand, there's one part of me that wants to wait until the player is, like, completely, perfectly, like, done and polished, and, has all the models and the animations, maybe even sound effects, everything's all good and perfect, and the camera is everything is perfect, and then start making the first real level. There's another part of me that wants to, once this player is good enough, which it almost kind of is, start making actual real levels so I have more of a proper testing ground that has things. It's gonna have stuff like hazards and all that sort of stuff. But then after that is then gonna be a massive amount of polish. There's like pros and cons. Like so if I wait for the player to be totally finished and then start making a real level, it's entirely possible that then I start making a real level and immediately notice, oh no, blah 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 isn't gonna work, something that I didn't account for when I go from test level to real level that causes a bunch of issues. Thing B is, if I go to make real level too early, then I do inevitably like change the player while I'm polishing them or whatever, then it could break the level. Now in theory, just having to remake one level is different than like, oh, I've made like 5 big levels and have to remake all of them. In theory, hypothetically, we finish the like submarine level and whatever, and maybe also maybe the hub world enough to like go in and out of it. At that point, we could like fully polish this submarine level and the player being fully polished and good or whatever before we'd move on to the hypothetical next level. It would also be good, like, there's a lot of things I say like, oh, hypothetically, I want this in the game and that and whatever. When people come in the stream like, oh, here's things I want to do or whatever. Having actual proper gameplay and be like, here's a test level where you can see all the parts of the gameplay together makes it so much easier to explain and, get ideas and feedback or whatever, right? Like, getting a hypothetical other person to, well, look at all this or like, play test this is not gonna give me as much useful data as actually having the objective. Even taking this area and sprinkling some of the circus rides around and like a hazard here and there, even that I'd say is not good enough because it doesn't properly showcase the gameplay. It's not meant to be a big sandbox arena where you're running around to different things, but like there's vast nothingness in between. We designed the submarine level the way that we did. That I like conceptually what I did to design wherever it is with all the lines around. Because the idea is like, so there's a bunch of points of interest that is all the different rides and stuff. And then, or different, well, in this case, there's going to be these lava leaks that happen occasionally. Because it's a submarine and volcano. That's the whole thing. But yeah, creativity and uniqueness or whatever. In between any 2 points of interest is a hazard. And this is going to be a more interior level, which that on its own, both camera things and not accidentally be able to like go up like any wall in the level, that's going to be, the playground for that. Then the next level we make is going to be a big exterior level. Doesn't have to be 100% interior and 100% exterior, but like mostly or whatever. It's going to be more of a forest cliff kind of thing. It's funny, of all the 3 test levels, or the 3 levels that I want in this demo, 2 and 3 I have more ideas for, more thought out. The first level, the tutorial one, is the one that I have planned the least. I have more ideas for the hypothetical full game and what I want out of that, but I purposely want the first level of the demo to not be what I'm doing for the hypothetical full game. So I'm having to basically think up a different kind of first level for this, and I have ideas. I don't have nothing, but it's like the least planned out overall. But in theory, once we have like this full level like done, then it'd be easier to like, okay, we have the framework in place, and then can actually thoroughly plan more stuff beyond that. If you have some level, you have a better idea. If you have some level, you have a better idea of what you actually need to do to polish the character. Exactly. I'm easier to do it likes. Yeah, it's like having an actual level and all the gameplay. It's easier to like test. Like, so there's one thing for testing stuff in isolation, and then there's another thing of testing stuff in combination with other things. Like if I'm testing this big old level, and some stuff isn't working. It might be hard to narrow down exactly what's not working and why. So that's testing stuff in isolation can be good for that, but only testing things in isolation, then you got to bring them together, and they don't work together as well as you thought that they were going to, then that's its own issues. I don't think I'm ready to start, like, jumping into this just yet. But maybe between now and next time I'm working on this, I define, well, I don't know what I define specifically, but maybe I can define more of a hypothetical, just guidelines of, yeah, what I would, how far done does this need to be for me to want to actually start working on that level? I also I gotta get less, I gotta do some, like, Blender practice or something, like, because I definitely, like, modeling this as a corkscrew, as like a long corkscrew, I'm like, I don't know the best way of how I actually would want to, you know, do that. That's not gonna, I don't know, be a big pain or whatever. And you hear, like, I'm not having to care about, like, textures and whatnot. When we go to the actual submarine thing, although it's weird. So, like, to some degree, I find it hard to design this abstract test level where there's nothing. It's just blocks, there's no story, there's no, it just is blocks that are randomly placed around, just whatever. Somehow, I don't know, people are different, but to me, like, when we go to actually make, like, the submarine thing, because it's an actual hypothetical place that I have story-related things for, and more specific things with, like, hazards and combinations of stuff, and we already have some of that planning done of what's going to be where and whatever. That hypothetically sounds easier to, like, plan the minute details of, because it's just more to work off of, I think. I don't know. But yeah, well, I mean, it's gonna, you know, probably look like this for a while until, you know, then we actually, you know, figure out texturing and you know, things being more polished and lighting and blah, blah, blah. The skyboxes also, but technically that level's mostly interior. It's not 100% interior. You're in a submarine, but there'll be windows into, well, the outside there's gonna be lava, but, like, at the very top, you'll be able to see the, well, like, every level you arrive to in the giant airship hub world thing, and then you get launched out of a cannon into. So they'll need a skybox of some kind, but it won't even be that crazy. Anyways, but I'm very much looking forward to eventually getting to do all that. Maybe, like, the player is semi-functional enough that maybe next time that I work on this, what I start with is just when we were making one of the times when we were in this and we were, like, remaking the player or whatever, we spent some time, like, hooking up all the old player code to the other mechanics of the game, the repairing and all that. Now that we remade the player again, we're gonna have to do that again. So I don't even know, is this interact code actually functional? It might be. Here, let me find out something real quick. I'm curious. This might work, or it might not work at all. My bet is on the not working side. Where are my prefabs? Bam, and I just want to grab one of my, not the power-up. No, the power-ups are not going to work at all. The invincibility might work. The speed-up one will not. But again, that's, of all the things, like, those power-ups are a lingering thing from when this started as a school project, and, like, oh, power-ups, that's an easy thing to just, like, have be an additional thing in the game, that I still am so on the fence of whether I think they fit in this game. Or, I mean, different power-ups could maybe be a thing. A speed-up power-up, I don't think can work easily with all this, going twice as fast or whatever. I think that would break too much or have too much problems, especially with the mechanism of how the power-ups could work, whether they are fixed spawns or if they're random. If they're random, that adds, like, more randomness to the game that I don't know if I want. There's gonna be some amount of randomness with the way that the rides are, but having the rides and which ones are breaking be random and having potential power-ups be random, then, like, oh, if you don't get the right power-ups, you're just messed over. I don't love the idea of that, but maybe I repurpose them in a different way, like, one level has it as a special gimmick, where there's a certain type, like, the balloons are, like, everywhere, and even just, like, the invincibility ones or something. I don't know, we'll see. Anyways, does this work? Oh my god, it does. Really? 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 I almost can't comprehend how it is working. But okay, I'll take it. Mainly how the input's actually being cut off successfully. I thought that code was severed, but I'll take it. It's less I have to do later. VR could be more like speeding up actions rather than movement, like fixing things faster. Yeah, that actually is one of them. So far, like, or when we made the things originally, there are 3 power-ups. This one that looks like a wheel that you go twice as fast. And I could even just be like, oh, it doesn't increase your max speed. I could hypothetically be like, right now, it's like, if you go in one direction for a while, you speed up. I could just make that build up faster to the same maximum. Like, I could see that, maybe. But then if you're trying to, like, fine-tune going around hazards, that could be an issue, maybe. Invincibility is just, as it sounds, you don't take damage to hazards. And then there's a quick repair one that looks like a wrench. This was, you repaired things twice as fast. Like, I could see that being a thing, possibly. Then, I don't know if you remember this, the golden helium tank and the golden balloon stand. This was a thing in the old thing for the school project where it was going to be a thing where every level has... This is sort of, it was a form of a collectible, basically. Every level, somewhere in the level, there was this, a broken, this thing was like, yeah, it's like a broken balloon cart or whatever. And somewhere else in the level was this golden helium tank. And basically you have to find the helium tank and then it gets strapped to your back and then you got to bring it over to the golden balloon stand. And then the catch was, if while you're holding this, if you take damage, then you drop it and you have to go pick it up again, was the thing there. And then on top of that, you bring it all the way back to the balloon cart and then it gets repaired. You actually have to do the same repair thing that you do with rides. And then power-ups last like twice as long until the end of the level, I believe was the thing. So that was a thing. Now that's also power-up related, so if I don't have power-ups, I don't know if we'll have that to the same degree or whatever. But the idea of like, oh, a hidden collectible like sounded cool. It was also gonna be a thing that you had to do this for like 100%ing purposes, but even that's not the case anymore. As far as 100%ing this goes, it's the whole strike system, right? We have different objectives, and then you have the whole strikes thing. Based on if you fail them or whatever. You just beat a level without any strikes, you're good to go. But then you beat an entire world of levels. When you beat all of them, then you unlock the hard modes, and then you want to not get strikes on those. Like, that was the whole thing. Oh, there's also an additional thing of you can have multiple power-ups at once. Actually, let me just test this. I think I can probably pick up the power-ups, but they just won't do anything. But where did that go? Wait, yeah, it's in the ground. Oh, I'm in play mode. That's not good. Why are you in the floor? Let me just, I'm curious of, the invincibility and quick repair might work. Actually, there's nothing to repair in this level, but does the UI, hey, the UI still works. Look at it down there, looking cool. And see how they stack? Like, that was cool. It's like 3D UI. Hey, hello, hi, Rookie61. Hi, hello, welcome to the stream. Hi, hello. Yeah, this is a game that I'm working on called the Handyman with the Unicycle. I was just talking about how it started as a school project back when I was in university and has very much changed since then. So much so that we've like redone a significant amount of what the game is. So it is in kind of a very early state because of that. Well, we have more than just this scene. This is a test level that we have cooked up where we have our Unicycle man, Handy Harold Henderson, and basically you can do stuff like this. Very like physicsy, momentum-y. I almost describe it as a platformer, but you can't jump. Instead, you get speed to launch off ramps. Other than that, you are getting from point A to point B, dodging hazards. You work at a traveling circus, so you're repairing rides and all that. There's hazards like over here that don't kill you. It's just meant to slow down and waste time. If like rides that are breaking, they have like a health bar. If they fully break, then you get strikes. 3 strikes, you're out kind of thing. Different levels will have slightly altered objectives that most are going to be around the whole idea of repairing stuff in a time limit, but like we're gonna have a submarine level where there's like leaks coming in that you got to repair as well. So stuff like that, but like same idea, just some slight twists on it occasionally. And yeah, it's coming along very well. It was being a bit rough for a while where we completely remade our player from the ground up, and it's a big old challenge that had lots of issues with it, and it's still very much a work in progress. Lots of little things to clean up. But it's significantly better now than it was at the beginning of the stream. Yeah, oh, hold on, let me catch up on messages. Hold on. Where is Speed Hour Kid? Yep. And then maybe you can make it so the balloons aren't power-ups, but the collectibles themselves, where you have to bring balloons to the stand instead of the tank. Yeah, that would be a good way to repurpose them. I do have, like, is this scene, hold on, I just want to double check, is my other scene gonna break completely? Where is... one second, over here, and not there. Our old demo thing with, no, this one. Bam. This. Yeah, this was our old test level that we were in for a while, where we actually have a bunch of individual mechanics that we had made. This is not gonna be functional, right? Oh, no, not exactly. Hold on. Part of that was because I think I have unapplied changes on the player. Let me just kind of apply them, and that might be enough to, like, have that actually be functional. I'm surprised the player moved at all. I didn't think the player would move. Launching is also not good, but yeah. Here, let me catch up more messages. Instead of the tank, then hello, that's a 3D platformer. I want to learn Python, then search to Godot, but it seems pretty hard. Interesting. I've primarily used Unity for a lot of my, game dev things. I've never used Godot, but I'd be interested in trying it at some point. I've tried Unreal for like an afternoon, but I'd also be interested in giving it more time, just haven't had the time to. Python was my first programming language I ever learned, so there's that, but I haven't like had to use it much in a while. I am actually very surprised that I see some errors. We're not free of problems, but I'm surprised the player is moving at all, because I don't think they were before, so that's cool. And, yeah, so, okay, I can actually show off some of this for now. Oh, wait, this supposed to have a blink. We don't blink, do we? Ha! The player, the unicycle blinks, but not the player. That's fine. My idea is to make a physics 3D delivery game. Ooh, very, very cool. Neato. Yeah, I'm making physics 3D repairing stuff game. So, yeah. Cool. Yeah, okay, so that, the power there. This is, as I was just saying before, I think you dropped in. One mechanic that we had of just some different test things that we had made back when this was a school project is these power-ups were going to be a thing that I don't know where they're going to fit into the final game, and we were discussing that, like, yeah, possible other options of them. Oh, that's supposed to be a boost pad, because after we remade the player, like, I'm expecting all of this to be broken. The fact that this at least kind of launches us, in theory, I just need to up the speed on that, and then it might be working again, but does this work? No, you can get in cannons, or we used to be able to get in cannons and launch off them. We have one example of a hazard that's like, the thing's kind of, the camera leaned funkily for a second there. It seemed to, it was a one-time thing, apparently, fine. Does respawning work? No, it does not. And away we go. All right, yeah. What I was saying is we might be ending stream soon-ish, possibly. So, but next time, I think maybe what we might do is, with our new player that's not completely broken, I might start getting it hooked up with all this old mechanics again. Oh, God, moving platforms, that right. We have some of these over here. This isn't gonna work. Or it's gonna, like, do that. This will require extra work to get that functional. We'll get there eventually. Do you remember some resources you learned Python? So, okay, so I learned Python like 9 years ago, but I technically the thing that I use, so like, it's very probable that you can find way better resources, even just like random stuff on YouTube. Oh, hold on, I will, this should still be up, shouldn't it? Yeah. This was a website that happens to be the website where I learned Python a long time ago. That's just made by University of Waterloo, and you just, it's like, oh, here's, how code things do. And like here, type some code, and then it does stuff. Actually, let me see if I can find, or I should tell my account. Yeah, I do. Hold on. I can log into that, and then bam. Yeah, so this is, wow, code I would have typed a long time ago. And like when you run it, like, wow, look, things happen. If I skip to like a random later step, that part of this, and like, you run the program, like, well, this is how things do. And, this does the, and then you can run it with custom input, or yeah, that's the whole thing. So the combination of it showing you codes things, and like, here's how stuff does, and then giving you exercises to do things, and then it gets to the point of being pretty complicated. I think this is like one of the most, one of the hardest, like, final challenges where like, type a lot of code and do a lot of things, but actually this does kind of instruct you to kind of do it in steps a little bit. Anyway, but again, this was like, what, 2014? Something like that? I might be off my years. There is very likely to be better resources out there. Unfortunately, I haven't looked for such things. I graduated from university a little a year or two ago. So I also learned a lot of coding stuff in school. There was that. In terms of Unity things, I'm mostly self-taught of just trying to make games and Googling things as I got stuck and just, you know, just figuring things out. Just lots of Googling of just individual problems as I was facing them for a lot of things. And yeah. Oh, is this gonna be functional? Oh my god, it is. What? Really? I can't believe it. I'm okay. I'm so, like, I haven't looked at this scene in a while, and it's been like broken for months. Because the player was just completely broken. I'm surprised that this is all working. It's not working on controller because I never hooked that. Like that was me pressing spacebar to set it up like pressing A or something to do that. We'll get that to there. This is 100% gonna break though, right? Yeah, this is supposed to be our like beating level thing. Yeah, that's the player stopped though. The camera's supposed to like whip around and then show a cool end screen thing. And then over there is our hub world that I can't get back to. Oh, maybe I can. Nope, that's broken too. Even the lighting there is funky. We have a cool like curtain that transitions between scenes. It's cool. It's cooler when it works though, but you know, baby steps. Anyway, yeah. How okay, oh, hold on, where was can you give me a link? If you just Google computer science circles, and it was the first link was my thing. But again, I think I would recommend, well, I mean, I don't know, I haven't looked at this in a while. Maybe it still holds up to some degree, but it's what I happen to use with Python. For Unity, yeah, just mostly Googling. And the occasional tutorial. I think the Unity like YouTube channel had this rollerball tutorial that is a very beginner basic tutorial that still exists, but that's gonna be very old and outdated, and for that there's definitely better resources, I believe. Let me catch up on the rest of y'all messages. How long will it take me to learn Python? I mean, should I learn beginner, advanced, or master so I can make games in Godot? So I've never used Godot, so I don't know fully. I do know that Godot supports different programming languages, I believe, right? It supports Python and C#. Is it maybe C++ or maybe Java or something? If I were to use Godot, I would use C# only because I personally like C# and it is my favorite programming language. But that's entirely a bias thing. You ask anyone, they'll have their own opinions on whatever. Primarily because I use Unity and Unity uses C#. So if I were to transfer over to try to learn Godot using the thing that I already know, that would be my the step I would take with that, I think. Unreal is another popular game engine, and that's uses C++, which even though they sound similar, they're very different. More different than you'd think, unfortunately. But in terms of how long, it's hard to say, because, well, so even for me, I've been programming for a long time, but I've been, I've like taken breaks from programming or gone between many different programming languages and then go back and then have to remember how to do a lot of things or whatever. Yeah, I don't know, hard to say, because I especially because I don't know Godot, and there is a difference between, I think, learning like a programming language like in isolation, like Python, just using Python on its own, versus using Python with Godot, or in my case, using C# with Unity is quite a different thing. Well, that's more than just learning stuff about Unity or stuff about Godot, I guess, but if Godot is your goal of what you'd like to learn to make games in, then I might unfortunately not be the right person to ask for that, because I don't know. Unfortunately, I don't want to give you bad advice of going down the wrong rabbit hole, and there might be some way better solution out there, which it likely is. But GD script is similar to Python, I've heard that. Yeah, I think that, yeah, I believe that's a thing that I've heard. Bad thing is there's no garbage collection with C#. Yeah, for Tesco and hello. So like, that is a very like high level thing. If you're a beginner just starting out, that's not something you need to concern yourself with at all. But yeah, well, I've heard Python is kind of the most easiest programming language. Yeah, I think I would agree with that. Hypothetically, maybe. I think it also depends on, like, you're going from beginner stuff to like more advanced stuff. Not with Godot. Oh, well, yeah, I don't unfamiliar. Yeah, I've never used Godot, and I've never used Godot in Python in that context or whatever. Unity used to, when you program with Unity, now it's all C#. Way back in the day, you could program in Unity in, I think, C#, JavaScript, and then they had their Python equivalent called, like, Unity script, I think it was called. But that, like, yeah, those uncommon unless people used that, and eventually, like, C# became the common main thing that, yeah, people used. And, yeah. So I also don't know with Godot if there's multiple options of coding languages that you can use with it. I don't know if some are superior than others. I don't know if it's superior to use C# or what's the third? I swear there's a third one. I'm forgetting what it was. Let me just Godot programming languages. And even which options the hypothetical best might even just be down to what can you find more tutorials for, or more documentation, just being able to find more stuff about, like, that might, influence what's hypothetically the best one to try and learn, just what you can find resources on. Yeah, GD, I'm seeing some stuff about GD script. Oh, it supports 2 primary languages for game development, GD script and C#. Oh, and then it has a visual scripting thing. I don't know why I thought there was 3, but okay, fair enough. 2. And then it's visual scripting thing that node-based. Yeah, Unreal has one of those called Blueprints. Unity is trying to have one of those. I forget what it's called. I personally don't use it, but it's there. It's an option. Is a thing. Yeah, this tightrope will not work. No, okay, it basically doesn't exist. At one point, our player could, like, go across tightropes. That was a thing a while. Well, I gotta go. Thank you. See ya. Best of luck to you, Rookie61. Best of luck with, yeah, your programming endeavors, and hope that goes well for you. If you have, at some point, you're in a future stream and you have specific questions about things you're trying to learn with, well, not Godot specific, like, I don't know, Python or C# specific things, or maybe general game dev questions, I can try to answer such things. No guarantee I'll know the answer, but I can at least try. Yeah. I wanna, or, oh yeah, there's my Discord. Tim Gus, thank you for, sharing that. I wanna stream my game dev progress after I, learn Python and GD script. Well, yeah, best of luck to you with that. Hope that, goes well for you. And, yeah. And, oh yeah, you said you were trying to make a physics 3D, package delivery game. Yeah, sounds cool. Yeah, best of luck with that. My personal recommendation would be to, if you're just starting out for, like, your first game ever, to start, like, smaller than small. Like, whatever you think of that might be easy, it will likely, take longer than you may think. So, it might be, in my experience, physicsy based stuff. I guess it depends on what you're doing specifically, but physicsy based stuff can sometimes be complicated. So it might be best to start with super small thing and then build up from that. Or even, like, what you want this physicsy 3D delivery thing to do. Well, either start with something completely different and then work towards that, or start with, like, a smaller version of that and then build out from there. But I guess it's gonna depend on your situation and how, like, people are different in terms of, like, if you're learning programming, it might all come super fast, super easy for you. Or even just in, like, programming is such a vast thing that, like, different aspects of coding you'd be better or worse at. I personally struggle quite a bit, well, with some, well, I guess, certain types of physics things, like something called quaternions that has to do with rotating stuff. I struggle a bit with using that kind of stuff. I don't know. Yeah, it's in a Unity context. I don't even know if Godot uses quaternions. That's a complicated physics thing. Well, not so much physics as math, but anyway. But yeah, if you might accidentally come to my stream, you'll be my first mod. Oh, so thank you. Yeah, I know, small ideas, fix small ideas, and repeat, and boom, there we go. I'll have first game. Yeah. I'm also bad with that. I have 1,000,001 unfinished projects of different games that I've started and never finished over the years, or like starting new things. So I'm very guilty of that. So because of that, my advice to you is, yeah, to try to, yeah, start something that you can actually finish. Don't be like me in that regard. Nah, yeah, anyway. Yeah, in this game is going to be big and complicated. So I have my ideas for, like, hypothetically what I want out of the full game of this. And then I also have my ideas of like a cut down 3-level demo that I want to make first. That's well, over, was it over here? This is what's gonna eventually, in theory, be our first real level inside a giant submarine. It'll be complicated to get there, but there is, I think, a bit of a snowball effect of like, the more you make, like once I get to the point of making one fully complete level, then making the next one obviously won't take as long because I'll have a lot of the foundation there already. Hypothetically. Yeah. I want to learn how to think like a programmer, and how to learn to write code on my own, not search tutorials for everything. Yeah, best of luck with that. I guess, like, so I do Google things a decent amount with trying to figure out certain coding things, but I guess it's, I don't know, like, it depends on like what I'm doing. I'm doing new aspects of some coding things that I've never done before, or like, I remember that this certain thing exists, but I forget exactly what it's called or whatever, and yeah, Google that type of stuff. I guess it really depends. Yeah. I definitely still Google things. That's a programmer apparently you never lean you until you're a super genius. Yeah, exactly, exactly. I think with programming, you kind of are always learning, I guess. And yeah. But I mean, I don't have to Google every little thing. You do get better in theory, but yeah. There's no harm in Googling because then you learn. Yeah, that is one thing, right? Like, usually if I'm Googling stuff, I don't just Google and then copy and paste code in and then surprise, it's working. I Google to understand, to learn, and I may see, oh, here's code to do the thing that you want to do, and I will, like, try to understand it, like, oh, that's why this thing is done this way, or whatever, I guess. Yeah, that is a thing that's good to do, I guess. Although, so, like, it's also, a lot of the times with coding different things, there's not always only one correct way to do something, and different people have different preferences on what they prefer to do. So that's also a thing. Even just, like, conventions of, like, both these codes do the identical, like, same thing, but the formatting's different. Like, I personally, when I make variables, and it's common, a lot of people do this, it's kind of a 50-50 thing. Some people make variables like this. It's like, with, you know, starting with the lowercase, and for every new word, you have a capital. This is called, camel case. Other people make variables like this, where between every word, you have an underscore. I personally don't like this, but, well, I mean, I don't like it. I just prefer this way, but that's a person preference thing. Some people do it one way, some people do it a different way. Yeah, anyway. I know, now look at this. This probably looks insanely complicated, and that's because it is. Also, some of this is very messy code that I gotta clean up, but yeah. Oh, hold on, missing more messages. Yeah, yeah, no harm in Googling because then you learn. Yeah, then, yeah, I actually have a Unity problem that's stuck into my brain. I hate animations and character controllers. Ooh, I've, like, done some basic things with animations and character controllers. Do I have it on hand? I have a, can I find it really quickly? So there's a game that I made for a school project a while ago that I did some streams of when I was making it, where I had to take, it was part of a group project, but like my contribution was a part of it. We had to take a, where was it? Oh no. Oh, why are you, sorry, we had to take like an old like educational game that's like not put together very well. It's like, oh, teaching kids division and like dinosaurs going down like a skateboarding down like a track or whatever to like answer the division questions right to win. So I remade that in Unity to like make it better. But one thing with that, it was completely unnecessary. I did not need to do it, but I made a 3D model of a dinosaur in like a T-Rex on a skateboard doing kickflips. And if I could find it, that would be amazing. Oh, I'm looking in the wrong folder. It's in this one. There, and where are you? Hold on. I'll catch up on messages in just a moment. I'm just, I was trying to, okay, I was hoping I could very quickly find this. Okay. I literally, like, I have my folders named by, like, the name of the class. Oh, hey. Oh, you know what's funny? Not the thing I was looking for at all, but take a look at this. This was my original pitch for the Handyman with the Unicycle. Oh, wow, it's my name. I don't think there's anything in here that's, like, problem, right? I don't like my student number isn't in this or anything like that. Not that that matters because I've graduated. Just my name. That's fine. Okay, yeah. I did like write this in a very specific way. Yeah, Handy Harold Henderson, that hasn't changed. Peter Avion's yesteryear universally shifting carnival. Did I change that acronym slightly? I don't remember. I think I have it written down, but anyway. Their motivations. And how many games do you ride a unicycle? Like that was my elevator pitch type thing. And I had to compare it to other games. Overcooked was the thing I talked about. Cuphead with like had some circus level stuff. Specifically in a very specific level of Wrath of Cortex where you're like in a ball rolling around, the physicsy movement. And this is a level where you can't jump, and then I compared stuff to that genre. Yeah, I gotta reread this at some point and see how much of this still holds up. I did not make this. My sister made this a potential design for my character. I don't think he'll actually look like this, but you know, we'll get there. He'll have hair for one thing. Don't worry, I'll thank you for all that. Yeah. Anyway, that was cool. Not at all what I was looking for, but oh well. Anyway. Oh, hold on. Let me. I missed a lot of messages. My apologies. Let me catch up on things. I was looking for my dinosaur thing. Yeah, that might take too long to find. Oh well. What I gotta do is set up a button on my stream deck that like certain things that I continuously show on stream or whatever when when the option comes up, I have buttons that automatically load up those files. That would be the ideal thing. No, okay, hold on. Question is how did question is how did that people learn? That post something we may know or not know. Google, YouTube tutorials, open source code. I mean, yeah, so like some people learn stuff like in schools. It's funny. So I did coding things in school. I got a computer science degree. It's over in a box in that direction. Where is it? It's in a box over that way, I think. Anyway, but I personally think I absorbed more, remembered more of coding stuff I did on my own, I think. My own, like, personal, like, making games and doing all that. Not that school was useless or anything. I just, like, what stuck more was the stuff that I, did on my own, which I guess makes sense. But I had a class at one point to, so I had been using Unity at that point for, like, 7 years or something like that. And then I had a class that was basically like, oh, you're learning Unity for the first time. Like, like, what is a game engine? Make a game or whatever. Easiest class of my life. Yeah, that was that. That was the no, that wasn't the class I made the Unicycle. That's the class I made the tag game in. I made a very overly complicated tag game at one point. The follow-up of that class was sort of part 2 that was like, okay, you did the first class, you learned basic Unity stuff, now do slightly more complicated things. That's the class, that was where we first made Handyman with the Unicycle. So, yeah, that was that. I'm rambling too much and not reading messages. Let me, do that. Found one book. Yeah, books do help. And yeah, like different people learn in different ways. Some people learn better by books. Some people learn better by videos. Some people learn better by just trying to make stuff and seeing where things go wrong. Yeah, it's like everybody be different. I want to show it to you guys. It's okay. Yeah, feel free to drop like links or whatever. Go for it. It goes directly in making computer games in Python. Oh, interesting. Cool. Do not you do a Pygame? So I haven't like done that much stuff with Python in professional capacity. Most of my Python experience is like initially learning it and doing very simple like coding things like on the one website, and then doing it in school where it's like specifically doing very specific coding assignments like sort these lists and make a binary search tree, which that's again complicated thing. It's funny how many things like that I've done in school and then never since. But that's more having to do with what I'm coding specifically. I do have a full-time job as a programmer. The company that I work for makes a product that's actually made in Unity. It's not a game. It's a thing that's used in sports that's hard to explain. But yeah, so I use Unity on basically a daily basis, but the stuff that I do, and I do very complicated things, but I haven't had to use a binary search tree specifically. Anyway, but I get, it depends on, what I'm doing, particularly what complicated things I'm having to do. Actually, the thing I'm having to do right, like what I'm in the middle of is obscenely complicated, so Yeah. Anyway, do the Python and introduce me to Pygame and make some games. Yeah, the very. I mean, that's like so. Pygame I'm not familiar with, but I guess like or it's bad. You're better off using a proper engine. Like I don't know if it's like fine as like a basic beginner thing. I've never used it personally, but I don't know. It could be good for like learning basic fundamentals or something like that. I'm not sure. Okay, but book is by making game in Pygame and learning through the process how to code. And will he be soon? No, of course. Yeah, apparently not. I did. It is 1:38 a.m. for me, so unfortunately I do gotta go soon-ish. But yeah, we'll catch up on messages first at the very least. And okay. By the way, we'll resource you send me teaching me beginner or advanced at Protein Gaudius, or from beginner advanced. Start from 0 and goes through all the fundamentals. Yeah, the thing that Computer Science Circles thing is very, I think I remember it being very, very fundamentals, and then goes to like decently complex, I think. Or, no, pretty complex in terms of like, yeah, some like the end game kind of stuff that it has, but it's both, it gets you being like knowing coding stuff, and it's also like just scratching the surface of how complicated coding can get. It's both. Will be enough to start straight away with GDScript. I've never used GDScript, so I don't know. I would, I don't know. Probably not. Well, you said it goes through all fundamentals. It gives you enough knowledge to be able to understand where to start. From there, it might need other resources. Yeah. So one thing that's also good to I guess say is that a lot of programming languages are fundamentally similar. It is very likely that if you start learning Python and or whatever programming, whatever programming language, I'm gonna say Python because that's what you're talking about. If you start learning Python and learn the fundamentals or whatever, if you then hypothetically wanted to try learning a different programming language, it would not feel like learning from scratch to the same degree. It'll look different, and there'll be different things going on, different like pros and cons or whatever. But there's a lot of like basic fundamentals of programming that are universal. Some things like what a variable is, what a function is, what loops are. Things that sound like gibberish for me to say now, I guess. But those words that I said are things that apply to every programming language. I'm sure there's some like weird obscure programming language out there somewhere that nobody uses that like I don't know is so different that like that doesn't apply. I don't know anyway, but do you recommend some, or should I find out? It's 7 a.m. for me. I'm still learning Blender for 1 year now. That's very, very cool. I also I do a bit of blendering, but then I'll go months not touching Blender at all, and then get very rusty with it again. I over in that corner of the screen, I think I have my like the profile picture that's there is a logo thing that I made. That's from a Blender thing that I did where I have I made like a animated me that I want to remake at some point, but I haven't gotten around to that yet. At some point I will. Where is this dinosaur thing, and why can I not find it? That's not you, is it? Oh, I found it. Hold on. The voice lines, jeez. This and oh no, it's not. Oh wait, no. Oh, it's right. I forgot. Oh wait. Oh no. Hold on. No, where are you? Oh, that's the Unity project. Oh, build. This isn't gonna be loud, right? This is gonna be. I'm gonna lower this preemptively so it's not killing all of our ears. I just wanted to show off that I made a dinosaur in Blender that does a kickflip. Is gonna be loud, so ignore this is for a school or thing. So as a group project, we each made one of the things or whatever. I made this one and it's great. So we took a math, like an educational game that was like poorly made. I did not make this art. This art was like screenshotted directly from the original thing on some random website. I added the random text and the me narrating over top of just saying the people's names or whatever. I go into it. Yeah. Also, the original thing is like 2D and like sprites or whatever. I wanted an excuse to 3D model a dinosaur, I guess. So I made this guy, and yeah. Wow, look, I solved the thing. I guessed randomly there and happened to get it correct. So basically, you do division problems or like whatever. I'm like, oh no, what is? Oh, is it 4? Oh no, this is my favorite thing in the whole thing. Is just that the face planting animation. It's great. Anyway. So, yeah, I don't know. thing that I made that for a school project, but I don't know. It turned out well, I guess. And yeah, they just want to show off the animation stuff. Whoa, it's got a pause menu. Anyway, that's that. Hold on. I'm still learning, pretty much modeling. I'm currently learning to sculpt. Very, very cool. That dino guy was actually me learning how to sculpt to some degree. Behind the scenes, that dino guy is a mess. But yeah, I haven't done that much sculpting outside of like, well, that guy specifically. But something I would like to get better at. It's just, yeah, tricky. Delivery guy will be a monkey. That's awesome. Love that. Pretty good, school project, good project for school. Yeah, went well, turned out well. The process of getting there was very rough, I'll say. Not because of my group is fine, but just like more, well, I don't know much how I can talk about the behind the scenes of like stuff I did. Well, I made that Unicycle game in university. I can talk about this. But so we had to like pitch what our project was going to be. You know, take something that's like poorly made and remake it to be like better with like user interaction and whatnot. And we pitched multiple things that got denied, and it was very rough. And it was like dumb in that like the instructions were super unclear, so like we didn't just like have like, oh, maybe we'll try this, like whatever, like, oh no, we didn't read some rule or whatever. Like we read the rules thoroughly and like submitted a thing, and thing got denied anyway, and we weren't the only one. So the first round of that, everyone like at the beginning of the project or whatever, everyone submitted their ideas for this thing, and everybody in the class except for like one group got denied of their thing. So everyone had to, you know, go back to the drawing board and come up with something else, just because the instructions were super unclear and whatever. And like that was like the fourth thing that we pitched or whatever. And yeah, anyway, it went well in the end, but yeah, as I said, it was a rough process getting there. But I gotta make a dino do a kickflip out of it, so I guess that was worth it. And then shortly after or before, around that time, was also made the Unicycle game. Yeah, that yeah. Anyway, yeah. So, but yeah, best of luck to you with all your Python learning stuff. Hope that goes well for you, and good luck making a game with that. Best of luck to you. So well, I'm probably gonna end things off soon now, but what was I rambling about beforehand? I was talking about, like, the power-ups and stuff, and, oh, I left some behind in this scene. I should clear them up. Well... Oh, yeah, we were talking about, like, how I don't know exactly where these might fit in the game. Like, I don't think they're gonna fit in, like, the initial way that I, was planning to put, like, have these be a thing, like, when I made the random, the thing for the school project. If anything, they might be, like... we'll see you. Bye. Go. Will you stream tomorrow? Possibly. I've been trying to, for the last while, stream 6 days a week. In all of January, I managed to stream, like, a whole, like, 31 out of 31 days, and that was good, but then I took, like, a week off, and, yeah. So, roughly 6 days a week, I tried to stream for a couple hours, but, like, no guarantee, because I'm, like, sometimes I get very busy with, like, work and other things, and, yeah, but we'll see. And I go between like I won't be doing this tomorrow. I have like 4 ongoing things that I currently cycle between with each stream. So this Unicycle game, I'm trying to make a functional Rubik's Cube in Unity as just a for fun thing. Rubik's Cube, this thing. Yeah, and then also I occasionally play random games on stream. So currently just yesterday we finished Subnautica. Tomorrow we're going to be continuing Final Doom. That is one of the Doom games. I'm going through all of them. We just finished Subnautica, so I'm going to be swapping that out with something else. But yeah, so I go between a variety of things, of coding and games, and yeah, so that'd be a thing. Anyway, yeah, so, but yeah, see you around, and best of luck with your stuff. Okay, so I'm going to be ending things off soon. I want to finish what I was rambling about with these power-ups. So, yeah, these are a relic of the old way of the stuff with the game. They might like be reused in some kind of like a gimmick level, or reused as Regatta suggested, being like collectibles in a level. I could totally see that being the case. If I hold on over here, I'm gonna delete them here for now. Even that whole balloon cart and helium tank thing, that could also be repurposed, or like the idea repurposed into something else, of the idea of go somewhere, pick up a thing, bring it to somewhere else, but if you get hurt along the way, then you gotta go pick it up again. Like that, I like that conceptually. Even just searching for hidden things seems cool, potentially. But, we'll see. Currently, our submarine level is, like, packed with, like I have the plan of conceptually what happens. Like, that's good to go. We know what's going on there. So I wouldn't be adding any of that to that level, I don't think. It's got enough going on already. But level 1, and it also needs to be very simple because it's the first tutorial level. It shouldn't be too simple though, like it should still be a fun level. Just because your first level of game doesn't mean it needs to be boring. Ideally, I want to make a fun, interesting first level. And then third level, I have a crazy idea for that. We'll see how it goes. That I have conceptual ideas of, but I'm kind of waiting to plan more thoroughly until the submarine level is more put together and have a better sense of what's going on. There's also a whole fundamental game mechanic I have not even started programming that I would like to exist in that third level. I say fundamental, it's not gonna be that insane. But a thing that's gonna take some decent amount of development time I want to exist in that third level to be a thing, but we'll get there when we get there. Then what if they're randomized collectible? Like you have 20 places across the level designated to where they could be, and the wind randomly blows a handful of them into some of the spots that are different each time. That sounds awesome. Yeah, like that totally could be a thing. Especially the, if we say that something's spawning randomly, it doesn't have to be 100% random. The idea of like, fixed spots in the level and then there. Them like blowing around with balloons, that does sound cool. Yeah, or the first thing I thought of with that was like, I don't know, flowers or something, you floating around, or like, giant flower things. I want to go wacky with this game where possible. I'd keep the circus theme to some degree, but the idea is that it's a traveling carnival that every day is opening up in some new location, usually very dangerous places. Like here's a carnival that's opened up in the frozen tundra, on the side of a cliff, like a very cliff area, like in a giant submarine that's in lava. Also, I want the setting of the game to be mildly sci-fi, so we have the excuse to do sci-fi things. I also want there to be, characters and have stuff happen with regards to that, cool character moments or whatever. We're gonna have in the submarine level, there's gonna be a captain, or like a pirate that's like piloting the submarine. I want him to be a recurring character where like pretty much anywhere in the game where a big vehicle needs to be piloted, especially an aerial thing or a water thing, it's always him that's piloting it. But, like, he doesn't work for the carnival necessarily. He just always happens to be there. It's like, they rent out, like, oh, we need a submarine, for this thing. And it just always happens to be him that shows up. And then possibly, like, the one time it's actually, like, a pirate ship is, like, the one time he's not there or something. I don't know. Anyway, we'll see. Also, his name was going to be Captain Frank McSteve. Just combining two normal names, but making it piratey. That's the idea. Well, okay. Any idea like that is, like, so super, like, random, up in the air stuff that I don't know if that's actually going to be a thing. That's just, like, random funny thing I thought of that could not at all be a thing in the real game. We'll see when we get there. And then if you hit the hazards, the wind blows it out of your hand. Oh, yeah, and then actually that's the better bit of polish rather than it just like disappearing, have it actually like fly away. That is conceptually very cool. Instead of a healing tank just despawning next to you, indeed, that is definitely like the kind of polish that would be very, very cool to have. Yeah, so like I have like a big list of like potential ideas of stuff like that written down. That I haven't looked at in ages. It'd be more a thing like once we get closer to actually being able to make more game, like when our submarine level is actually to some degree existent, then I will look more into that. There's even just the thing of I wasn't initially planning on having this degree of going up walls and doing loop-de-loops and all that sort of stuff. So now that the door is open for that, it can open up lots of possibilities. Possibly, maybe, perhaps. But also, I do gotta keep in mind that I am one person trying to make a massive game, and if I try to make the next Skyrim, I'm gonna be doing this for the next bajillion years. So, like, there's some degree which I gotta, like, actually finish the game sometime this century, but we'll see. I'd like to think that, so I stopped working on this game for a while, and I'm now, getting back into it. I'd like to think that, like, the more progress that this makes, I'm gonna be more motivated to work on it more frequently, especially once we get out of this test area and are actually making the submarine level for realsies. So I could totally, like, right now I'm doing 1 of every 4 streams I do is working on Handyman and Unicycle, but I'm trying to find time in between streams to work on this, be able to come back and be like, oh, look at all this progress I made. It's just hard to find that time. I could see that, like, when we finish the Rubik's Cube thing, then that becomes additional stream working on this. And, like, if it's getting really close to, like, being done, I'm, you know, on the eyes of, like, having a demo done, I can imagine, like, every day working on it, finishing, or whatever. I don't want to burn myself out on it or whatever, but, like, that's the other thing. Like, this progress on this game is being a bit, you know, slower because I'm not dedicating 24/7 of my time to it. I am doing other things, and I also have a full-time job and have other things keep me busy, so, like, this has taken a while, but I'm okay with that, because I'm doing other things that I enjoy, and, or I have to do to live, to have, you know, money and food and not be the homeless. But yeah, anyway. Even the full team's working on the next Skyrim have been taking over a decade. That's true. I know what you mean, re-releasing Skyrim like 7 times. I mean, I don't know if someone could give the money, you could hire some help. Not it. Yeah, like when the lottery is better than someone as me. Literally is overrated. I mean, I've thought of the idea. Like, there's one thing with like splitting up the full game into like making a demo first. Like, there's like, I don't know, a bit of a dream, but like hypothetically, I could make the demo have the concept of, here's the thing I want to make, this but bigger, and then I don't know, I could make a Kickstarter or something. I don't know. We'll see. I kind of want to like just focus on the demo thing for now. And even like, well, even smaller than that, I say I want a demo that has 3 levels and then a hub world connecting them all. For now, I have my sights even lower, that I'm just focusing on this one submarine level with the context that there's going to be before and after, which I gotta then figure out, like, you know, when I hypothetically finish the submarine level and then want to like show it to people, it's gonna be missing the, you know, tutorial level in front of it, so I need to maybe finagle something together there that quickly gives the controls and something along those lines, but, you know, we'll see. Yeah, literally overrated. I thought of the idea. I was thinking that sentence was gonna, was going somewhere different. Could you have guessed I was gonna mention Kickstarter? No, I don't know. Anyway. But, yeah, I'm looking forward to this having more actual progress. Okay. The thing I'm more looking forward to is, like, doing programming of different, like, hazards and mechanics that are gonna be in a real level. I am concerned for how all the 3D modeling and whatnot's gonna go, and all the polish that's gonna happen there, and whether I'm gonna be capable of doing it. But I'd like to hope so, and I'll be continuing to, you know, practice and try to get better at stuff. Whoops, I just realized that I turned down, when I was in the dinosaur game, I turned down the background music. It's barely audible. It's barely audible normally, just so it's not overpowering my voice, but it was extra barely audible. Anyway, what was I saying? Like, oh yeah, 3D modeling might be tricky. It's weird, like, I look back on that, like, I've made some cool 3D models of things before, and I look back, it's like, how did I ever make that? Like, the me down there, that's roughly, like, the art style I imagine that this game will, well, hypothetically, like, that guy down there isn't textured at all, it's just solid colors, so I'm hoping to do better than that, but, you know, we'll see. You're almost out of time. Oh, it is, yeah, it is about 2 o'clock. I do gotta end things off here, so... But yeah, very good stream. Things went well. I'm glad we made good progress. I'm gonna try to do more work between now and where we pick things up. We'll see. I'm gonna put this into here, actually here into environment. Yeah, I don't know what exactly the next, where are you out there, thing that we're gonna be doing is, but like. Yeah, we'll see. Definitely some degree of more polish of things and maybe building more test level things. I don't know if I should build an actual underwater thing. Right. Oh, I don't know if the submarine level is going to have underwater chunk. It could, maybe. I don't know. Well, I'll stick to the plan of what I have there. Not every level needs to have every mechanic. Like, that's a thing. Whenever I, you know, make all of over here and other test level, not every level needs every mechanic. You know, spread out the creativity, I guess, but hopefully have every level be, you know, cool on its own. Anyways, I'm gotten very much off topic a million times over. Let's go raid somebody, and then I think we will end things off, perhaps. So, Who are we? Oh, first, let me do my outro. That'll do it for this live stream. If you liked it, look forward to more. Thank you all so much for watching, and as always, I'll see you around. All right, now we go find somebody doing Unity things, something like this, and a little bit like this. And hey, look, it's me. This guy NZ, we rated him before. I don't remember any of what he's doing. HP stuff. Is that a Unity thing? I see Unity in the background, so we're gonna hope so. Okay. Bam, and over here, bam, / raid, and bam, and bam, and bam. Okay. Yeah. So, okay, 10 seconds. Any other closing announcements or whatever? Yeah, I'm gonna figure out, like, yeah, what my next steps are specifically, and, keep working on cleaning things up, making more, yeah, starting to work towards, actually starting to make this, submarine test level thing that, as I said, might happen sooner than later, so we can test, like, actual level stuff. That'd be very cool. Oh, probably the first thing before that is going to be making sure everything is unbroken, which more things were, like, unbroken than I thought was going to be in that other scene, so that's cool. But there definitely was broken things with, like, the whole hub world and the ending of level and stuff. That's the thing that hijacks the camera, so, like, that's the thing that we're going to have to do. Maybe that's where I put my focus on next stream, is unbreaking all that, and then maybe we start the submarine thing, which I even figure out, like, my plan of actually making that in terms of how I'm going to block it out, and then, you know, all the different, like, hazards and stuff that need to be in place or whatever, and get together a list of what I want to make specifically, and I don't know, yeah, we'll figure it out. There's still, like, there's a lot of planning there, a lot more planning that actually does need to be done to get the specifics of what exactly I want to look like, especially with this system. Anyway, I'm running low on time to press the raid button, so we're going to do that, and we're going to, yeah, end things off. All right, see ya!